And so fucking what's more fucked up is that God told Moses that he never entered the promised land. Moses was just like, they don't know that. You know what I mean? And then fucking he came down from Mount Sinai a second fucking time, and somebody goes, you got there, these are some new commandments, you know. Did God say anything to you about the fucking first set, you know, you broke? No.
There you go.
Finish it, son. Finish it.
He said, no. He said, the promised land. He said the promised land is really far away, and everything we see is gonna look really fucking familiar.
All right.
Oh, you brought up the horse.
First time.
Oh, first time. Is it the first time ever on stage?
Wow.
First time ever on stage?
First time on stage as a comedian.
Oh, good for you.
Wow, we're in together for Daniel White.
Daniel, that's awesome. That is
First time ever on stage.
Like it's Sherry on the Kill Tony podcast.
That's gotta be crazy.
In front of these guys.
Yeah.
Well,
Monsters.
and for the first guy, what did you do? You said you were on stage before, so what else did you do? Like some kind of
Musician.
Oh, okay.
What was your instrument?
Bass, guitar.
Christian band?
No, thank you.
So you decided to go with the ever topical Moses.
I thought I'd go
Fresh off the presses.
topical. I go like religious.
Yeah, I wouldn't ask people if they know who Moses is. Most people know who the fuck he is, so you can save yourself a step there and just assume people don't. It's like you're asking permission to tell the joke. Just fucking go into it and assume everybody knows who fucking Moses is. Tough love.
Right.
What about the Gilligan's Island reference? I
Well,
mean,
the thing is, it sounded like you said.
Topical.
It sounded like
were you raised by grandparents that you know Gilligan's Island about?
Yes. That's a good fact.
You really were?
Gilligan's Island, Monsters, and I Dream of Jean.
Oh, how old are you that you know this stuff?
27.
Oh, jeez.
Wow, a lot of Nick at Night for you.
Yeah, really.
Where are you from?
I told you LA earlier. That was a fucking lie because I don't like to tell people I'm from Bakersfield, California.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Wow.
Nice.
See how hard it is to come out of the Bakersfield closet? Imagine being from a place where you're that ashamed.
I'm sorry when I tell people that in Washington, D.C. Somehow I'm sorry.
Bakersfield is a tough ride.
Well, you seem very well spoken for being from Bakersfield, so I'm guessing you're like the Walter White's son. Whoever's running that entire operation, the smartest guy.
I got the fuck out of there as soon as I could.
27?
Well,
It's all right.
no, I'm out of there. I've been out of there. I've been down here now for a few months.
I love it. The fact that the first time you're ever doing comedy in front of a robot and a podcast, that's fucking balls, dude.
Yeah, I watched the easy part, no offense.
That was the easier thing. You've done that before, performed with robot. What kind of music did you play?
Oh, I play jazz.
Oh, that's cool. You must have made hundreds of dollars a year playing jazz. Why would you give that up? I'm not gonna give up my jazz. What instrument did you play?
Play bass guitar.
There's nothing better than a white guy who loves jazz. I love that.
And bass guitar.
And bass guitar. Well, there you go. You got to double up on not getting booked. Anyway. He's got a gig coming up next week. He's doing Little Lenny Horowitz's bar mitzvah, right?
Do you always have the face like you lost your puppy?
I could see him playing some Superman down the road. Like a Smallville type. Like a friend or something like that.
To Smallville.
Like one of those, like a young teen, like a werewolf or something like that. Are you an actor also?
No.
Not at all? All right.
Let me ask you, Daniel, I'm going to ask you a question I call the Ron Funches question that I haven't asked in quite a while. He was great at this, and I fell in love with this question. What scares you?
Oh, shit.
That first thing that just popped in your head that you don't want to say, just like Bakersfield.
It's having to go back to Bakersfield.
Yes. Scared boys.
No, it is. It's my motivation for this. That's all my motivation. Don't go back to Bakersfield. That's it.
How about Modesto?
Oh my God!
Where's?
Which turn? Do you have more material? Like, is it all your material religious based, or do you have any?
Well.
Were you planning on coming here for your first time, or
I had a whole 3 minutes. I got to break down
you go. So you picked the
Yeah, it's kind of religious. St. George.
what?
You grew up really, really religious, right?
Oh, I grew up in a divine raised by old people. Fucking Bible Belt transplants.
Will you run for president?
I will never run for president. I would not want to subject the country.
Well, if you could get people back into jazz, that would be great.
The people that raised you, how'd they end up in Bakersfield?
Oh, that's very fucking boring to me. That's construction.
Building churches.
Oh, building everything, building most of the town.
They lost a bet, tell the truth. I'm just going to say what the crowd's thinking. The white is getting more time than the brown and the yellow.
It's because he's actually Scott Kidd's twin brother. Underneath that mask, they look
No way. Oh, really?
Take it off. Show everybody.
Wow. Put it back down.
He's not wearing his glasses.
No, I am.
Daniel, it says here that you're not on Twitter. Is that right?
I'm following the steps of Jason Mantzoukas.
Well, nobody knows who that is either. So
I'm with you on that.
And it's Jason Mantzoukas.
Exactly.
He's a hairy brown dude. He's hairy. Big old beard.
Sorry for smoking, guys. This
He's
boy's wearing me out.
Daniel, we're gonna rock on. Thank you so much.
Daniel, first time on stage, out his balls. Get him
First
out
time
of
ever on stage, guys.
Good job. You'll be seeing him again outside in the parking lot for about 4 years.
Fuck yeah. That's an interesting one.
This is excellent.
Fun times. Ooh, this is exciting. This guy worked the door here for a couple of years, and he just recently got fired from his job here.
Wow.
The free agent, everybody. Put your hands together for Carlos Davis.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, that happened. Oh boy. So, alright. I had a thought the other day. Let's say aliens came down tomorrow and they made contact with us. But instead of their first words being, we come in peace, or take me to your leader, or not whatever the hell they say, their first words to us are, what's up, my niggas? Like, how would you react? You know, I'd be like, holy shit, these aliens are cool as fuck, man. They get it. You know? They'd probably be bumping Biggie, too. That'd be amazing. That's how I feel, at least. Alright. That's how I feel. Okay, so here's a joke then. Alright. So, a chicken crosses the road and walks into a bar. And the bartender says, hey, you're not a Jew.
That was
There you
good.
go.
I think it's great.
Most people don't go with the, oh, here's a joke approach in 40 seconds, but you pulled the trigger on that one. That's a ballsy move.
I think it takes ultimate confidence to go, here's a joke, and then deliver a great
Yeah.
white power message at the end of that. Obviously, in the beginning, it was a little rough, you dropping the N-bomb and all, but let's face it, you weren't working here, so you know what it's like to be a slave. Anyway, Jimmy, any thoughts?
How long you working before they fired you? Good. Well, you're on the bigger, better things now.
Yeah, exactly.
I started working the door here. Just got to do what I had to do. Drop a little nut butter in that. Never mind.
Well.
Anyway, well, you know, all right.
Carlos, how's life been going? How long has it been since you've been fired?
About 2 weeks now. Maybe 2.5 weeks. So what's banned for a week?
Interesting.
Yeah. I was banned for a week, so I got fired on my day off.
Nice. What's changed? How do you feel?
I mean, it feels a little more like I can actually do comedy now, like, so that's a good thing.
Right, you've never been on this show before. We've been doing it.
Well, I've been on it once, I believe.
Right.
Once,
Okay.
maybe twice.
It's very memorable, yeah.
Exactly.
Well, that's great that you're getting to go up, and I mean, I'm sure you learned a little bit of chops here at working here, getting all those spots all those years. I think that's about a good enough amount of time. How long did you work here for, Jimmy?
Probably 3-4 years.
Yeah. And
Did you
did
get
you ever
fired?
work it up?
What's that? I graduated from doorman to runner.
Do they still have that here?
No, so you used to have to take stuff back from law firms. But it was a great job because you had like
Eddie Cash had a Beamer. He had the Jeep, the Comedy Store Jeep. He used to drive around it. Wow.
Back when it was fun to have a
Back when
Beamer.
I was fucking his age, and was sleeping on couches and doing my thing, and I had the fucking job.
That's great. Dave, you ever work at a comedy club?
Yeah, I did. I worked at the original Improv in New York City.
Wow.
Yeah.
How long did you work there? What was that like?
About a year or so, and it was awesome. It sucked. It sucks when you work at a comedy club because it's good in a way because I suck so badly, so I got to see a lot of comedy, good and bad. And then at the end of the night, they throw us on, like for the bar rag, for the scraps. But all I'm gonna say is that I was banned from a comedy club too for a year, and I came back harder than ever. And they banned me, but they kept my puppet, and I thought that was really. We split. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think they should rename the podcast "Jokes and Awkward."
That is what it is, and I love those moments.
You worked here for years, right?
Yeah.
You don't work here now, though, right?
No.
You got fired too, right?
Yeah, I got fired, and they banned me performance ban for a week. But I went down to the La Jolla Comedy Store and performed there for that entire week and took a vacation. Stayed at the condo that's right by the ocean. I took full advantage.
Oh, yeah. That's nice.
It was really interesting. The whole time feeling like I was getting away with murder. But I deserved it. I worked my ass off for years.
Right. But I'm going to say you definitely look like you definitely are cool at being on stage, and that took me like 7 years, so, good for you. Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
That's awesome. Carlos, how do you feel?
I feel good. I just hope nobody comes and fights me afterwards for that first bit that I did.
Well, no, I mean it was a soft day, but I just think there's so many funnier things that the alien could say,
right?
That aren't that. I mean, if you really feel like that's the direction you want to take it, then
take it to your leader.
Yeah, but that had a lot more to do with the times we live in, and Ferguson and other things. Did you really listen to the joke?
No.
I was trying to hold my way. He was talking about the global warming and whatever vaccinations and shit. There's a lot in that joke that
there's
I'm trying to build you up, dude. I'm sorry.
I recently listened to some of my old material, and when Obama was running to be president, I had a soft A joke that I use, and I fucking hate listening to myself even say it now. I don't know, man. I think if the joke was really, really worth it, I would even go there. But most of the time, you find it's not even worth it.
Right.
Like you said, you're hoping somebody doesn't beat you up after that. You shouldn't think that,
Right. I don't think anybody actually will.
Yeah. Even if you said "what up, fool," you're still taking an urban approach, and it's funnier because you're not going to make everybody uncomfortable.
I would change it to go, "Hey, can I get a ride to Aruba?" Sorry. Easy, nail clipper. Put the nail clipper away.
It's a full-blown toenail clipper. That thing is huge. You can't even take that on an airplane. And he wears it around its neck. Guys, that's Carlos De Jesus, everybody. Carlos. He's on Twitter at zombie_sharks. Zombie_sharks. Find Carlos De Jesus.
I'd say, Tony, is it always a sausage fest like that? How about the ladies? Are there any ladies coming up?
There's a lot of ladies that sign up, and there's 2 regulars that go on at the end that are both ladies. But maybe we'll get lucky here. Oh, this is a guy that sort of looks like a lady. Another employee here, currently still working here. Put your hands together for Jared Levis.
I don't know, man. This is one of the few places that'll actually hire me. I tried to be a forklift driver, and they fired me the first day. I ran over with a box with a guy sleeping in it. How am I supposed to know people sleep in boxes? I'm like, what do you want me to do? Speak tongues and revive it? That joke's funny in tongues. That's a long setup. Did I do that in a minute?
37 seconds, bro.
My brain is
like, dude, I don't even know the time, man. People always ask me for drugs all the time. I don't know why.
Still have 5 seconds.
Act out.
Describe what you're doing.
Yeah.
Buttoning your shirt. Rolling up his pants.
Wedgie.
There you go.
There you go.
Brought out a chicken. There you go. I mean, we're just really no more format for that, I guess. Jared.
What the fuck just happened?
Your first words were, "I wasn't expecting to get up," and it really showed the whole minute after that.
Yeah,
You were really like a one-man improv group.
I like that.
I do suggestions.
You're either the best comic we've seen so far or every guy I've ever met in Costa Rica. Either way, got a nervous energy.
So, you ran over a guy in a box. Is that real? Did you actually?
I got fired as a forklift driver.
You did.
Yeah. The first day.
You just, when you're a forklift driver, you usually use forklifts to pick up boxes, so it's kind of impossible for you to kind of run over a box.
I ran over a box.
Now, I know from you hanging out here a lot, I've seen a lot of you over the past, couple years you've been here?
Yeah, a couple of years.
Okay. And I know you're a pretty big pot smoker. So my question is when you got fired the first day driving this forklift, did you get high beforehand?
No, I was just being me.
Oh, okay. Well, then I understand why you smoke pot all the time. I get it. I mean, if you're going to run people over and get fired, might as well be
Does pot calm you down?
Honestly, it just does the same thing, except I get hungry.
Well, you have pot abs. I like that. When you're showing everybody that.
It's such a shame that podcast listeners can't hear that smile that's on your face awkwardly after everything you say. Like, is that a smile, or are you just like, is that your normal face? Like, what is it?
It's weird. Like, it's a combination. Like, I enjoy being on stage, but I also I just smile a lot.
You have a great look, dude. Have you ever been in any kind of like one of these like role-playing kind of things, like a cosplay kind of thing? Were you ever a Power Ranger or anything like that?
I always wanted to be a Power Ranger.
I totally see you doing
Some
something like that.
Lifetime network asked you to play Richard Ramirez in a Night Stalker fucking series.
I knew it was gonna go. Yeah.
Great look, dude.
I'm getting ready.
You have that. Was that an earthquake, or am I just really high, like 4 a.m. in front of your house kind of look? I meant trailer. All right. Either way, dude, you still work here now?
Yeah. Miracle.
Now, you really thought that a minute was up at about, when I told you, I think I said 37 seconds. You had waited about 5 seconds before that. So about 32 seconds, you thought that you had done a minute.
Yeah.
So when you do other spots, is that a thing where, like, you have no idea what time you're doing?
Well, usually the longer time I have, the more I draw out my bits.
Yeah.
So, like, especially, like, I'll do something completely out there, and I'll just be me, and then I'll stare at the audience.
So you'll bounce that microphone stand off your stomach another 7 fucking times.
I love that. That's my favorite part.
That makes sense. I can see that.
It's hard to do physical humor, it really is. It's like hard to like make that like your own, because everybody has their thing, And like you don't use any props or anything, just the microphone stand.
The microphone stand.
Not bad, I like that.
I was on edibles when I came up with it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it shows.
I mean, represent,
When you did it, you represent what? You said I represent after you used
The Disney Corporation for Jungle Book.
That's right.
You have a great look. What is your ethnicity, if I may ask?
My dad's Jewish, my mom's Filipino.
Oh, you're Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry. These are East Coast back jokes. Even though, let's face it, when you go up there, look at the faces out there. There's a lot of people who wish they were you right now.
That's true.
When you jumped on the ground, you really, the reaction I got was I was scared for a second. I was like, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is he? He's hurting himself.
Did you hurt yourself? The mic stand was really
He didn't hurt himself. He's high. He doesn't know what happened.
Is that a bit that you do regularly?
Yeah, I did downstairs.
So you already did that bit tonight?
Yeah.
Did it work down there?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Crushes.
Wow. It crushes, huh?
Well, I don't start out that strong. Usually I start off softer.
Yeah.
But with a minute, I'm just like, oh god.
Okay. Interesting. So jump straight to laying down on the ground so that nobody beyond the front row can see you.
Yeah.
And then lifting that up and slamming. I get it, though.
It's scaring the fuck out of those people that can see you.
Yeah, I think he did scare a few of the people up front. That's what it was.
Well, his name's Jared too, so that's why.
All right, there you go.
Reverse crowd work.
Yeah.
It's good to know your audience. Don't know their fucking names.
All right, Jared. Well, did you have fun tonight?
Oh yeah.
Cool, man.
What are you gonna do now? What's the rest of a normal Monday night look like for a guy like you, who looks like he just does, lines of coke off of the back of skateboards?
Well, I'm gonna go to the girl I'm seeing's house to make me soup.
Make you soup.
Wow, that was the dumbest look on a face I've ever seen after you said that. That thing you do, like you exhale out of your nose and you just like, it's like very Asian girl. Just smile like, oh, so,
Oh man, Scott likes those.
There you go, still bombing. Jared Levin, everybody. There he goes, Jared Levin, everybody. He's on Twitter at Jared Levin Lost. That's all one Twitter handle for those of you that like using 140 characters on the handle.
What's the name of this podcast again? The Dream Crasher or the Reverse Disney World? Is that what this place is?
Hey, Feng Chao had a blast up here. That was fucking epic.
Yeah, I feel like seeing him again, actually. I like Feng Chao, that cave kid who was up here, the cave boy, and whatchamacallit, the glasses white kid who looks like he died in every World War II movie. That kid, so far.
Feng Chao was great. He speaks better English than Josh Martin, and Josh Martin was born in America.
Wow.
Guys, your next comedian, funny guy, has been on the show before. Put your hands together for Ian Ellis. From Chicago, where I stay all this weekend. It's Ian Ellis, everybody. Put your hands together.
Welcome aboard, Ian.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I don't have any nail clippers. Lost them in the divorce. Speaking of cunts, so I was pussy fucking my girlfriend, and the condom broke, and I didn't stop fucking her because it felt really good. Like, it's weird, like, my penis just, like, it really likes to feel a vagina. It's weird. Does that happen to you guys? So after I came in her pussy, I made her get the morning after pill, but I didn't have her get it the morning after. I had to get it the moment after. I was like, baby, you got to go. She's like, can I finish picking the broken pieces of condom out of my vagina before we run to Walgreens, fucking Romeo? And I was like, no, bitch. And then, like, the lady at Walgreens was like, do you have any questions about the morning after pill? And she's like, what are the side effects? I don't know anything about it. You don't know anything about the morning after pill? She was like, no, I just started dating a guy that lives in his parents' basement. My name's Ian Ellis. I love again that.
That's excellent. Oh! Ian, it's good to, like, describe the story. Don't make us there. That's the thing. I felt like I was right there. I felt like I caught a load on the face somewhere in that joke. What I'm trying to say is watch out, Mark Twain. We have another great storyteller.
You didn't fuck around, man. You came right out. I think cunt was the third word in. I fucking like it.
I like that.
I mean, you only got a minute. So word economy. I liked it. Very word efficient.
You're not going to see where that is balls, I guess.
Yeah, we're 3 words out.
Well, you definitely committed to it. What I can't stand is a guy that will say cunt and then, like, backtrack. I mean, you went cunt and kept going woman hating all the way. You did not pussyfoot in it at all. Like,
Pardon the pun.
right. I also love pussy fucking. I mean, that's one of my favorite terms that I don't think I've ever heard before.
That's great.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'll give you those points for sure. That's insane.
I gotta be a credible man.
Really spelling it
As
out.
opposed to throat fucking, ass fucking, pussy fucking.
No, I think just by that one phrase, we get like your whole origin story. You're an orphan who was raised in a junkyard somewhere somewhere near Illinois, behind the Kid Rock concert. So you get it.
How close is it right on that?
Yeah, nice. You really go through a divorce?
Yeah, man.
No, I can tell by the way you said it. You weren't fucking around. You didn't just say it. You can tell. I lost it in a divorce. Nice. Got it.
And how old are you, man?
I'm 32.
Too old to be a teen shooter. Now,
I'm not Asian either.
no, but you definitely have your own style, man. That's pretty awesome for a guy. How long you been doing it?
Come on, about like 4 or 5 years.
Sweet.
Yeah, the majority of that in Chicago. How long you been in LA?
I've been here about 2 months. And thank you to Hotel for putting Junior Stock out there, because he's fucking Chicago legend. I love seeing him on TV.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's great. And, thank Doug Stanhope for putting Junior out there. So, there we go now.
Cool, man. Chicago's one of my favorite cities, man. I love that place. It's fucking awesome. Yeah, it's a great town, man.
Yeah, I was just there this weekend.
Fucking eat Portillo's beef sandwiches for fucking 3 meals a day. That shit's fucking like mother's milk.
Everybody there is pretty thick. I really stood out there as a skinny guy.
You are really too skinny for that town.
And everybody else was thick. And the marathon in Chicago was Sunday. So by like the second show, I started telling them they need more marathons in that city. They need mandatory marathons. Chicago's got a great sense of humor. So almost like, they're like, I have a belief that the colder it gets, the better comedy is, at least from what I've noticed from going up to Canada.
Yeah.
Chicago definitely has that shit weather.
That's why Edmonton rocks.
Yeah. I've been there. Those fucking people are animals. They like hockey fights and hard jokes,
So do you work here too, or you don't?
No, man, they won't give me a job.
All right, well, you know what? You got like a cool thing. You remind me, I guess, you're like, your style reminds me just a little bit of Hedberg, But that's okay, though. That's okay because you're starting out, But you definitely have your own take on stuff, and I think that's really cool. Not that I have no good advice for anybody. I mean, look at me, but you're definitely doing it, man. So
Yeah,
keep going.
good job, man.
Yeah. He's on Twitter at Chicago Open Mic. Also an awesome artist. He's made great fan art. Was it before? At Chicago Open Mic. Ian Ellis.
So we're going to just keep going until the crowd leaves?
Yeah.
What's that? No, we're almost there.
I feel sorry for the next guy. This is the check spot, minute spot, right?
The what?
Do you have a check spot in the minute of these poor guys' acts? Or
No. This goes, it's a comedy store. They don't really have a check spot.
Isn't it funny how this is happening right now in North Korea, but for food? Anyway.
All right, who's up next?
Your next comedian, put your hands together for Rob Banks. Rob Banks.
How we doing, guys?
Good.
How's it going? I didn't get a fantasy football this year, which is a real bummer. So, which is really hard because when you watch football and you don't get anything out of it, then it's not really worth watching. So, I decided to take Facebook and make it my fantasy football team. So I have a 500-person roster, and I have my mom starting as my quarterback every week. The way that I pointed out is off the likes on comments. So my mom's really bringing the points. I had to let my sister go because she kept posting baby pictures, and that just wasn't going. Surprisingly, I'm still friends with Ray Rice. But you gotta understand where he's coming from. He's a black male with a Chinese name. No wonder he's angry and hitting people.
All right, you went for it. Combining Facebook and fantasy football is a ballsy move.
I like the idea of using Facebook as a game, maybe. I don't know if it has to be fantasy football, but just having the idea of, like, if you post a baby picture, you're out of there or something like that. I do like where you're going at with that. Maybe think of some more ideas around that. And, like, the first 20 seconds you were explaining about the fantasy football and the football thing, and it was just kind of like, all right, that didn't need to be there. Like, even if you wanted it to be a fantasy football Facebook thing, you could just say, I didn't get my fantasy football. It sucks. So I'm using Facebook now. You could just go right into that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I liked it though.
My fantasies don't go anywhere near a football field. In my fantasy league, I had the Miami Dolphins cheerleaders against the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders this week.
How does that work?
Just fucking doesn't really. I was just fucking around. That's all I had for that. I didn't flush it out. But yeah, I was confused a little bit up front too when you went into it. But I get it. It needs to be flushed out a little more with the baby pictures and stuff like that.
How long have you done stand-up?
3 years now.
Where are you from?
Ohio.
You say that like I'm supposed to know that?
We talked. I know you guys are from Ohio too.
He's been on the show a few
Yeah,
times.
and I know that I'm from Ohio, but you told me that you're from Ohio, like I'm supposed to know. Where at in Ohio?
Akron.
Oh, nice. The home of Goodyear tires.
Yeah.
Yawn. Sorry. You know when you're talking about Ohio like that, and it's like, oh man. Anyway, the football thing. Did you play football in school?
Yeah.
See, he's from Ohio. That's
That's
gotta do
true.
that.
The rubber belt, they call where he's from. Again, because of that Goodyear thing. Rob, how long have you been in LA?
In November will be a year.
Okay.
Are you getting stage time?
Yes.
Good. And that's all you need to do. All the guys have been up here. It looks like they're all like trying to get the stage time. That's like 90% of the job is getting that stage time. So you guys are all doing it. The fact that you guys are out all night doing it, that means that you're really committed, and that's cool. So, the fact that you had a minute to do like a bit, it just shows you that setups. There's setups, and then there's like too long a setup. But what can you do in a minute?
Yeah.
So you hit him with the bit that you wanted to do, right?
Yeah, I just want to get the Ray Rice punchline out.
There you go.
Try to build it the best I
So
can.
did he.
Why would Ray, out of everything that you set up in that joke, why would Ray Rice, other than just the fact that he's in the news, I don't understand how it applies to your mom and your sister being on Facebook.
He had a fucking minute, bro. He couldn't break it all down for you.
But in a minute, I say you can still do a joke in under a minute.
Yeah, but now these guys are making bits instead of jokes.
Yeah, by the way, that was a fucking engagement punch in the elevator.
You're saying that's true love?
It's a cultural thing. She's still fucking married. But he and her doing the business of their own private elevator is their fucking business.
Hey, we're not here to pick the new head of the NFL. All right, we're here to help young comics experience the.
All right, man. Good job, dude. Good job.
There you go, Rob Banks.
Good job, man. Good job, Scott.
He's on Twitter at Comic Rob Banks. Scott, what'd you think of Rob Banks? Have you been seeing him on the scene? You're out there grinding all the time?
Not so much. No.
Fuck yeah. Did somebody throw a mist of Ambien in the air or the sprinkler system or something?
Come on, man. There's no female committee.
This crowd is on the edge of their seats waiting to leave.
I think we need to,
Do I pick out
who you got there?
female?
We are 8 minutes away from 2 females.
Oh,
No matter what happens.
No matter what happens.
This is too Taliban-y. I mean, you have all the guys.
It's very ISIS.
I use the bucket to keep it fair, but sometimes.
There's a girl by the back door that I want to see. She's just been sitting there staring.
Okay. Come on up.
Everybody in this room is right?
All right, cool. Give her a shot.
Whoa, she didn't even get picked. That's awesome.
What's your name? What's your name? Guys, give it up for her.
Tyler Perry is about to have his first child, which I am very happy about because it'll give him more time to focus on his baby instead of writing another Medea movie.
No.
What was Medea, like 97 in the last movie? I think Tyler Perry's next title of his movie should be Medea's Rest in Peace. I can see it on the marquee now. But I think Medea should go out in like a shootout like Queen Latifah did and set it off. Knowing Tyler Perry, he'll probably have Medea's Resurrection. But I really appreciate everything he is doing for the black community.
Good dear.
Okay.
That's excellent.
Yeah. Fun. Tyler Perry stuff. I didn't even know Queen Latifah was in tennis shootout in the movie set it off, but I still enjoyed it.
I like your earrings too, man. Very cool.
How long have you been doing comedy?
A year.
You're doing great.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Those are great earrings.
But you'll never be in a Tyler Perry movie.
But you'll never be in the Tyler.
You never will be in a Tyler Perry movie now.
Just
I thought that, but
You're good with that? You can go with that?
Where are you from?
LA.
Oh,
Nice.
ouch.
Nice. What'd you do before going to see?
Am I a nice representation of LA girls or something?
Yes, you sure am.
Oh, hello.
Wow. That's the other podcast.
Shoulder action for the podcast.
It's a good thing I'm wearing my sponge underpants, I'll tell you that.
Can I get that cigarette?
Easy, cupcake. All right, easy. I just need to be
This went from podcast to the parking lot in an hour. Either way, I like how you came up and you hit a joke like bang. I love that. I love jokes and you hit it like bang, bang. I like that.
Right. What'd you do before you were doing stand-up?
Nursing. I do home care.
Oh, nice.
Can I ask you something? How many times has a white, skinny guy like that talk to you in your life?
A lot.
Exactly. Something about like, you know what? Well, you know, if you want us to turn the heat back on, you're out there. Right? Doesn't he look like every social service guy?
Oh, I see that earring is I see one of your earrings. It's a giant key. Be careful. There's a guy with a necklace that he's
And
adding
the nail
to.
zipper guy, too.
Yeah, exactly. Be
Did you
careful.
make those earrings yourself?
I did.
That's racist.
No, it's not.
Oh, sorry.
Look at the size of that fucking earring.
I'm not Asian. I didn't make everything.
Whoa.
No, it's not. Look at that
Chung
fucking...
Fang, where are you, dude?
Where's Chung Fang when you need him, man?
We can make earrings together.
That's awesome. Wow.
I found it like on a notebook and I
Look
just
at the size of that fucking...
Oh, that's cool. I didn't see a key on that side.
Yeah, yeah, they're two
Holy
different earrings. You get cable with those?
Fuck.
Have you ever been with an Asian guy?
No.
Chow Fang.
And I won't be with one either.
Whoa!
Oh,
I
shit.
think your tattoos on your arms are really sexy though, but once we get down below them, I don't think
Yeah, you never really see that.
That's
You never really see an Asian guy with a sleeve.
Your tattoo sleeves are dope, but
Yeah.
you'll probably just finger bang
You
me.
get any tats?
It's excellent.
You get any tats?
One tattoo, it's a key.
Finger bang, that's the town he's from.
What's the difference?
Oh,
Good.
yeah.
I like this chick. She's good.
Oh, fucking hilarious.
Either way, you fucking rocked out with those jokes, man. That was good.
Thank
You
you.
got a great style.
What's your material? Do you have any material of you being a nurse? Or are you dirtier? Or what's your normal act?
No, because nurses aren't dirty. They're a little.
My dad's African, so I do some talk about being raised with an African dad. My mom's from Compton, so it's kind of weird growing up.
Where'd they be?
At a party.
Oh, yeah. All right, sorry. Whoa, easy.
No, I'm kidding.
All right. Jesus.
I'm mad because I don't have a good parent meeting story, okay? I'm sorry.
All right, well,
I let
leave
it out.
the blanks here. So, your dad's African, and your mom's from Compton.
Yeah,
So, have they met in LA or in
yeah,
Africa?
in LA.
Okay, cool. All right.
So you're born and raised in Compton?
Born and raised in LA.
What part of LA?
Like 34th and Central by US. Yeah.
I'm running a quarter of a fourth of motherfucker down there.
Now, after you guys looted his grandpa's grocery,
Right.
let me ask you this. Yeah, like that happened now. Like that really happened now. Sorry.
No, seriously, I'm sorry.
What's the craziest thing you've seen happen around that neighborhood? What's that like then? I have no idea where 34th and Central is.
We can go tomorrow.
I'm guessing the only time I'm ever there is when I go 20 minutes past the airport. Accident.
I don't know. There were a lot of prostitutes down by my house.
Oh, you've been there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a...
They filmed this episode of Naked and Afraid there. He was a naked prostitute, and he didn't have a condom.
You get a discount?
Great. That's a show.
All right, so go ahead.
Sorry.
Prostitutes at churches. So one time I failed a math quiz, and my dad's an engineer, and he drove me down and was like, "If you don't study your math, you'll be one of these prostitutes."
That's great.
That's one of my jokes, but yeah.
So, why did you go into comedy instead of tennis?
Wow.
You gotta give it. Hey, you gotta give it.
I didn't have enough color braids to put in, so I said, let me stop it. I didn't have enough
Work on that.
I love your style.
Nice. Good job. Good energy.
What was your name again? Can you want to promote?
Akila Aluko.
You're on Twitter or anything?
Yes.
Anything you want to promote?
No, not.
What's your Twitter address?
Want to give a shout out?
Yeah,
I want to give a shout out to my grandma in Compton.
I'm sure she's listening to this.
And Tyler Perry.
No, really. You're awesome. You came up with the hard jokes. I love it.
Thank you so much.
Very good.
Can I be the black girl and the Oreo cookie girls at the end, please?
No, we don't need that.
Okay.
All right, anyway.
I'm asking Tony, but thank you for your time.
Good
Thank you,
job.
guys.
Oh, shit. That was heated.
Yeah, that was I love it. We went
That was like the last season of Mad TV. You know what I'm saying? Heated.
Fuck yeah, it was. Because there was one black girl on that too. Mad TV.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Are you still talking?
Okay.
So who's next?
This is the part where we have both of our regulars who are
Oh,
both late.
fuck yeah.
So it's all estrogen from here on
This
out.
is good. Finally.
Akila got it
Taking all the
started for
swinging
us.
dicks up here.
Put your hands together for your first regular. You know her from all the Kill Tony podcast. She started here on this podcast, and she dropped out of her last semesters at the University of Florida.
And now she's co-emceeing all over the country. Please put your hands together for
Kimberly Congdon.
Hey guys. A while back, I had a pregnancy scare, which was terrifying. I was really worried because I don't think I'm responsible enough to be a mother. So I took a test, and BuzzFeed said I'm definitely not ready, and I got an abortion. It's done. Unlike the abortion, that joke kind of delivered. I was on Facebook today, and I thought this was pretty funny. A woman said that gay people were ruining everything, and that they were going to make children go extinct. Which is weird because gay people have been gay since like the beginning of people, you know? Like I feel like cavemen were like, well, I'm not sucking dick, I'm starting a fire. Like it's always happened. I think the meanest thing I've ever said to a gay guy was, how did your voice know?
That's funny. Kimberly Congdon. What do you guys think?
I thought that, once again, great joke writing. For how long?
A little over a year.
Awesome. The ladies are writing some hard jokes here. I love it.
Yeah.
What's the BuzzFeed? I didn't get that.
Because a lot of people take BuzzFeed quizzes and tests.
Yeah. Come on, Grandpa.
yeah.
Get on the net.
You know what? Don't you know? You gotta think of BuzzFeed.
Let's take BuzzFeed. I didn't know.
I knew it was an online quiz.
I thought maybe. I mean, I see them on Facebook.
Oh, yeah. I sit on the computer all day, so it's everyone that is on the computer all day is just sharing BuzzFeed.
You daily share and that stuff is fucking obnoxious, right?
Yeah, it's terrible.
I had to scare at an abortion clinic one time. I fucking locked my keys in my car and I just yelled over, "Hey, anybody get a hanger?" They chased me for 3 blocks.
That's inappropriate. No, I'm trying to be the crowd. So that's cool. So so you've been doing it for years. So how much time do you think you have now?
Well, I've done it for over a year, so.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know. Shit. No, we're shooting an hour
Let me
special.
ask you a question. How many abortions have you had? Well, one more and I get the next one free. I'm kidding. I don't know.
I've done over 60 new minutes, but I feel like I went back and I counted the ones I really like, and I probably used 15, 17 of them.
Minutes or jokes?
Jokes.
But you already
Not minutes.
You do a new minute
Jokes
every time
inside
you
of
come on this
minute.
spot. You
That is balls.
Yeah, I already
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
Do you tape yourself and listen to the tape?
Well, this one's shaped, but yeah, every other set I take myself.
Every other set. Why is that?
Because I do other sets.
Hold on. Somebody's opening up a Four Loko.
Yeah, did you
What's
know
going on? Go ahead, man.
So you don't need to recycle the bottle in the room.
Jeez.
You'll do that later. The fuck are you doing?
So do you tape yourself or not?
I don't videotape myself. I
No,
record
audio,
myself. Yes,
audio.
all of them.
Because that's the best way. Because hearing the joke and hearing it all the different ways, that's excellent. You do that.
Yeah.
That is like, that will drive you
I
insane.
just have a hard time
I'm
listening.
talking. That would drive you insane more than anything. It was all about her for a second. Go ahead, Johnny. Sorry. Tony, you tape, right? You tape and you listen to the jokes.
Everything, yeah.
Yeah, it's the hardest.
Yeah.
It's really the worst.
It's really hard to listen to it, but I try to, when I'm done with the recording, if there's one thing that I know stood out to me about it, like I just label it as the set, you know, like when you okay it, it's like name file, and sometimes I would just hit okay and it'd be like new recording 135, and it's like, what the fuck is that? So now what I do is like, you know, jizz pants or whatever word.
Oh yeah, your buzzword.
Yeah. Yeah, you're on every week. I don't know what you do during the day. You said you're on the computer.
I'm a receptionist and assistant.
Oh, nice. Interesting.
You know,
How does that turn out for you?
it's a breeze.
You've been doing a lot of spots at night?
Yeah.
Anything crazy happen lately? Any breakthroughs? Anything fun?
Yeah, I did the Ice House with Joe.
Yeah,
I did Comedy Juice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was really fun. It's awesome. Really, really fun.
How many minutes did you do?
I did 5.
God's funny. I just did a Jews cleanse. I got rid of all my representation.
That was really fun.
Well, fun times.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kim.
Thank you.
Kimberly Condon. Everybody follow her on Twitter. Kimberly Condon.
Nice.
I didn't really hear it.
I said I did a Jews cleanse. I got rid of all my representation. Nothing.
Sorry.
All right.
Now I get it. It was like when the other guy said Gildigan, and I thought I didn't.
Nervous, dude.
I never would have said Gilligan, but I didn't hear Jews cleanse, or else I would have laughed harder. Guys, our other regular. Always goofy, always fun. Put your hands together for Sarah Wineshanks, everybody.
What's up? Really, really fucking happy. I never have to take another science class again. I hated science. Science teachers are just like doctors that couldn't make it. All science teachers are fucking weirdos. I never want to look at another microscope again. I don't even know what the hell you're supposed to scope. When I was looking into the microscope, I scoped nothing. I was like, wait, what are we looking at? Am I training to be a doctor? You want me to look through a lens at a specimen? I'm in 6th fucking grade. You want me to look at a lens and scope it out? There's nothing to scope. I don't care what a plant looks like. I want to draw it. I'd rather look through a kaleidoscope. Bring me a fucking kaleidoscope. I don't need a microscope. I just want to see some colors.
Good job.
Commitment.
Yeah, you're all angry about that 6th grade science class.
Yeah.
I think you've had enough time to get over it.
Needed to be said. How long have you been doing this?
A few years.
There you go. And that's a character.
Yeah, well, it's like another side of me, but I don't walk around like that. Like, I'm a normal person. You know what I mean? I'm not always on, but this is how I feel inside.
But this is you right now. We're
This is
talking
me.
you?
When I'm talking to you right now,
Yes.
I'm not going to yell at you.
Okay. Well, at least.
Unless I'm fired up.
Okay, but the other character is a composite of what?
Of how I feel internally, but I'm a lady.
You're a lady.
I'm a lady, but I'm an angry lady. But in public situations, I will be my most ladylike self. But this is my place to be how I really feel.
Last question.
Yes.
Who picked out those pants? You or the character? No, I'm wondering if that's part of the character.
No. I definitely picked these out.
Thank you.
Thanks, God.
Now, Wineshank. Normally, your style is you take something small, you know, and delve into it, break it open.
Make it bigger.
Yeah.
Reverse Seinfeld.
Yes, exactly. Normally, it's like, you know, shaving cream or something, you know, something that people deal with usually. And I think that's what sort of happened here tonight is you went from taking these niche things and making them bigger to your niche thing. Nobody in this, I mean, you're talking about microscoping. You know what I mean?
It also was like one joke that you seemed like you kind of just repeated through the whole thing.
Okay. Well,
so many of your things are usually condiments and like things that people see or deal with. So, I mean, I'm just saying, like,
okay.
What do you think about what made you so passionate about your 6th grade, like, Microscopes.
everyone who went to school and wasn't fucking around had to look through a microscope at some point, right? And so I felt like that was going to be relatable. Maybe I didn't make it relatable enough, but I know for a fact a lot of these eyes have seen what I've seen through a microscope, which is nothing.
Let's go back to our Asian comic. Did you find that interesting, science, or no? Answer interesting.
In all your days of microscoping, Sarah, did you ever use the knob on the side of the microscope to adjust the level
to go to where it became really cool?
Yeah.
I was going to talk about the knobs and I forgot. I wrote that down.
I'm sick of knob jokes. I'm glad you fucking let that out, personally. Breath of fresh air.
You put a slide in there? What was on the fucking slide?
A specimen. I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
Blood, and like I don't care, plant.
See, I had my own.
So this is from your high school days that you were talking about,
It's
right?
just like, I think sometimes I don't know how the fuck I passed biology.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that I don't have to look at any more fucking microscopes.
All right.
You know?
Hey. Got it. I understand.
I grew up with a microscope that was a lot, I guess, cooler for a kid, like a boy to grow up, like putting your cum on there and looking at it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You know,
He used this to beat off. Listen, the thing is,
I just think it's funny, but in some parts of the world, girls aren't even allowed to fucking wear shoes. So, you know, the fact that you get to look at a microscope, I mean, really, come on. Be a little more third world about it.
you could have been a fucking CSI and you fucking like looking through a microscope. You could have a whole fucking other career and not being criticized by fucking us. You could have been on a fucking,
Yeah.
a homicide fucking solving team.
But I would hate that.
Is there anything anything happened lately that you're more passionate about than microscopes, or is microscopes really at the forefront of everything? Like, you seem like you're really venting like a teapot.
Is that where we're all went downhill?
I was just thinking, like, well, there's other shit, yeah. I was thinking about.
Just one thing, like anything else crazy going on?
Well, I remembered something that happened in a relationship, and then I got pissed and sad, and then I felt a lot of things.
Save it for next week.
Next week,
That was a nice little Easter egg. A little teaser.
Really, nice tease. Nice tease.
You love the microscope page. You're gonna love this. Hey, you know what though? You've got great energy, and you're different, and that's like it takes everybody forever to find out who they are. I think you know who you are, so that's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
thank you.
Oh, sorry.
No,
No,
yeah,
no.
absolutely.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Sarah Wineshank, everybody. She did it again. The girls both with a brand new minute. So fun.
That's amazing that they're each doing a new minute every week.
Yeah, it's real.
Wow, Tony.
Yeah.
Either you're a Svengali to get them to do that kind of shit.
What's a Svengali?
I don't know. It's like a good man
Like
thing.
a mind reader.
Either way, these girls come up here and they do a new minute every week.
Yeah.
And they get to perform it all during the weekend when they come up.
Yeah. That's fun.
They can work on their minute, they come back and bring it to kids out. It's nice.
Yeah. And then they go do longer sets other places and slide the minute in and rotate a new 30 with the older. They could do it anyway, you know. But the only thing is new minute here. Guys,
I don't think I could do a new minute in a week like that.
it's interesting because it would level out too. I mean, it's not like everything's gonna always, connect. Like Kim said, she's done, 70 some episodes or whatever, and she was honestly saying, between whatever she said, 15 and 17, which I think that's probably about what I was at shortly after a year. But it's not always hits, but it is 52 new minutes a year.
Well, that's the writing. It's a constant writing and coming up with stuff. I mean, that's where you find it. It's writing and performing and writing and performing and writing and performing.
Right.
That's what gets you better.
And most people, I feel like most comedians don't really get that until a few years in, is how much writing and work that it is. So it's good that they're starting off on sort of like a different regimen.
Yeah, plus it's ballsy. I mean, you come up every week and do it in a minute. That's, it's great.
So there they are. Put your hands together for Kimberly Congdon and Sarah Wineshank, everybody. So fun. Guys, we did it. Kill Tony 70-something. Hashtag 70-something. Put your hands together for Scott Kidd. He's our Patriot this week. Scott, anything you want to promote? You're at DevoKid on Twitter. That's at DevoKidd, correct? Yes, that's correct. Anything else coming up? I've been helping some friends out. Anytime with Doug Reed, check it out, guys. Bad News Weekly. Why not? Sure. I'm not sure what the name of any of that is. Or what you... serious. Don't worry about it. Okay. There you go. Next time, if you say that before, people will actually be able to Google it or something. Scott Kid, everyone. Our sponsor was Elise Lane. She's at the Girl with the Pan on Instagram and Facebook. On Twitter, she's at Elise Lane. Delicious oven roasted potato wedges with steak and mushrooms. And a vegan poutine. A vegan poutine for me. Nice. A little bit. I don't like to talk about it, but you know, it's sort of like yeah.
So on fucking Thanksgiving at your house, you have trimmings. Put all the trimmings is what you're saying. You sit around the carpet, mashed potatoes, and go over the place.
I kill it on Thanksgiving. Toast turkey, toast stuffing,
Yeah, well, you
toe
can go
everything.
fuck yourself, because I eat that shit. I want some fucking meat and some stuffing like a goddamn human being.
Dave Attell, everybody.
Thank you for having me, guys.
What's coming up? What do you want people to listen to?
When does this episode air?
A couple weeks.
Couple weeks?
Yep.
If it's around Veterans Day, I'm doing a Veterans Day benefit for the Military Family Assistance Association at Gotham. That's November 11th. That's Veterans Day, and please come by. We need your help. And if not, maybe you'll catch me at the Comedy Underground live version at the Village Underground in New York City, because I assume we'll be having something that way. We're doing something this way, that way. And for those of you who watch and the comics you supported, thank you so much. So
Hell yeah, Dave Attell. Giving comedians a shot on Comedy Underground on Comedy Central, including Jimmy Schubert, who was on that show.
Yeah, it's great. One of the best comedy shows on TV.
Jimmy, what else?
Nothing bad. It's good. I'll be out touring at JimmyShubert.com. Check my tour schedule. I'm going to Austin. I'll be at the Borgata in Atlantic City. I'm also going to Winston-Salem. I'll be in Phoenix. And then for Thanksgiving, I'm actually doing Gitmo. Go over there and doing certain shows for the military as well. Giving up the Thanksgiving. Go do some shows for those guys.
Follow these guys on Twitter. It's at Jimmy Schubert and at Attell, Attell. Come see me in Redmond in Toronto. Kill Tony goes to Toronto in November to the Dark Comedy Festival. Kill Tony Live in Toronto. Come see us in Phoenix, Arizona. And other fun things. Great big announcements always coming. Thanks for listening, and thank you, live audience. That's Kill Tony 70.
What's up, Flying Fairies? How are you? Can you hear me? Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod Nachito Le'olam. sluts. It is 6WR 5786, Thursday, April 23rd. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, Eladivrei, Elohim, Chaim, but this is the Missouri we live by. $37.61, creation of the Lord, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. $36.31, 130, Seth, son of Adam, was born. 50, 35.26, 235, Enosh, son of Seth, was born. 34.36, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. Been doing this bitch 118 days, son. Brooketed and I land him upon the circuit, Jonathan, let's talk to Tivanu. Al Sephrat HaOmer, blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments, and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 22 days, which is 3 weeks and 1 day of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash in its place speedily in our days. Amen. Sabah.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection. And hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right. Welcome back to more Shabbatites V excitement. We're really going to get into some of the more technical stuff around Shabbatites V, and we're going to talk about how what was at some level a very fringe movement became a dominant movement in the Jewish world in the middle of the 16th, 17th century. And eventually how you would think that the death of Shabbatai and the death of his prophet, Nathan of Gaza, would have spelled the end for the entire movement. But as you probably know, dying is not really an impediment for messiahs. Messiahs die all the time, and their believers keep on believing in them as if nothing happened, whether it's Jesus of Nazareth or Menachem Mendel Schneerson of blessed memory. People continue to believe in their messiahs. Death is just a speed bump on the way to eternity. And so we'll turn to that and how the Shabbatian movement continued after Shabbatai's death, and how it thrived all the way probably at the least into the 1880s, maybe even later than that, especially in Turkey, although we don't know what its status is these days in Turkey. So what is the recap for tonight? Well, the recap is there was a guy in the 17th century that believed he was the Messiah, and so did half the world's Jews. That's the recap. There was a guy, Shabbatai Tzvi, who was declared a Messiah by a relatively minor Kabbalist and healer in Gaza, Nathan of Gaza, Nosan Gazati, and he was declared Messiah in 1665, although he had messianic pretensions as early as 1648. And between 1665 and 1666, half of the world's Jews seemed to have accepted his messianic claims. And this is evidenced by the most classic example of the evidence for this is the prayer books that get printed. The prayer books that have pictures of Shabbatai Tzvi in them. The prayer books that have prayers for Shabbatai Tzvi. The letters that come over and over again from major rabbinical figures all over the Jewish world that affirm belief in Shabbatai Tzvi as the Messiah. And we talked a bit last time about the life of Shabbatai Tzvi, the sort of the ups and downs of his life, of Nathan of Gaza, and things like this. So we talked a bit about the life and times of Shabbatai Tzvi, but what we didn't get into last time is exactly
Legend.
How he's supposed to be the Messiah. How does that work exactly? Right? So what exactly does it mean to say that Shabbatai Tzvi was the Messiah? And how this dovetails in a really important way as a part of our discussions here on Kabbalah is that one can only understand the messianic claims of Shabbatai Tzvi or of Nathan of Gaza by understanding how that was justified. And that was justified by Kabbalah, basically. It was justified, underwritten by Kabbalah. The Kabbalah enabled Nathan of Gaza and at some level Shabbatai Tzvi to develop this messianic story that allowed Shabbatai Tzvi to claim that he was the Messiah, and for Nathan of Gaza to greatly popularize his messianic claims. Now, there's a couple of things to know that are important about Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza, his prophet, and how they're quite different in terms of their relationship to Kabbalah. The first thing that's really important to know is that they don't really have the same education. Shabbatai Tzvi is kind of a yeshiva dropout. He's very talented, he's very smart, and of course he's very charismatic, more charismatic than anything else, I suspect. But Shabbatai Tzvi doesn't have a very strong grasp on Kabbalah. He certainly knows the Zohar very well. We know that. He's been studying the Zohar since he was a teenager. So he has a very strong grasp on the Zohar. But the developments in the Cordoveran system of Kabbalah, the developments in the world of Sfat, the world of Lurianic Kabbalah, there's actually very little evidence that Shabbatai Tzvi had a grasp of those developments. He doesn't seem to understand or appreciate or have had education in the very complex world of Lurianic Kabbalah. So we have just a difference in education level when it comes to Kabbalah and Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza. Now, Nathan of Gaza, which is really important to know about Nathan of Gaza, is he is hyper aware of the developments in the Lurianic Kabbalah. And I mean hyper aware. He is so well educated that if you read some of his Kabbalistic works, which are among the most technical Kabbalistic texts written at the time, he knows very subtle differences between different schools of Kabbalah. So he even knows differences between how very technical ideas in Lurianic Kabbalah are being debated among very high-level people in that world. For instance, people like Israel Sarug and Chaim Vital. So Nathan of Gaza is someone who knows these conversations. He is a technical maestro when it comes to the developments. He's at the cutting edge at some level of some of these developments. And it's going to be really important because how Nathan of Gaza is going to justify Shabbatai Tzvi's messianic claims are going to be by appealing to and what's the right word? Augmenting, changing, corrupting, whatever word you want to use. He's going to be relying heavily on Lurianic Kabbalah, but he's going to do his own thing too. He's going to do his own thing. We'll see this in just a moment. Shabbatai, for him, his messianic claims, which we can see in his letters, are not justified by appealing to complex ideas of Lurianic Kabbalah because he doesn't know much about it. He's claiming that he is the Messiah because God chose him and because he has a relationship with God. That is to say, Shem and Shabbatai are friends. So when Shabbatai calls God by God's name, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, Shabbatai doesn't imagine he's doing something transgressive. He knows he's not supposed to do it. But he has this intense personal relationship with God that he can call God by God's name. So for him, for Shabbatai, it has nothing to do with some very complex Kabbalistic mythological stuff. It has to do with the fact that God and Shabbatai are close. That he and God have a relationship. And that relationship is one of anointing. It's one of, I've been invited into the world of Godhead, and I have a relationship with Hashem. Now, that to you might sound really Christian. That might sound really, really Christian to you. And in fact, one of the things that Shabbatai talks about all the time is Christianity. He talks about Jesus. He says, one of the things I'm going to do in this whole messianic business is redeem Jesus. He's very influenced at some level by Christianity. And part of what I think makes the Jewish world very uncomfortable with Shabbatai is not his transgressive behavior. His transgressive behavior gets really overplayed for reasons we'll talk about later. But it's not his transgressive behavior, it's his syncretism. That he's okay with the idea of incorporating Christian elements, with incorporating secular elements, with incorporating Islamic elements. That's what worries the Jewish establishment. It's his syncretism that makes them really angry. Of course, he does these transgressive things, and that pisses him off too. Really, it's the syncretism that really gets him. And I think that's something that's come forward new in the scholarship. And we were just talking about this before the recording started, is that part of what's going on now in the scholarship is we're now beginning to realize that Shabbatai Tzvi was much more at the helm of understanding what was going on than the previous generation of scholarship, mostly Gershom Scholem, thought. Scholem basically thought that at some level, Shabbatai Tzvi was a yeshiva dropout who had no real understanding of Judaism, much less really Kabbalah, and that he was a mentally ill person that rode on the coattails of the great prophet Nathan of Gaza. That was the theory that really, if you read Sholem's work, that's the theory that goes. More recent scholarship by Yehuda Leibs and other kinds of folks, Pavel Majenko, that we really now know that's not true. Because we have letters from Shabbatai Tzvi explaining why he thinks he's the Messiah. And he gives very different reasons for why he thinks he's the Messiah as opposed to why Nathan of Gaza thinks it. So we're getting a much more complicated vision of who Shabbatai Tzvi was, his theology, his ideas of his own messiahhood. We're getting those ideas, and this shows you that the scholarship is continuing to evolve. So let's get into Nathan of Gaza's theory, right? Let's get into Nathan of Gaza's theory, because that's going to really tie us back to the Kabbalah in a big way. So what does Nathan of Gaza think? Why does Nathan of Gaza think that Shabbatai is the Messiah? So it has everything to do with Kabbalah. It has everything to do with Lurianic Kabbalah. So just to rewind a little bit, right? You'll remember from the Lurianic theory that God was originally an infinite fullness, and that fullness filled the entire everything. And that in order to create creation, God had to contract God's self, and that act of contraction is called tzimtzum. Well, when God contracted God's self into the tzimtzum, that left behind a void, what we call the tehiru in Hebrew. And the tehiru, right, when it was evacuated, according to the Lurianic Kabbalah, it left behind traces of the divine. There are sort of fragments of God left behind. I always imagine, you ever poured out oil from a cooking pan? There's always oil left, no matter how much you tip it over. You can't quite get all the oil out. The traces of the oil, the traces of the divine light, the Rishimu, coated or fragmented all over inside of the tehiru, of the void. Well, some of those aspects of those traces within the divine void contained elements of divine judgment. Remember, divine judgment in the Kabbalah is always thought of when divine judgment isn't checked by other forces, that is evil. It's unbridled judgment, din. Well, those elements of din, of unbridled judgment that remain inside of the tehiru, in terms of the void, those elements of unbridled
called vengeance and judgment, they sank to the bottom of that void. And as they sank to the bottom of that void, those elements became the sort of the abyss, or the sort of a demonic world at the bottom of that void of the gap that when God zoomed. That area, by the way, is called the Golem, and Lorena Kabbalah, it's called the Golem. It's the unformed world. It's just a chaos. It's a tohu bohu. It's this chaotic nightmare where all the evil has sunk to the bottom of the void. All right, so when God shoots God's light into that void, at the very tip of that sphere, at the very tip of Yesod, at the tip of God's phallus, I suppose, at the tip of God's Yesod, the tip of that sphere that like plunges all the way in to the void, to the Tehiru, and the tip of that, and this is where Nathan of Gaza comes in. This is not Lurianic Kabbalah, Nathan of Gaza. The tip of that void shoots all the way into the very bottom of the void of the abyss where the demons are, and the tip of that is the soul of the Messiah. The soul of the Messiah is the tip of the spear, the tip of the light going all the way in. And as soon as it reaches the bottom, it comes back up, and all of God's remaining judgment in Ein Sof floods into the void, the demonic abyss, the golem, and the soul of the Messiah is the only thing good left at the bottom of that chaotic, nightmarish abyss of evil. The soul of the Messiah is born, is deposited, according to Nathan of Gaza, at the very bottom of the abyss. And that abyss is filled with every form of evil imaginable. Every form of evil imaginable. The soul of the Messiah is born there, is put there. And there, the soul of the Messiah becomes infused with all this evil. And it's only through this unimaginable process where the soul of the Messiah has to redeem itself, has to climb out of this horrifying abyss of evil, that in the process of redeeming itself, eventually it pulls itself all the way up, right through these horrific world of what I call the Tanaim, the dragons. The text that describes this is called Drush Tanaim, the treatise of the dragon. As the Messiah's soul fights vigorously, strives vigorously to purify itself, re-purify itself of all this evil, eventually the soul of the Messiah reaches sort of the event horizon, right? If you want to think about this in terms of black hole, it's like a black hole, but eventually the soul of the Messiah can get to the very top of the event horizon, right? And just barely pop through. Now, when it barely pops through this horrific world of demonic power, it's still corrupted deeply with demonic power. It's still infused with evil. And so it's still some battle of good and evil. It's still deeply polarized between really, really good, it's the soul of the Messiah, and really, really bad, right? The evil world of the Klipot, the shards. And as it climbs out, it eventually crosses back through the event horizon of evil, which you can't do with the black hole, but it crosses through, and it's still influenced with all this evil, but as soon as it climbs out of the world of Klipot, it has to find a body. And when it finds a body, the soul root that finds a body, whose body did it find? It found the body, according to Nathan of Gaza, of poor Shabbatai Tzvi. And folks, that explains Shabbatai Tzvi. That explains these, according to Nathan of Gaza, these illuminations and these darkness periods, this manic behavior, manic depression. It explains why he can be completely righteous and in love with God, and yet do these transgressive things, where he says that the 17th of Tammuz or whatever is a feast day rather than a fast. And it's exactly Shabbatai's manic depressive psychology and manic depressive religiosity that for Nathan of Gaza is actually proof of his messianicness. Because inside of Shabbatai is the struggle of the messianic soul against the world of evil. And for Nathan of Gaza, this entire process is the final act of history. Once Shabbatai is purified of all of this evil, then everything will be redeemed. He is embodying, according to Nathan of Gaza, he embodies this final titanic struggle of good and
apostasy mean, right? Because again, Nathan of Gaza is formulating this idea in 1665. Nathan of Shabbatai apostatizes in 1666. Well, we have two completely different theories about what's going on here. We have Nathan's theory. Nathan's theory is that Shabbatai is plunging himself into the world of evil, that is to say, Gentile religion. Nathan of Gaza has nothing good to say about the Gentiles. He's plunging himself into the world of evil in order to basically undermine it. That is to say, he's destroying it from the inside. Nathan of Gaza's theology is always the idea that Shabbatai is plunging himself into this to destroy it. He's like a double agent. He's sneaking into the world of he's not really apostatizing. He's pretending to apostatize, to plunge himself into this world, to undermine it, to destroy the Clipbook. What we now know from Shabbatai's letters, right? We have another view, which again is actually Shabbatai's view. Shabbatai also thought he was the Messiah. Shabbatai's view was that he was plunging himself into this in order to redeem Islam. He thought of himself as a redeemer. He wasn't going into Islam to destroy it. He thought there was positive things in Islam. He thought there was positive things in Christianity. And the idea was that ultimately, by plunging himself into this, by plunging himself into Islam, he could redeem the world of the Muslims, and that would be part of the grand redemption. Notice they're very different theories. Notice that what Nathan thought was happening is one thing, and what Shabbatai is happening is something completely different. So notice here, even the Shabbatian movement isn't coherent in terms of what they thought was happening in terms of Shabbatai's messianic mission. And that's not surprising, because if you look at early Christianity, it's not clear that early Christianity really understood what Jesus' messianic mission was. And there was a huge debate about that. Paul thought one thing, James thought another, Peter thought something else. It's not clear that anyone really had a clear idea that Jesus' messianic mission was X, Y, or Z. And so that's why you have these big debates in the church, ditto with the Shabbatian movement. Now, what's key about this, right, is that we have three important interlocking things that make this important. The first is all of them agree that whatever Messiah means, it does not mean the traditional idea of Messiah, which we talked about last time, which is the idea of a political Messiah. This is a spiritualization, the same thing that the Jesus movement did with Jesus, the Shabbatian movement does with Shabbatai, ditto with Further, we have this quasi-Lurianic justification for Shabbatai's claims. Now, what's important to note about these sort of quasi-messianic justifications for Shabbatai's messianic claims is that they're going to be the ones that largely stick. Now, it's a case that some Shabbatians did have some letters of Shabbatai, but largely what's going to stick is going to be the Lurianic, quasi-Lurianic read. I say quasi-Lurianic because a lot of this is not Luria. This is Nathan of Gaza sort of riffing on Luria. Riffing on Luria is a kind way of putting it. But yeah, riffing on Luria. And third, this is all part of a larger apocalyptic agenda, as we mentioned last time. Again, I cannot emphasize this enough. The 17th century, the mid-17th century, was an age of hyper-apocalypticism. I mean, folks who remember the 1990s, remember the 1990s and how apocalyptic that was. You have the Branch Davidians, you have Y2K, you have all this stuff, you have Heaven's Gate. It was a very apocalyptic time. We'll take that and turn it up to 50. And that gives you some sense of how crazily apocalyptic the 17th century was. So this is part of a much bigger apocalyptic world, and Shabbatai's messianic claims are all about the end of the world. And to give it a sense of that, I want to read a letter of Nathan of Gaza here, just a chunk of a letter from Nathan of Gaza. And I'll read it relatively briefly, just so you know kind of what the mood felt like. So this is a letter of Nathan of Gaza to Raphael Joseph, who was a Chalevi of Cairo, the big dude in Cairo. In fact, he was the guy that Dave Shepard shot. So I'm reading the translated lines of Nathan of Gaza. Quote, nowadays, we again face opposing forces. They are wholly ineffective, however, and injure no one but themselves, for the final end is now upon us. Again, the apocalyptic level, the final end is now upon us. This being so, Nathan writes, you must not wonder why, by what special merit our generation has come to deserve it. In addition, there are these dreadful agonies, inconceivable and limitless, that Rabbi Shabbatai Tzvi has suffered on behalf of the Jewish nation. Consequently, he has full power to do with this nation whatever he pleases, to justify or, shalom, condemn them. He may justify the most depraved sinner in existence, even someone like Jesus,
or condemn anyone who doubts him, even if he be the most pious person alive, to unspeakable torments. You must treat the following principle as absolutely certain. The Jewish people cannot attain to life other than by believing these things without any sign or miracle. All this is God's purpose enacted in this generation, worthy to see the beginnings of the redemption. The beginnings of the redemption. You must have no concern whatever for those who do not believe, even if they be your close personal friends. And then after that, what ends up happening is that Shabbatai describes the outline of what Nathan of Gaza thinks is going to be roughly a 100-year period in which everything all is going to go down, and you get a sort of timeline about how this thing is going to go down, how Shabbatai is going to go, and all kinds of stuff. It's very, very bizarre. But at any rate, that gives you some sense of the fervor that Nathan of Gaza puts onto all this. Now, as we mentioned, Shabbatai died, and so did Nathan of Gaza. In fact, after Shabbatai died, Nathan of Gaza kind of redoubles his efforts, and he argues basically that Shabbatai's death is a kind of illusion, that Shabbatai is not dead, he's just hidden, right? That was an idea to be found also in Shia and Ismaili Islam, that he was occulted, and at some point very, very soon, he would reveal himself again in his full glory. Again, are they leaning on Christianity at some level here? It sounds like it. It sounds very Christian, that he's just hidden. So this is a kind of, it's kind of Shia, kind of Ismaili, kind of Christian move, that Shabbatai is not dead, he's just hidden. Now, what ends up happening in all of this, right, is that there is something of a combination that's already happened in Shabbatai's life, or the end of his life, where some Sufi ideas have begun to enter the inner circle of Shabbatai's theology, and those Sufi Islamic ideas began to form a kind of synthetic theology. And that synthetic theology allows for the idea that, again, Shabbatai might be occluded, he's actually not dead. And what we have is over and over again these predictions that Shabbatai will appear on this year and this year and this year, and of course he never does. And eventually Nathan of Gaza, well, he dies. Nathan of Gaza dies, and as soon as Nathan of Gaza dies, the movement immediately begins to fracture. Because of course, when you have Nathan of Gaza, who is probably one of the more talented Kabbalists of his day, unable to basically continue to steer the movement via his theoretical Kabbalah, the movement begins to fall apart. And the first person to really pick up the reins of this movement will be Abraham Cardozo, himself a very strong believer in Shabbatai. He would travel all around the Eastern Mediterranean basin, but also through Europe. He would be proclaiming the gospel, so to speak, of Shabbatai's fee, and he was murdered in 1706. So he was a huge promulgator of Shabbatian doctrine until he was killed. Now, the other side of this is that once Shabbatai died, the women in the movement really take up the reins. And again, is this surprising? No. Think about Jesus. The moment that Jesus died, who were the only people there at the grave? It was the women, right? We have the Marys, right? We have the women there. The men all scatter. And so women in a big way hold the reins of the movement very early on. And in fact, there's some really great studies about Shabbatian women prophets and how the Shabbatian women prophets really both made the movement work, but also propelled the movement after Shabbatai had died. Now, you'll remember that Shabbatai remarried after his first wife died, and his second wife, Aisha, or Yochebed, she went by both names. Actually, Aisha, or Yochebed, declared that her younger brother, Yaakov Corrido, was in fact the reincarnation of Shabbatai's fate. So, what we have, again, is the use of Lurianic Kabbalah, the idea of soul roots, and Gilgul HaNeshemot, the idea of reincarnation, being marshaled to show that there is a continuity of Shabbatai's soul. He's not dead. He's just reincarnated. He's reincarnated, of course, into the younger brother here of Aisha, Yochebed. Now, what ends up happening in this whole process is that there is some pressure being put on these quasi-Shabbatian Jews, Muslims, that are there living in places like Salonika and in places around the Shabbatian movement. Remember that part of what happened with Shabbatai Tzvi is he was condemned for not being Muslim enough, and he was exiled all the way in what is now Montenegro. And so some of the people around him that stayed around him, about 300 families or so, these were Jewish believers in Shabbatai who had never converted to Islam,
And eventually, with Aisha's pressure, probably she's getting pressure from the Ottoman Empire, they all convert. Right, we get a mass conversion of about 300 families who do convert to Islam in 1683, some years after Shabbatides died. That core of about 300 families, right, which is the size of basically the synagogue I grew up in, that core was going to form the core of the post-Shabbatian movement. And over around a century, right, we have about, that number grows to about 600 families, and over time, what would end up happening is in that time period, in the generation after Shabbatide's death, the new faith of the Shabbatian movement would take effect. And basically, the new faith looks something like this. There is a Torah that is composed of 18 laws. There are 18 laws that make up the Torah of the Shabbatian movement. They do not have relationship with Jews, and they have outward relationships with Muslims, but they don't marry with Muslims, and they don't bury their dead with Muslims. So they don't associate with the Jewish crowd, because obviously they're not Jews anymore. They're Muslims now. But what's important is they still follow an underground form of Judaism made up of 18 laws, and that they only marry within their own rights, and they only bury within their own rights. And what ends up happening is this group of converted Muslim, Jew, Shabbatian people, they don't actually observe Islam completely, and they dissimulate. They lie about the degree to which they're really Muslims, and this actually has precedent in some lodges in the Sufi movement. This is an idea called taqiyya, not taqiyya and not taqiyya, not the Hebrew word taqiyya. This is the idea that you can hide your Sufi beliefs if those Sufi beliefs get you physically endangered. They can endanger you. So what they're living is basically a dual life. They're living quietly as kind of Jews, but publicly they're living as Muslims. But they're still not quite Muslims, and they're still certainly not Jews. There's something else. And this something else is going to eventually evolve into its own religion. Now, inside of the movement, as you might imagine, there are further fractures. The two major fractures, and there's going to be three major fractures within the Shabbatian movement that will occur. The first major fracture is that there's going to be another incarnation of, so-called incarnation of Shabbat Tzvi and Berechia Russo, who's known in Turkish as Osman Baba. He'll die in 1720, which, by the way, is telling you how close we're getting to modernity, by the way, at this point. And he's declared to be one of the really important, he's been declared to be the legitimate inheritor of the Shabbatian movement. He's a reincarnation of Shabbat Tzvi. So this is going to break the movement into two different groups. The smaller movement, which is the Yaqubi movement. The Yaqubi movement is actually very close to Sunni Orthodox Islam in the Karakashi movement. And the Karakashi movement is going to be much more syncretistic with Judaism. It's going to maintain some relationships with Judaism, but it's going to be much more heavily Sufi influenced. What's important to know about the Karakashi movement is that they're going to have missionaries. And those missionaries are going to be sent to Eastern Europe. Again, where is this movement developing? It's developing primarily in Salonika. It's developing in places like Montenegro. They're going to move their way into Central Europe, and eventually they're going to reach the core of Central Europe and the Podolia region in Poland. And as you probably know, the Podolia region in Poland is going to be absolutely core in all this. We'll get to that in a minute. There's going to be a third and final split. This is the Kapansi movement. This is the group that rejects the whole reincarnation theory. They reject the idea that Osman Baba is in fact the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi, and they say that only Shabbatai, that there have been no reincarnations of Shabbatai Tzvi, only Shabbatai Tzvi is the Messiah, and this version, right, the Kapansi movement, is the idea that Shabbatai Tzvi is the only form of the Messiah. That group, which is actually pretty close to the very popular Mevlevi Sufi order, which I imagine folks know the Mevlevis, right? Those are the whirling dervishes. These are the famous whirling dervishes in the Sufi movement. So they're very close to them in a lot of ways. It's that part of the Shabbatian movement that's going to go on to become the one that will survive in Turkey. That one will survive in Turkey. We'll talk about that in a minute. So by the early to the mid-18th century, these groups would become the core of what we call the Shabbatian movement in the Ottoman Empire. And collectively, they're referred to as Dönme. Right? Dönme. This word actually means apostate, and many of them would not call themselves Donme, but I would call them something like conversos or just Shabbatians, but the name Donme is stuck. Now, you might be asking how many of these Donme were there in the Ottoman Empire. Well, they had a bit of a problem in terms of growing themselves because they only married within their own families, which led to all kinds of problems. So they were probably, we guess, sometime or somewhere between 10 to 15,000 Donme in the Ottoman Empire at the turn of the 20th century. So at the turn of the 20th century, there were 10,000 of these Shabbatians living in the Ottoman Empire. They were practicing Jews of a very strange type. They lived on the outside as Muslims, but on the inside they lived secretly as a kind of Jew. And they were kind of accepted. Everyone knew, I think, that they weren't completely Muslims, and everyone kind of knew they weren't really Jews. They kind of did their own thing. They buried their own dead in their own graveyards. They only married each other. They lived in the same part of Salonika and eventually Istanbul. They were their own thing. And everyone at some level knew this. Now, what's important about the Donme is that there are two things that are really important that are known about them, is that they became very, very, very well educated and very, very wealthy. This is all often true for very tight group communities, right? That is to say, they became skilled craftsmen, they became skilled tradesmen, and they kept their money indoors, and they become actually quite educated and actually quite wealthy. And they were some of the earliest Turks to turn toward the West in the process of sort of modernization. And as the Ottoman Empire began to come apart, the Donme formed, on some level, the core of the Young Turks. And the Young Turks, as you probably know, are the folks that led the modernization of Turkey. They revitalized the Turkish language. And in many ways, they formed the core of the process in which Turkey would modernize. And in many ways, these Donme, which we now know the Donme, formed a pretty significant element of the Young Turk movement, which means they played a pivotal role in the development of Turkey as a modern nation. Now, the tide of that would all turn. In fact, I think I said this right. I said this on the slide. The first foreign ministry for the new government of Turkey would be a Karakashi Donme. So the first foreign minister, that's a big deal. That's a high-ranking member of the Turkish government, was Donme. So now the problem with this is, as the 20th century wore on, Turkey and, of course, Israel came into loggerheads about all kinds of things. And what ended up happening was that there was a huge anti-Semitic backlash in Turkey. And that anti-Semitic backlash caught the Donme. The Donme were thought of as secret Jews. And the idea they were secret Jews is even more terrible because they were, conspiracy theories and stuff that fled through Turkey. And so many of the Donme basically completely abandoned any Judaism, and many of them just ceased being Donme and became completely secular. They became completely secular. The question now these days, by the way, is, are there any Donme in Turkey at all? And we don't know. We don't know. I think I mentioned this last time in my last lecture on the Shabbatians. I had a student in a class I taught on Shabbat Speed. She came from a Donme family, and she said that in Turkey that she would ask other people, and they would say, yeah, I come from a family of Karkeshi people, or I come from a family of Kompasi people, but no, I'm just a secular person. My father was secular. My grandfather may have visited, whatever, a tomb of someone, but no, there are no practicing Donme left in Turkey. The problem with this, of course, is we don't know, because part of what the Donme do is they don't tell anyone they practice this. They practice this idea of takia, which means they don't make it public they are, in fact, Shabbatians. So are there Shabbatians left in Turkey? Maybe. Probably not. They're probably extinct. But are there Donme families left in Turkey? Probably. Yeah, there are definitely Donme families left in Turkey. But are there any practicing Shabbatians in Turkey? The data seem to indicate no. It seems to be an extinct religion. But I'm leaving the door open for the possibility that they're still over there, but I think that the odds of them actually surviving are pretty low. So that gives us some idea that the Donme, at some level, Shabbatianism continued to survive and thrive all the way into at least the mid-20th century in Turkey, where it was kind of born. Now, As I mentioned, right, the Karkashi sect, the sect that holds that Othman Baba is the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi. Again, to get some idea of where we are, we're on 1720. That sect, the Karkashi, were much more willing to mix Judaism and Islam. And remember, it was that sect that sent the first post-Shabbatai missionaries into Eastern Europe. Now, you might wonder, why in the world would anyone listen to this in Eastern Europe? Why would Jews hear these guys out? Shabbatai's dead. He's been dead for a generation. It was a huge disappointment. It was a disaster. This entire thing was a disaster. Why would any Jews listen to the idea that Shabbatai Tzvi is the Messiah, despite the fact that this entire disaster has happened? Well, the first thing is that news of Shabbatai's death actually happened really slow. It took a long time to get to Central Europe. And so unlike in the Ottoman Empire, where news traveled very fast, by the time the news got to Central Europe, Poland, things were very slow. And frankly, people weren't terribly educated. Jews in Central Europe in the early 18th century, Jews in Central Europe in the late 17th century, the early 16th century, or late 17th century, yeah, they're not terribly educated. This is a very, very rural, very superstitious, very mystically inclined group of people. Remember that the Judaism of the Ashkenaz, the Chassidei Ashkenaz, have historically been very interested in the supernatural, very taken with those kinds of ideas. Secondly, knowledge of Kabbalah at that time was very, very piecemeal in that area. Now, knowledge of Kabbalah in other areas was much higher, but at this point, early on in late in the 17th century, knowledge of Kabbalah was very, very piecemeal, very fractured. What's important to know about this is those people coming in, some of these Karkashi missionaries carrying the gospel of Shabbatai Tzvi, had a much higher degree of Kabbalistic education at some level than the local people did. So this was very impressive. Further, Orthodox Judaism in this region was much, much more oriented at the level of practice than belief. What really mattered for these people, and this is true for many factions of Judaism, is it matters much more what you do at some level than what you believe. And so belief was a bit more weird. You could have a much more broader range of belief and still practice Judaism. You could believe all kinds of things about werewolves, vampires, and stuff, and it was okay as long as you practiced Judaism in a nominal way. And further, these communities were very precarious. You're talking about a place where during Shabbat, right before Shabbatai's life, he experienced a giant pogrom that killed 100,000 Jews probably, and this entire area was subject to constant problems with the local population, where there are constant pogroms. So there's also just a level of instability and fear and messianic claims in environments like that, where there is a kind of precarious existence, are much more, they become much more tenable. It's much more easy to convince poor, uneducated people who live a precarious existence of the existence of a Messiah that will save them, as opposed to other people. Again, that's true. We can see that playing itself out lots of times in history. When the Shabbatian movement landed in Central Europe, in general, it kind of took. And it's always going to kind of take in Central Europe. And we'll talk more about that in a minute. Now, what's important to know about this is what ends up happening in the aftermath of Shabbatai Tzvi's apostasy in 1666 is that most people deconverted. They rejected his messiahship. What typically happens in the Jewish world? Someone gets to be the Messiah, they don't follow the rules, we reject them. Well, what ends up happening is that typically the rabbis that were almost always the anti-Shabbatai people were the Messiah, or the rabbis in the local region, like Manasseh ben Israel, for instance, in Amsterdam. And Manasseh ben Israel, who was anti-Shabbatian the entire time, once the fervor of the Messianic movement ended, Manasseh ben Israel was basically able to bring his flock in and kind of shepherd them in the aftermath of this disaster. So in many ways, Amsterdam was really typical because Amsterdam was hotly Messianic, very Messianic, maybe one of the largest Messianic centers in the world. And then after the 1666 apostasy, people were really disappointed, and Manasseh ben Israel, the rabbi of the community there, was able to basically shepherd them through the disaster. What ends up happening, however, in Central Europe is that some of the rabbis that were converted and some of the rabbis affected or influenced by these missionaries, some of these learned rabbis continued to hold their faith in Shabbatai in private, while in public denying it and remaining Orthodox. So we have people that are secretly maintaining some kind of Shabbatian ideas, and yet at the same time, publicly, they are not holding on to them in public. We call these people crypto-Shabbatians. And what ends up happening is that as Kabbalistic ideas began to make their way into Central Europe in the aftermath of Shabbatai, you can sort of imagine Shabbatai as the wave that reaches in, and that when Shabbatai brings, the Messiah claims of Shabbatai bring this wave into Central Europe, what gets left behind after he leaves, after he sort of washes out, his Messianic claims wash out, what gets left behind is the Kabbalah. So he brings in the Kabbalah, and then he comes out because he's apostated or whatever, and what's left behind is the Kabbalah. And so as he leaves behind, as the movement leaves behind these Kabbalistic traces, the rabbis who are left behind with the belief in Shabbatai Tzvi as the Messiah continue to believe in Shabbatianism as a Messianic movement, all the while still holding on to many of these Kabbalistic ideas, and it's the Kabbalistic ideas that still continue to convince them that he is in fact the Messiah, that maybe he is occulted, maybe he is actually just diving himself into the deep recesses of the Klipot, and that he will eventually redeem them somehow, right? This is all part of the plan. And what ends up happening is that very early Kabbalah in Central Europe is always at some level tinged with a Shabbatian element. All of Kabbalah in Central Europe in the early 18th century, late 17th century is going to be tinged with Shabbatian elements. And what we have are a lot of crypto-Shabbatian works, right? Chemdat Yamim, Shevet Musar. We have other kinds of movements, other kinds of texts that are incredibly influential. We'll talk about that influence in just a minute. And this ultimately erupts in the Emden Eibeschutz controversy. And the Emden Eibeschutz controversy is a situation where two very, very, very prominent rabbis, one of them, Eibeschutz, is declared to be a Shabbatian. He's declared to be a crypto-Shabbatian. And he denies it. He says, no, I'm not, no, I'm not, no, I'm not. And this debate, by the way, was not settled in their lifetime. Both Emden and Eibeschutz eventually died. And for a long time, people believed that Emden's critique of Eibeschutz was that he was not really a Shabbatian. Now we know that he probably was. He probably was. We actually have good reason to believe now that he was in fact a Shabbatian, crypto Shabbatian. In fact, to this day, it's not even clear who was and who wasn't. We still don't know who was a Shabbatian and who wasn't at this time period. And this is not good. This would be a minor issue if it weren't for the emergence of the most important Jewish movement in basically the modern period. And that movement, of course, is Hasidism. And so in many ways, the disdain between the Shabbatians and the anti-Shabbatians, the crypto-Shabbatians and their condemners, is also going to track to the rise of Hasidism and the Mitnagdim, the people that condemn them, the opponents of the Mitnagdim in the century that comes later. Now, I'm going to make some really controversial statements that will make people who are very amenable to Hasidism maybe a little upset, but the data is now showing, the evidence is now showing that early Hasidism and Shabbatianism, there is a relationship there. It's obscure and it's difficult, but there are so many overlapping elements of both early Hasidism and European Shabbatianism that it's, I think, undeniable that at some level, the movement, the Hasidic movement, at some level, is at least influenced by Shabbatianism. I don't want to say an outgrowth of Shabbatianism. I don't think that's true. But the idea that they're completely distinct, I think, is no longer holdable by the Hasidic movement. They would deny it, but I think it's there. So, why do I think that? Well, it's, for instance, things like the role of the Tzaddik or the Rebbe, the idea that they're a sort of intermediary, a kind of quasi-Messiah, as they act as sort of an intermediary between them and God. The Rebbe is often sometimes thought of as engaging in transgression for the sake of heaven. This idea that they suffer on behalf of the community, for the community. The emergence of both of these movements, the Shabbatian movement and the Hasidic movement, both emerge in the exact same region of Poland, the Podolia region. The Baal Shem Tov is from there. We'll talk about Hasidism next time, but I'm just saying at this point, I do think that the Hasidic movement and the Shabbatian movement that there's some overlap. Both of them are very influenced by Kabbalah, Lorraine Kabbalah. There's an antinomian streak in Hasidism. Obviously, you can find that in Shabbatianism as well. There's this stuff of Avodah Bagashmiut, the sort of physical stuff that the Hasidic people do that also seems to be also overlapping with some Shabbatianism as well. Although typically the Hasidic movement is largely halakhically Jewish law-wise, very conservative, but there's still an antinomian streak, and there's even legal innovations in Hasidism that are not to be found in the Misnag movement. For instance, the wearing of tefillin during Chol Moed, that is deeply influenced by Kabbalah. It's not to be found in more Litvak-style Judaism. That's an element that comes especially in Hasidism. As you probably know, the world of Hasidism is very court-like. It's very royal. The Rabbi is treated almost as a kind of regal figure, as a kind of king, and there is a quasi-messianic attitude towards the Rabbis in the Hasidic movement. We know that Shabbatian text played a huge role in early Hasidism, especially Chabad Yamim, and in many ways, the Misnag movement, the Litvak movement, the movement that was very critical of Hasidism, saw in many ways Hasidism as a extension of the Shabbatian movement. And early on, when the Vilna Gaon really goes after the early Hasids, he really claims that under the hood of it all is Shabbatianism, that they actually are Shabbatians. Now, I think that in general, does the Vilna Gaon overplay his cards? Maybe he does overplay his cards. But is he completely off base? I don't think so. I think the Vilna Gaon's not crazy, and he's not a fool. I think he's not just being polemical or saying polemical. I don't think he's just writing these people off. I think there's actually a relatively strong argument to be made that there is a strong influence of the Shabbatian movement, the crypto-Shabbatian movement in Central Europe, especially in the Podolia region, on early Hasidism. But we'll get to Hasidism next week. Now, in Podolia, the region I just mentioned in Poland, this movement continues to change and it continues to mutate, and it will mutate into perhaps its most absolutely bizarre form under the leadership of Jacob Frank. Jacob Frank was born into a Shabbatian family. He left Podolia to move to the Ottoman Empire. He joined up with the Karkashi sect. In fact, Osman Baba was a witness at his wedding in 1752. 1752, folks. We're in 1752, FYI. Like, this is 25 years or so until, the American Revolution. So he moved back to Podolia, and he begins to practice a kind of pretty serious quasi-transgressive form of Judaism, and we have what is called the Lanscombe affair, where it seems like in a synagogue he may have had a naked woman who was called the embodiment of the Torah, and they were doing some kind of sex stuff in the synagogue, dancing around this naked woman who was thought to be the embodiment of the Torah. And in 1751, him and his followers were excommunicated by the local rabbis. Now, there is an idea that gets attached to Frankism and Shabbatianism, which is called mitzvah hava'ah ba'avera. This is sometimes translated as redemption through sin, but this is a complete misreading of what's going on in Shabbatianism. In fact, almost everybody who totes this idea, I think, is just misguided. This idea of redemption through sin, that you have to commit sins to become redeemed, this idea of mitzvah hava'ah ba'avera, this idea never occurs in, to my knowledge, any Shabbatian writing. It gets hoisted onto the Shabbatians over and over and over again that what they're doing is engaging in antinomian behavior, they're engaging in violations of the Jewish law in order to hasten redemption, in order to plunge themselves into the klipot and redeem the klipot, in order to somehow redeem sin redeem themselves through sin. There's just virtually no evidence that this is what they were practicing. Shabbatai Tzvi never makes that argument, neither does Nathan of Gaza. This term, mitzvah hava'ah ba'avera, which is an idea actually found in the Talmud, has to do with can you do mitzvot with a forbidden object. So the classic example is, can you wave a stolen lulav and esrog? And the rabbis say no, right? You can't commit a mitzvah by breaking another mitzvah. And so even the idea of this is just ridiculous, and unfortunately it's gotten promulgated by a bunch of anti-Semites and stuff who have these vast conspiracy theories that somehow all of modern Jews or all kinds of people, George Soros or whatever, that these people are somehow part of this Frankist lineage of the Rothschilds and all this stuff, and that they're really secret Frankists and they're engaged in horrifying sins. And the more sin they do, they can redeem themselves. And so this entire anti-Semitic conspiracy theory is rooted in the idea of the Frankists and the Shabbatians practicing this idea of mitzvah ba'avera. But the truth of the matter is, they never did this, and that was not what they were up to. And I would say that anyone who wants to believe in this, just show me in the Shabbatian literature where this idea is put forward. I don't know that it ever is. I can't find a single thing. What Frank does argue is that what's happening is that he is inaugurating a new Torah. That the new Torah that he is inaugurating, is a replacement, right? So you have the Torah Beriah, right, and he's inventing a new Torah. He's conjuring into being a new Torah, the Torah Atzilut, the Torah of this world, and that new Torah is going to inaugurate a new religion that he calls Da'at, wisdom, knowledge. The Das is how you would say it in Ashkenazi Hebrew, but this idea, he's bringing a new form of the Torah into the world, and that new form of the Torah is going to be this thing that he calls a new religion called Da'at, or Das. Now, after, we'll go through this relatively quickly, what ends up happening is that Frank and his followers are arrested, and they flee to Istanbul. They convert to Islam, like many Frankists or many Shabbatians at the time. And what they end up doing is sort of making a deal with the devil. And by the devil, I mean here Catholic bishops. And what they end up doing is they argue that they represent a camp of Jews who are influenced by the Zohar, who reject the Talmud. And then the other camp, the anti-Shabbatians, the anti-Frankists, accept the Talmud, but reject the Zohar. Now, of course, the Jews accepted both, and the Shabbatians are trying to parlay with the Catholic Church, basically, so that the local Jewish population can't basically condemn them. The Shabbatians argue with the rabbis. There's a 19 to 40 debate, and the bishop is the bishop is the person who's going to side with whoever. And the bishop obviously sides with the Shabbatians and against the Talmudists, and the Talmud is condemned, and there are dozens of copies of the Talmud burned in Poland. Now, what ends up happening, again, history is always funny, the bishop that sided with the Shabbatians in Poland in 1757, he dies. And a new bishop emerges who is no longer a friend of the Shabbatians. At this point, Frank declares that he's actually the reincarnation of Osman Baba and Shabbatai Tzvi, and he begins to reveal his new religion. And what ends up happening after that is that, this gets so complicated. There's a local bishop who wants to basically prove the blood libel is true, and in order to prove the blood libel, the idea that Jews sacrifice and kill the host, this sort of classic anti-Semitic nonsense, he holds another dispute in Lvov in 1759 of the blood libel, but the anti-Talmudists are declared to be not really Jews, and they are to be converted. And Nathan and Frank on September 17th, 1759, basically sides with this bishop, and this bishop stands to gain an enormous amount of land and all kinds of stuff, and also the Jews, including Frank, also stand to gain an enormous amount of privilege by converting to Catholicism. 3,000 Jews are converted to Catholicism on the 17th of September of 1759. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. I don't think Frank himself even thought this was going to happen. Now, Frank, being, I think, completely full of himself and I think just delusional with power, hopes that this is part of the plan. Just like Shabbatai had to convert to Islam, well, Frank, being the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi and Osman Baba, he's going to plunge himself into the world of Catholicism. And
after he converts, he lives a life of a Polish noble. He lives a life of a Polish noble. He's wearing fine clothes, doing all this stuff, but at the same time, he is also engaged in very, very heterodox behavior, and in a way that the Turkish court would accept Shabbatai engaging in very strange behavior, the local Catholics aren't having it. They are not having it. Eventually, they arrest Frank, and he is basically sent to prison in a monastery for 14 years. So he's arrested and sent to a monastery for 14 years because they do not want to deal with him. The Catholics are not playing around, perhaps in the way that the Turks were. In 1772, Russian forces invade Poland, and they release him. They actually release him from this monastery where he's being kept, and he kind of cozies up to members of the Holy Roman Empire. He gets comfortable with Joseph II. He meets Paul I, the future Tsar of Russia, and it's in that time period that he writes his principal Frankist Shabbatian work, a text called the Collection of the Words of the Lord, which is published in English now. What ends up happening is that he gets into kerfuffle with Joseph II, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. He's expelled from the court, and he ends up settling, and eventually he dies of a stroke in 1791. 1791, right? We're like in the middle of the French Revolution at this point, right? 1789, we're just not far off of the terror. At that point, about 1791, his daughter, Ava, takes control of the movement. Again, it's women who rescue this movement. There are about 25,000 Frankists. That is to say, Catholics living as crypto-Jews in Poland in the late 18th century. And what ends up happening is that Ava Frank, leads the movement into the future, basically building a giant court around her. She actually claims that she's the daughter of all these Russian royalty or whatever. And there is a huge Shabbatian center at both Warsaw and Prague, both under her control. And she lives like a princess, folks. I mean, people, like, the amount of money that she spent to maintain her lifestyle basically bankrupted the movement. And when she died in September of 1816, the movement was so heavily indebted that it began to collapse under its own weight. I mean, she lived like a monarch in the areas that she lived in. By the 1880s, we know that the movement's sort of limping on, although many people at that point had begun to realize that just being Catholic is a better idea than trying to maintain this bizarre double life. And so many people through the 1860s and 70s began to convert and began just to be Catholic. They just continue to be Catholic. And by the 1880s, we have very little evidence that people are practicing crypto-Judaism anymore. They're no longer Shabbatians, but they're still very emotionally connected to Ava Frank. In fact, Ava Frank became sort of a cult of personality all of her own, and it became less about Shabbatai Tzvi and less about Frank and more about her and her cult of personality. And what we end up having is people basically by the 1880s have largely converted to basically just regular old Catholicism, although some people deconvert. Some people deconvert and go back to Judaism. So there's a bit of a split there. The evidence that split, you may know this family. It's a very Catholic family. They're a pretty Catholic, pretty famous Catholic person. I'm sure I'm going to pronounce their name wrong, but you probably recognize the Voyla family, right? You probably know who that is. That's the family of John Paul II. That's the family of John Paul II. There is good evidence, good reason to believe that the former Pope, John Paul II, is a descendant of one of the converted Frankist families, right? Now, that's the side that became Catholic. Obviously, John Paul II is pretty Catholic, and he comes probably from one of these Frankist families. On the other side, another group of families that deconvert, they go back to Judaism, and a kind of liberal Judaism, a kind of Turkish-style Judaism, like the Young Turks. A very liberal, progressive form of Judaism is the Brandeis. And of course, the Brandeis, as you may know, Louis Brandeis became the first Jewish Supreme Court justice. And when Louis Brandeis died, when they were going through his effects, one of the things they found in his family inheritance was an image, a picture of Ava Frank. He came from a Frankist family, and he kept this heirloom. Now, does that mean that Louis Brandeis was a Frankist and a crypto-Shabbatian, blah, 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 blah? No.
He probably was a liberal Jew, just like many liberal Jews that you recognize from lots of places anywhere in the United States at the time. But he maintained an image, he kept a picture of Ava Frank, and he comes from a Frankist family. Do I think he was a practicing Shabbatian in any form or fashion? Absolutely not. It's ridiculous any more than I think that John Paul II was a practicing Frankist. Although what I want to point out here as I wrap up the night, Frankism, Shabbatianism had a huge impact on the development of Judaism. Huge impact. The idea that you can't study Kabbalah until you're 40 and married and all that, that's a response to the Frankists, to the Shabbatian movement. The internal reality of Judaism in Central Europe, the rise of Hasidism, is probably at some level a Frankist movement, a part of, or at least a Shabbatian, an expression of a kind of Shabbatianism. The intense hatred of the Hasidic movement by the Misnagim is probably part of their anti-Shabbatian movement. And again, we have prominent families who emerged in the aftermath of the disaster of Shabbatianism and Frankism, both in the rise of the world of Turkey, the rise of the Young Turks, and the rise of the Turkish national movement. And then we have families who are very prominent Polish families, like the family of John Paul II and the family of Brandeis, who ultimately emerged from the Frankist movement, from the Shabbatian movement, and are part of world history in a big way. There are even neo-Shabbatians. There are neo-Shabbatians. In fact, my channel, the Esoterica channel, I have a couple of folks who are neo-Shabbatians. I expressed the idea that Shabbatianism was a disaster for Judaism. I'm not going to apologize for that. I think it was a catastrophe. But I think if someone finds Shabbatai Tzvi to be an interesting spiritual figure, all the better for them. But what I just want to hammer home tonight, as I wrap up this lecture tonight, is that we cannot imagine Judaism coming into modernity without Shabbatai Tzvi. Shabbatai Tzvi is the bridge, in many ways, of Judaism from the world of the medieval world, the medieval Kabbalah, and he is the bridge to modernity. Hasidism, the Haskalah, Zionism, all of that, at some level, has to be seen as in the shadow of Shabbatai Tzvi, as in the shadow of the Shabbatian movement. All of the Messianic stuff in the Chabad Lubavitch movement, Reform Judaism, all of it, at some level, it is in the shadow of Shabbatai Tzvi. And there's no way that we can deny it, I don't think. And so, in many ways, if you want to understand modern Judaism, you have to understand it at some level as a response to the Shabbatian movement. And in that way, in a big way, Shabbatai Tzvi is still around. Because in many ways, we are living in the shadow cast by this peculiar Messiah who apostatized to Islam and continued to be Jewish or something. So, to drive this point home and to put a fine point on it tonight as we wrap up, modernity, Jewish modernity, is in many ways in the shadow of Shabbatai Tzvi. And the more we learn about him, the more we understand him, the more we understand that his movement, the movement that came after him, whether it is the fractures that in his death or the Frankist movement or what have you, the better we understand Jewish origins in modernity, whether it be the Haskalah, Hasidic movement, Misnagdim, whatever. They're all in the shadow of this guy. And I think it's quintessentially important to understand him, Nathan of Gaza, theology, the Kabbalah really is in many ways downstream of him. And so, Shabbatai Tzvi, a Messiah, in many ways, in a lot of ways, I think of Judaism in some ways, of pre-modern Judaism being bookmarked between two Messiahs, and that's Jesus of Nazareth and Shabbatai Tzvi. And you can bookmark Judaism in some ways, medieval, ancient Judaism between those two bookmarks, and that modernity is in the aftermath of the shadow of Shabbatai. So, whether you like him or not, whether you're embarrassed of him or not, whether you think he's crazy or not, whatever, you certainly can't deny, I don't think you can deny, that we have not, as a Jewish population, come into a real grasp of the impact that he made. And I think that we're worse off for that. I think the better we understand Shabbatai Tzvi and his Messianic movement and vicissitudes, the better we will understand Judaism, the better we will understand Jewish modernity, and the better we will understand Zionism, and all of that. And if we don't do that, we do that at our peril. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work of providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, along with magic, hermetic philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Sorry, bro. Okay. $6.13. Just be back at it again. It's the fighter and the kid.
This is really the fighter and the kid. Yes, sir. It's the fighter and the Psycho Mike. Let's do it. Is that fair? The fighter and the male model today. Oh, facts. Just deal with that. Thanks for doing this, pal. Brian's in Florida, where all old people go to die. So we had to grace them that exemption. Playing shuffleboard. So I sent out the bat signal in Austin. You answered, bud. What's going on, brother? I've been having the beauty / the demand of farm life. Our goats, there was like a dozen pregnant female goats, obviously. And is it one male goat doing all the... Damn, just one male? Just... They bring in... It ended up being two because like one got... like his dick got tired. But a guy brought in his billy goats and he's just started fucking. Yeah. And he started fucking to the point that they tried to fence off the women to make sure, and he would jump a fence, or they would jump a fence to get some sweet dick. Damn. And he impregnated so many, and then they get bigger. Their teats would start to protrude, and I'm like, man, when's this gonna go? And then all of a sudden, once one started giving birth, it just started. And I had 11 in the last 4 days. And how long are they pregnant for? Like regular pregnancy? Like no, not like human. But it's not like a kitty. It's like 4 months or something like that. Oh wow, so good amount of time. Yeah. Then what are you gonna do with all these? You just have an influx of go. Yeah, just keep them. And just like figure out how to keep them alive and like let them be and assimilate into the thing. Just let them run wild. Yeah. You run into the wilderness. Do you you ever kill anything on your farm? Like when you say farm, when I hear farm, like yeah, you gotta do some. You make some tough decisions. Yeah, I only cow gets a runny nose. See ya. Chickens mostly, but yeah, like livestock, they get certain forms of sickness, and you got to do what the most humane thing is. I actually talked about this in detail on a podcast I did, the Game Plan pod. I was like, one thing that farming has done, and it's taught me about life as a whole, is that in order to have a meaningful life, you have to do a bunch of shit you don't want to do. Yes. And like, especially the younger generations, I'm not going to be that guy, like old man, like your kids don't understand. But I think because of the access to the internet and things, like this hedonistic addiction, it's like, yeah, but I don't want to. I see that guy who's like really blowing up on the internet right now. He's wears glasses. He's like a financial advisor, and he brings people on and just talk shit because they'll be like, I have 4 kids and no job, and I buy clothes every day on TV. And he just literally just rips them. I forgot. He's blowing up right now in like the digital sphere. But I feel like those guys come and go. They do. I think there's one guy gets hot. Caleb Hammer. Yeah, that fella. He's like really popular, and a lot of his videos that I see, because I don't really watch the show, but I see a lot of the highlights. A lot of them are, he goes, okay, you're $75,000 in debt, and you're a professional macrame animal maker on Etsy. Why don't you get a 9 to 5? And to a T, they'll all say like, but I don't want to. And what I'm getting back to, like, my point is like, I don't want to chop a chicken's head off. I don't want to put a goat out of its misery, but it's what needs to be done for everyone to thrive. Like, it's what has. You just gotta. I don't want to do a lot of things. I don't want to fuck one woman. Yep. I really don't. But it's what I do. I made a commitment, and that's that. Yeah. And I made it. The rules. It'll be a net positive in the end. Yeah. But that's. Well, with that guy, it sounds like he's kind of doing. From what I've never seen him, but from my ear, it sounds like he's kind of doing great work. Like, come on, you're in debt for $75,000. You have 4 kids, and you just want to keep making fucking clay models on Etsy. And then there'll be a lot of people who like 35-year-old dude who's really healthy and like no disability or anything like that, and he'll be receiving like government assistance. Like I say, go to a construction site right now. Like, why are you on food stamps? Yeah, I kind of dig this guy now. He's great. He is. He's this 27-year-old with more debt than anyone should ever have. Yeah, it's like, hey, we gotta figure this out, man. Like, what the route you're going, it's not good. And I think, let me see a clip of him, too. Make sure I'm cool with it. He's also good on camera. He's like a charismatic fellow. I'd imagine with 3 million subscribers doing something. Let's go with the one you mentioned. 27, Austin, Texas.
Texas. Of course. Is financial audit. That's it.
Austin, Texas.
Main thing is I am a spiritual coach.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
How does that go?
How does that go?
It's like therapy, or
It's not therapy. It's a hybrid between online coaching, online courses, and and also now that things are opening back up, I'm doing in-person things, and it's a hybrid of like yoga, meditation, life coaching, upliftment, and
so she's not making money.
essentially guiding people into feeling good and fulfillment in their life.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how successful are you in this?
Not. It's a work in progress.
Hey, good for her for having the balls come up.
I agree. Making, 40K months. And
$40,000 a month? That'd be nice.
I know, right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where the head was at. My head was at.
And how much you bringing in a month?
It varies.
Average. Give me an average. Let's work with an average here. Break it down between the low months, high months. What's the average price? Just a brief pause to ask you to please consider subscribing.
A low one could be anywhere from 2,000-3,000
Okay.
to an average is, I would say, 6,500.
Okay, that's not bad at all.
That's not 500. Yeah.
That's your average. That's not your high. That's your average.
That's an average.
Okay, 6,500. Fantastic.
Yeah.
What's the complaint about that?
Because I spend 16 a month.
How long have you been doing this full time?
In the last few years.
Okay, so a couple years bringing personal business to pretty much $80,000 a year. People would love that. I mean, you're $5,000 over the median household income in Austin, and well above the median in the United States. And it's just you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why are we in this debt in the first place? We haven't even talked about it. We'll go into it, but why? $80,000 a year.
Why?
Well, yeah. Why are you in this debt? Did you get into it? Why are you not out of it? What is happening?
That's a question. It's on my vision board to have all my debts be cleared. So.
Oh, fuck off.
Vision board. I think that's where, I didn't really understand the nature of having like a credit card. So
yeah, you can stop.
I started making
a lot of the problem, and you almost you feel bad for it, but nowhere in school, like my dad teaches finance in college. Kurt.
Really?
Yeah. Nice. But he never talked to me about it. Never, because it just wasn't. No one really goes through that stuff. Like I'm a double major. No one ever told me like, hey man, interest rates, credit cards, debt. Like this is how this breaks down. Property taxes, state taxes. Like it's kind of this foreign thing, which is by design, I think. So like this young lady who's an entrepreneur, and granted she's a little earthy, and I don't think it's her thing. She opens up this business. She's taking credit cards. She's getting loans. You just don't know.
You don't know.
So then, by the time you realize, you're like, "Oh shit, I don't know what she's in. I'm $50,000 in debt," and she's like, "Oh my god!" It's like, "Yeah, that's how this goes."
She's way less shitty than most people. At least she was nice and honest and kind of open. She wasn't equivocating. But yeah, you were saying like no one teaches. I think that's by design, and I said absolutely. But now I think about it, it also may just be by circumstance in the sense that schooling kind of came about in this country, reading, writing, arithmetic. And people get into arguments about the system and why it was created to make better factory workers.
Yeah.
Maybe, okay, fine.
Yep.
Reading, writing, arithmetic, the end. Grades K through 12. Somewhere along the line, there was a transition from only guys like Andrew Carnegie had credit, but the average guy didn't have credit. You had a savings account, and you paid for your rent/mortgage, and you paid for your family's food, and then I had money, I spend money. Let me save some, and it was like a pretty clear balance sheet. Things transitioned to now you have loans and like refis and that all, and the schooling system didn't change, and I'm not necessarily sure if it was on purpose or if it was just like, this is now our existence. This is our real reality. This is what really matters to the average adult, and we're not talking about shit in
no one's doing it. No one's doing it. So it's on the parents. It's like, man, parents are busy, dude. they're busy and they're assuming when they send their kids to school that they're gonna get them ready for life in the workplace, but it's really not. Like even my son, I always ask my kiddos all the time, like, "What'd you learn today? What'd you guys go through?" Things haven't changed in how long? Like the school system is one of the only systems. Now there's some examples where they have adapted and made some changes, but the school system really hasn't adapted or changed in fucking 50 years. We're just gonna keep doing the same shit over and over. It's wild to me.
It is wild, especially when you consider how I don't know shit about education, but I do know. I mean, I went to school and I have a child, and I think back like the real valid lessons from traditional schooling. Most of them were kind of latent benefits. It wasn't stuff I learned in class. Obviously, there was having a good basic fundamental understanding of arithmetic and obviously literacy and being able to write and speak. That's very important. That's probably the most important. But outside of that, learning how to socially interact properly, learning how to meet deadlines, a lot of it too was in school. In sports. And
that's why it's so. I don't mean to interrupt you. That's why it's so important to put your kids in sports. Your kid doesn't have to have a future in Division I college. Doesn't have to play for our Dodgers. That's not the goal. The goal, if you put your kid in sports and don't let them quit, force them to do it no matter what, is because you got to have the carry through, but also you learn a work ethic. You learn how to communicate with teammates. You learn discipline, commitment, and then also to your point too, you learn like in the dugout or in the locker room how to relate to people from different perspectives of life. It goes so much further. And even if you look at it's like 70% of CEOs have a sports background in some facet. Now I'm not saying they played Division I or even D3, but they played high school.
They know what it's like to. I think the biggest thing for me with team sports especially was always there's so many avenues in life where you literally don't have to figure out a way to make it work with people that you think are fucking tools or assholes or things. But there were people that were really close teammates of mine that I was like, this guy fucking sucks.
Yep.
Especially upperclassmen when I was like a freshman or a sophomore. I was like, this guy genuinely makes my life shitty. But then there was those 4 hours a day during practice, and then the 2 hours on Friday nights. We're like, this is my boy.
You learn to
manage it. Figure out together we symbiotically have to make success, and I think it's really important.
Like there's a kid on one of Tiger's teams where he's just gifted. He's just different. He's gifted. He's so gifted. You can guess his ethnicity. He's so fast, so explosive. Football. And probably the best 10-year-old receiver I've ever seen. But he just does. He doesn't have to do the same work that the other kids do.
Yeah.
He sometimes in his practice, sometimes he'll run the wrong route, still scores a touchdown, and T's like, I don't get it, man. I'm like, yep, you're getting the hard lesson. Sometimes there's gonna be outliers, man. There's gonna be things where guys have this advantage, and it's just sports isn't fair. It's not fair. I said now. As you go along, he's good right now.
Yeah.
You keep grinding. Because eventually, D has a lot of talent, but eventually that talent, you're going to get to a spot where everyone has talent, and then everyone's also going to work hard. So when people go, hard work beats talent, it's like that's not true. Because I know a lot of talented kids who work just as hard as your kid, and then your kid's fucked.
Yeah.
So for D, I think he's like dealing this like, well, I did whatever. 5 batting practices a week. That kid did none, but he's still hitting home runs. Like, yeah, that's sports.
Yeah, it is, and that's also like it's really interesting that you brought this up. Very serendipitous in the last week or so. I've not only been having this conversation, but I had come across all these, and I think that maybe it's secretly how algorithms work. But I've been having these conversations, and then also I've seen, whether it be serendipity or like a machine maybe forcing, I've seen these clips of, God damn it, I wish I could remember this guy's name. It's not Matt Barnes. But he's a former. He is great. He's a really cool guy. But he's a former NBA player that does a podcast now, and he's really good.
Gilbert Arenas.
It was Gilbert Arenas. Thank you.
He's big in the space.
And interviewer asked, who's the guy who had all the gifts but didn't put in the effort to become a GOAT? And Gilbert Arenas goes like 99% of people who are in the NBA. Because all the guys who make it, if you're in the NBA, you have all the gifts. You're more gifted than anyone. It's like, but then he broke it down. He's like, that's all guys.
Yeah.
We all could, but then there's the killers. He said, but the number one that comes to my mind was Vince Carter. He said no one was more physically gifted than Vince Carter. He just didn't have the killer instinct. Blah, blah, blah. Then I watched that. I see another clip from Charles Barkley, who talks about like I was the best, as good, if not better, than anybody else in the world. And he was. Charles Barkley was, no argument, in the top 3 greatest basketball players in the world at the time. Yeah, for certain. Yeah. When he his first year, his last year with Philly and his first year with Phoenix. Yeah. Charles Barkley was fucking amazing. Yeah. But he said he's like, anyone who becomes an all-star, certainly you get to Hall of Fame level, everyone has crazy gifts. He said you have to have the combination of the talent. He said people talk about hard work and it beats talent. It's like, no, talent and hard work together crushes all. You can't. And then, again, the same thing. Just yesterday, I'm watching an interview with Jay Cutler, not the quarterback, the bodybuilder. And he's like, he talks, the thing about Ronnie, what was different about Ronnie was that all of us, if you have your IFBB card, you're gifted. And it's true. If you to get to even to like high level amateur bodybuilding, you have crazy levels of genetic. Yeah. So the difference with Ronnie is like Ronnie and I would go do guest posing. He'd get off the plane. It's 2 a.m. He's like, let me go train now. Let's go to hit leg day. And I'm like, Ronnie, and Jay Cutler works hard. Jay Cutler was like a fucking animal. And he's like, this guy's next level. And then you hear the stories of Kobe and Jordan. There's a different thing. There's talent and this insane instinct to be better.
It's a weird mix. Yeah, you gotta have that killer instinct. It's like one of the guys I coach with on the football team, AJ. He's the all-time leading scorer at Texas for basketball. He played with Kevin Durant. He was in camps and had to defend Derrick Rose. And I asked him because I saw a video of Kevin Durant and this dude. I forget the dude, but he's an all-star. He plays for Toronto. He's talking shit to Durant. He's mic'd up. And Durant goes, this is the middle of the game. Durant's like trying to post him up, and the guy's talking shit to Durant, and Durant goes, buddy, your best year was my worst. He goes, what the fuck are you talking about? And the guy's like, you ain't shit, you lost step. He was like, oh, Durant goes, you're about to learn today. He goes, give me the ball. Here, give the ball. Jukes him out, dunks it, and you're just like, what the fuck? So I brought up that video to AJ. I'm like, hey, Durant was just different. He's like, dude, when he came on campus, he goes, we're in the weight room. And it's kind of a famous clip of Durant can't bench 135. Can't. They show him just like, so he said they're in the weight room, and he's weak at everything. And one of the captains on the team were like, man, you weak. And he goes, excuse me? He goes, you weak in here. He goes, wait till we get out there. And he was like, okay. And he goes, we went out there. He's like, dude. We're like, oh, shit. He's like, I mean, literally, did whatever he wanted to whoever he wanted at any given moment. He's like, you're just like, oh, there's levels. Don't give a fuck how much you bench, what your power cleaner, snatches. Durant was like, oh, cool, I can't bench whatever 135.
Especially with basketball, because you're talking about like change of direction and explosive. And like people who, I'm not world's authority on sports science, but I was really fortunate to work with literally some of the best in the world, watching them train some of the best athletes in the world, and being there, being a part of it. And people overlook the nervous system. There is clearly, obviously, like muscle contraction and speed. That's a thing, and like the length of your bones. Some people have more advanced nervous systems, and they just can react quicker. They can move. Their brain sees things faster and processes things faster than we do. And I guarantee, like that's kind of what was going on there. It's like, yeah, sure, I can't do 10 push-ups. I'm gonna fucking embarrass you.
Yeah, and dunk on you. What I'm here for, we're all here for. I'm the best.
I'm not a powerlifter.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about the weight room. Yeah. I spend my time in a basketball gym, But it's just these outliers. I love hearing those freaking stories, man. Like, he was that good. He was, never seen anything like it. AJ was, top recruit of his class, monster. Yeah, monster.
I've heard you do this, that clip. I even heard Matt Damon talking about watching that clip. But that clip of you talking about the one time you were lucky enough to train with John Jones, and he's like, he just comes in late, he doesn't warm up, and he just fucks people up. There's a difference.
Yeah, I think for some guys, if you get to that level, then you see those guys who it's like, he's just that gifted. And but I always knew, like, I was blessed with some gifts, but I was in, Tony Gonzalez. So I knew in order to get my foot in the door, I have to outwork everyone. Right. So that was like my thing, and I knew that. Especially when I got to college. When I walked on the University of Colorado, I was like, all right. They gave me a shot. Now there's a lot of good guys. Some are faster, some are bigger, some are stronger. But I'll just be the guy where like that dude fucking works. So I knew that I could separate myself with that. But then eventually you're gonna run into a guy who's bigger, faster, stronger, better at catching footballs, and works just as hard. And he's the starting tight end in the NFL, and then you're selling supplements door to door. But that work ethic, you can take that and apply it to other shit. And that's the benefit of it. Let's take a little break from chatting with my boy, Mike Catherwood, because this episode of The Fighter and the Mic is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, who are in the business of keeping your car on the freaking road. O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you need for all your maintenance and repairs, right? They've got thousands of parts and accessories in stock, either in-store or online, so you never have to worry if you're in a jam. The team at O'Reilly Auto Parts tests your battery, whatever you need to replace your windshield wipers. It's super easy to get done, and you'll find the people at the O'Reilly Parts shop near you is your one-stop shop for all things auto do-it-yourself, and you can find what you need in-store or online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Ow!
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows.
We're coming at you with everything we got.
This is the mindset. Free. This is the mantra. Free. This is the mindset. With movies like Pineapple Express, the entire Star Trek film franchise, and Gladiator, and TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghosts. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Especially the real, like, when we're talking about, I'm not trying to say what sports are harder, but when we're talking about the living on the edge sports, combat sports, football, American football, I would imagine rugby, NASCAR, F1, where it's really, kind of everything else in the world gets the volume turned down. Yeah. Like, if you can make it in that world, you can kind of transition if you put your mind to it, to transition.
Yeah, that's where baseball's a little different, I think.
Baseball players are just crazy.
It's twofold. It's like the reason why baseball in America is the most participated sport amongst kids is because at a young level, you don't have to be athletic and you can still contribute and play the game. In football, right away, you got to be pretty athletic. If you want to find out how athletic you is, go have them run track. And then you'll be like, oh, my kid's not that athletic. But in baseball,
track and gymnastics are the best. The best display of athleticism.
Of pure rawness athleticism. But with baseball, it's like, you and I love the Dodgers.
Yeah, look.
I don't miss a game. I was watching Max Muncy, whose hand-eye coordination is freakish. But when you look at his build,
it's exciting. Because you're like, that's my fat uncle.
Yeah, that's my fat aunt. Yeah. So it's like, he's not a professional athlete in any other capacity.
Yeah.
But in baseball, he built his hand-eye coordination. Maybe he was born with it, and the coordination, all that. And his glove work's amazing, especially at third. But baseball's different where, say Kevin Durant wanted to play baseball, it ain't happening. Derrick Rose, it ain't happening. But it's just not their thing. But baseball's a thing where you can't just pick up the bat and be instantly the stud right away. It takes a lot of reps, a lot of dedication in order, especially if you start moving like travel ball teams. Like right now at 10, there's some kids who are outliers. Are they bigger than Tiger? No. Stronger? No. Faster? No. More athletic? Nope. But their dads have them hitting every single day working with a coach, doing glove work every single day. They've put in the hours where maybe the kid's not the most athletic, but when it comes to dedication and glove time and cage time, they're in there more than anybody. So right now they're balling, but eventually those athletes, if they stick with it, because I think baseball and MMA are similar, where even if you're a great athlete, you're just not going to come in and beat up pro level guys. It doesn't work.
Look at Greg Hardy.
Yeah,
Greg Hardy's a really exceptional athlete.
All pro. So you have to put in the time for the technique and the execution. Like, you're not just going to be like, well, I ran a 4.40, so I can beat Tom Aspel. I was like, no, you can't. Like,
no, I remember training.
Do you see what I'm saying? That's a long. It's just those are two of the sports where it's like you can be a freak, but you have to constantly work on it, and it's the technique it's different than the other sports.
There's American baseball is, because I understand, as a huge fan, I still understand if you're not going to a baseball, you're like, this is fucking boring. NFL on Sunday, you're like, I don't even like football, but Jesus Christ, that was amazing. What I just saw was, and of course, NBA basketball, the athleticism and the excitement baseball can be very, very boring, but if you love it, you love it. And here's one of the aspects of what I love about baseball is, like you said, I mean, Fernando Valenzuela is the perfect example. He was a great human being on top of being a Cy Young level pitcher. He was a freak. But also, it was awesome that your fat, out of shape uncle was dominating.
Yeah.
There was something you connect with. There's something that disconnects you from seeing Francis Ngannou, because you're like, well, I'm not.
You're like, it's not for me.
Like, Fernando's fucking torching dudes, and he looks literally like the guy who just delivered tamales.
Yeah.
But also, you can't. There's all these stories in other sports. There's the Christian Okoye's and the Hakeem Olajuwons, where they find freak athletes, and I would put Ngannou in that category as well. They find really talented athletes, and they make them football players. They make them basketball players. Yep. They make Dikembe Mutombo, but they're like, I know you've never seen a basketball. We can do this, though. Can't play baseball. I can't play baseball.
There's nothing we
either you
got it or you don't. You gotta put the time in, and it takes a lot of timing and technique and repetition. And some kids and that's why 75% of kids quit baseball at the age of 13. Because at 13, that's when it gets really serious. It's like, oh, I haven't put the time, and it's like those other kids did, blah blah. And there's nothing we can.
And it becomes unenjoyable. I would say right around 8th grade is where you start to see like the little league crowd kind of die off, because it becomes, even if you're not good, it becomes really unfun at that point.
Yeah, really. Unless your parents kind of know what's up and they're like, that's just thinking wreck and it's still fun. I would say it's even younger now, because travel ball has become such a business.
Yeah, I was good. That's a good point. I was
8,
good.
9, and 10, like the amount of work my son has to do for the team that he's on, and the constant tournaments, it's like, okay,
things have changed for sure. That's a good point.
Things are different.
I was good,
and I don't.
In high school, I played with on my high school team, and then also amongst like travel teams and stuff. I played with a lot of Major League Baseball players. Like I in a part of Southern California where it was really a big deal.
California's the hub for MLB,
and it was like still. I played with a lot of guys, like really talented baseball players, and I didn't start playing travel ball like Colt and Babe Ruth and stuff until I was like 14 or like 13 or 14.
And
so
really
nowadays it's like what soccer was started to become in the 90s, where kids are playing on club teams at like 7. And you're like, oh, well, my whole life. That's baseball's transition.
Yeah, and it's not great. And if you talk to any like the pros, like Chipper Jones, who's all-time great for the Atlanta Braves, even on Tigers team, there's some big time pros pitching the World Series, stuff like that. And one of the pros, father was there. He was his coach, and so he's so knowledgeable on the game. He coached it. His son was a 10-year pro pitcher, monster. And so I talked to him about it. He's in a small town in Texas, coached baseball all his life, coached his son. And I said, when did you know Clay was going to be a pro? He goes, at 7. I go, what? He goes, I was coaching teams, and we put him out there with the older kids. And I was into the team. I wasn't really giving him a ton of attention. And my wife, he's like, he calls the shot. She's like, you need to start putting time in him. And he's like, all right, well, let's get him out there, see what happens. So he gets him out there. He's doing a drill. And his wife was like, we got one. Yeah. I was like, at 7? He's like, yes. And I go, And was Clay like on travel teams and like doing? He goes, no. He goes, it's a business now. It's a business. So people can basically take advantage of these parents who are like, oh, my son needs to be on this elite team to play Division I, or my son needs to be in this big, showcase tournament. It's like, no, it doesn't. If you're good enough, they'll find you.
It's kind of what college became right around our era of high school trip, where you had like the specialized tutors, and then kids would start prepping to get into college.
Yeah.
In like freshman year, and like that's not how like smart people in the '60s, they were just like, well, this guy's smart, he's gonna go to a good college, and then he went to law school if he wanted to go to like. Now they start kind of like preparing for things that are just should be the next.
Yeah, and it's not good.
No, it's
not good. And then the evolution we're seeing of this is because like there was a kid not on our team, on another team, where I know the dad, and I'm like, hey, where's Andrew at? He's like, oh, he reached his pitch limit for the year. That's
getting crazy.
Oh, we're in April. There's 6 more tournaments for the year. I'm like, well, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, he threw over 1,000 pitches this year. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, man. He's like, yeah, so they'll shut him down. Only hit. I'm like, this isn't good. So what's going to start happening, we're seeing it now, is the level of participation at the high school level is down because kids are getting burnt out, throwing their arms out.
Filtered out early.
Yeah, they're burning the candle too hard, where by the time they get to high school, like, fuck this, I'm out.
That makes sense. And that makes sense.
And scouts don't like it either. Like, the pros are like, no. We don't want a kid who has too many mouths.
Yeah. And it also, anything much like that college prep that starts now in middle school, it's just another thing that's adding to kids not being able to be kids.
Agreed.
I was talking to these kids, they go to UT, and they're good. I like them. They're good kids. I train jiu-jitsu with them, and they're, like, good kids. And they were talking to me about, like, they don't go to parties, and they don't go to bars and stuff. And I was like, aren't you 19? And they're like, yeah. Like,
now's the time.
Don't you want pussy?
Yeah.
Like, I was walking over broken glass to get to wherever girls would be. He's like, yeah, but kind of go on my phone. I'll tell her.
Oh, no.
And I was making fun of them, right? But then I left, and I was driving. I was like, dude, if I was 19, and I could just take bong loads and sit with my friends, and then also interact with chicks and play PlayStation, that's exactly what I do.
I get it.
That's exactly what I do.
It's not good, but I get it.
They're not being forced to go. And like talking to my daughter's friend. My daughter's in 7th grade, and I was talking to my daughter's female friends, and they were bitching and moaning me, kind of jokingly about the boys in their school, and I'm picking on, making fun of both the boys and the girls, because I know the boys in my daughter's grade. I was like, they were like getting fist fights or anything? Like, they're like, no. Like, they were like indignant. I was like, no, bullies. It was like bullies, and then like a kid draws a line in the sand, and they're like, no. And sure enough, I go, I pick them up, and everyone's like this. I'm like, man, you guys, you need to be kids, Like,
someone needs to bully somebody here.
Yeah, and I'm not, by no means am I encouraging violence, but there was a thing that was like, that guy sucks, and I've been pushed too far. Like, I'm gonna stand up for him. Maybe I can ask him, or vice versa. Maybe I'm being like complete. I was, like any 13-year-old, I didn't have a sense of like how much I might be hurting another kid's feelings. And it's like, dude, you gotta cross a certain line. Then you get taught a lesson, and you put your foot in your mouth, and that's how you. There's no books that can equate to that,
But I would say it's more like Tiger had an issue with a bully, and he said, so what would you do, Dad? I go out and punch him right now. And Tiger did that. Now, if this is back where Tiger went to school in L.A., he'd been expelled for the year, kicked out. I'd have to come in. Parents might have filed police reports. In Texas, they're like, yeah, you're good. Kid deserved it. They're like, he's known for it. We're glad Tiger stuck up for himself. I was like, oh, well. Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is Texas.
Yeah. And there's something to that. And I think, I was getting asked, I think Sean Johnson's podcast here, he was a really nice guy. And he was a Navy SEAL. He's macho, kind of real alpha Chad, like a real alpha, not like what the internet tries to create.
You're like a legit tough guy.
He's a fucking Navy SEAL.
Yeah, that term gets thrown out a little too much.
Really, exactly. And we were talking about that, and I was saying that he asked me, why did I move to Texas from California? I said, I'm not going to be like every other coastal guy that moves to Texas or Tennessee or Florida and then
talk shit about. I love LA. I love it. I love it. It's my culture and my friends and my family, and I love a lot of it. I said, but the thing I love, and the one besides the people, top tier is the reason why Texas is better. Right? The people here are fucking amazing. They're awesome. But I think which is correlated to is that whole since the beginning of this state, since it was its own country, is there's this idea of personal freedom. It's like, okay, handle it on your own. Live as you want to live, and that's it. And as you're pointing out, like a fist fight in school, even if the kid deserved it, in California, there's going to be so much red tape about it. Here, they're like, well, okay, well, maybe that kid shouldn't be such a fucking asshole.
Correct. You know? Correct. And I was like, yo, fuck, you know, I'm going to have to deal with the dad. And the dad literally was like, yeah, man, hopefully my kid learned a lesson. I was like, oh, really? Yeah, no doubt, man, no doubt.
I have the best example of how, now granted, where I moved from in Los Angeles was a very exaggerated, cartoonish environment. I lived in Venice, and you're very familiar. Venice is there's nothing. It's insane. It's an insane.
It's a special place.
There's like Berkeley, Venice Beach, California, and there's these little spots. Boise's becoming like it's just this weird. Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, where they're peculiar. Yes. You feel like you stepped on a set of a movie. But my wife used to go on that like next door type apps where it's like the neighborhoods going on.
Oh yeah.
So in Venice,
I'm involved in that.
Yeah, it's kind of fun, you know. But my wife would almost on a daily basis. I'd come home from whatever I was doing, and my wife would be like, "Oh, there's a neighbor on Dell or Rose. There's a lurker and the suspicious character, and the girls are talking about maybe they need to call the police." And the week we moved to Texas, my wife was on a Facebook group that the neighbors who welcomed us, they came, they welcomed us, like, welcome to the neighborhood, blah, 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 like local farms. The week we moved, she started this Facebook group to be in contact with these groups. There's this suspicious dude walking down Adrian Way. We need to, and every person, right? I just got a new 38. I'd love him to try that. Oh, he needs to step onto my property. That'd be fantastic. No discussion of calling the cops. No discussion of my husband's walking out to the street. He's gonna take care of it. Don't worry, Todd's gonna deal with this guy. And I was like,
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
This is sick.
I'm on like those sizzling apps and all that shit. I just love looking and seeing if there's any, like weird people in the neighborhood, whatever. When we were in LA, I would say 3-4 weeks before we left, I'm on the app, and this guy, probably like 6-7 houses down, gets murdered. Decapitated.
Good times, okay.
Yeah. And this is how numb you are in LA, like, especially after the fires and after COVID, home invasion in my neighborhood was up 700%. So I'm like one of only maybe 2 coaches whose houses didn't get robbed, right? And so there's robberies and crime happening nonstop in the hood, in our neighborhood, nonstop. But I'm so used to it, I'm like, damn, that's crazy, and it's pretty wild shit. But I'm like, but so calm, like, oh damn, that's great. Hopefully he's all right. Damn, decapitated, that's wild. And I just keep going. I come here, I get on the same app, and they're freaking out. Oh yeah, decapitated.
Medieval times.
Yeah, it's gang related. I think cartel shit. But then here, it's like the only thing I see is like, did anybody get the license plates of that black cyber truck going way too fast down the neighborhood? I'm like, oh buddy. Where I come from, a guy got decapitated.
There is the that's cute competition where you have and I used to get mad. New Yorkers, a very older generation of New Yorker would move to LA, usually working in the entertainment industry, and they were always telling me about like, well, back at home they don't do that kind of thing. It's easy. It's if you're from Long Island, that just becomes easy because you don't have to deal with all this pussy California shit all day. They live, but now I find myself doing. I was in an Uber and we were in traffic on the freeway, and he's like, "Oh yeah, well, traffic's starting to get so bad out here. I just don't know what to do." And I was like, "Oh, that's cute." I know. I was coming back from the airport where I just got back from LA, just on the 405, and I was like,
"Getting LAX."
5 seconds later, he goes like, "Yeah, man, and this homeless problems." He was like, "Oh,
no, buddy,
that's cute, but
that's all he knows."
No, it's true.
That's all he knows.
The homeless problem in LA now has gotten to, I think I'm living in a simulation. Like, what are we doing? Like, I remember the first time I saw factory farming like up close, where I was like, what are we? We can't. This can't be how we just live our like. We can't just treat animals like. What the fuck are we doing? And you see Skid Row, you're like, whoa, time out.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
We're all cool with this. Like
this
everyone's
is insane.
It's been that way for how long?
At least 20 years.
Yeah, but now it's gone too fast. Where I think it's too far fetched to help.
It's kind of
like, what are you gonna do to clean it? Like, what are you gonna do? What the fuck are you gonna do? To be fair, like, and now California has so many more people, especially compared to Austin and stuff like that. So you're gonna obviously just through shared numbers and the odds you have more homeless. So that makes sense.
But also the weather.
But the weather too.
I remember the day.
When's the last time you went downtown Austin? It ain't great.
That's true, but are you gonna?
It ain't great.
But no, I'm more aware when I talk about the weather. I think with Southern California is an added loop to the homeless is that you're not gonna fucking die.
You're not gonna freeze.
And that speaks a lot to if you're a homeless person. Yeah, I'm gonna not die.
Yeah, but either way, like you're not gonna unless you're in the valley. But if you're in like Santa Monica or Venice, it never gets too hot, never gets too cold. So it's a fucking dream if you're homeless. Florida, it gets too hot. We're like, dude, I'm gonna dehydrate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So California is literally like home base.
It's a spot.
It checks all boxes for homeless.
I remember when I moved to Jersey, and I like the week I was there, and I opened up the New York Times, and I saw a homeless man froze to death, and I was like, what? Like I genuinely, it hit me like a ton of bricks. I was like, oh, that's real. If you live on the streets, you can die.
Yeah.
You know, because of where I came from, that's not.
No. I know.
Yeah, it was so crazy. It's. I also think like the funny thing about California politics is that they never want to, and I'll defend them. It's ugly, but they never want to actually deal with a problem.
No.
Let's homeless aside,
that's politics in general.
But like for instance, like traffic got really bad in the '90s. It started to escalate to the point where, so they go, let's let motorcyclists go through in between lanes, and you go, first off, hardly 1% of California rides a motorcycle.
That doesn't help.
Secondly, that's the most insane, dangerous shit I've ever heard. None of you who just came up with that bill ride a motorcycle because that's insane.
And another thing it did, let's create HOV lanes. We gotta pay.
You gotta.
That still doesn't help.
I go like, wait, is there any civil engineers that came up with this, or is it just like my mom's friends who were on city council?
To be fair to them too, they're like, but the other thing is, there's so many people here. It's just,
what are you gonna do?
What the fuck are you gonna do?
They talk about like, we're gonna build shelters and we're gonna build homes and maybe their intentions are good. Maybe they have pure motives. But I go like, nah. And maybe I'm just an idiot. I'll be sitting next to Dr. Drew, who offered up his services to the city of LA and the state of California. He's like, no, you gotta start, I know it sounds horrible, you gotta start rounding these people up and forcing drug treatment and mental health services on them. Because you can build all the shelters you want. You can open up the 4 seasons for them. If you're fucking schizophrenic or addicted to heroin or both, which is a lot of time, you're sunk. You understand these people? You're talking about giving people job opportunities and programs to help them. They think they're Jesus and they're eating feces.
Yeah,
like this is not. I'm not trying to be a dick.
No,
like you have lost sight of what's going on. I've been in AA meetings and NA meetings in Venice where dudes are genuinely continuing to talk about how the CIA is following them with drones and stuff. And I was like, oh, you think you're going to give this guy a room and it's going to help?
And everything's going to work out?
Yeah.
What do you think of Spencer Pratt running for governor?
I like Spencer.
Is it mayor or governor?
No, governor.
It's governor, right?
No, actually, mayor.
Yeah, because he's trying to take Bass's job, right?
I think, I gotta be honest, I'm not in the business of like just getting on here and talking shit, especially about stuff that I'm not all that involved in. But he'll do just as good, if not better, a job than Karen Bass. She's not qualified at all to do anything.
Yeah, that's my thing. It's like people are like, oh, he's not qualified. It's like, hold on, what's your qualifications? What are you talking about? You think, what's Mayor Bass's background? No one's really doing shit. It can't get any worse, really. I don't give up. And I think this is the same thing why Trump got in. People are sick of politicians. They never follow through on what they're going to do. So I think they're like, let's mix it up. Get Trump in here who doesn't have a background in this shit. Let's see how it goes. Now, whatever you say about that, I'm just saying, I think that's a big reason why he won. I think Spencer Pratt's pretty similar. We're like, all right, Bass isn't working. Newsom's a complete piece of shit, even though he's the governor. Like, why not give this guy a chance who's a man of the people? Now, Trump really isn't a man of the people, but Spencer Pratt is.
No, but Trump, I just finished reading Andrew Jackson's official biography, and I realized like he was genuinely like the first Trump, because there's a weird, peculiar kind of detachment that President Trump has, but he's obsessive about effectiveness.
Yeah.
You know, people will say, yeah, but what about the people who are going to say, yeah, but will it work?
Yep.
Then do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with the story about the Ibogaine with Joe.
Oh, yeah.
Rogan. Like, that's insane that he's like, it's done. A day later, and it's like FDA approved. And
wow.
Rogan's like, what?
I know.
It's just all Trump does, and I think that this has been kind of the connection to the success of the right wing in the last couple years, is that they double down on, well, what's going to work? Let's just try to do things that we can safely say this is going to be effective. And the left is still stuck in what's going to be humane.
Yes.
And if you give, it's terrible to say, but if you give the general public, the American public, the option of this kind of, this triple beam scale of effectiveness and vaguely humane, they're going to side with effectiveness after a long enough time.
100%.
You know?
With Joe, too, it's like, people that are upset that Joe got, like, this probably doesn't get passed if Joe didn't get in his ear about it. So the fact, whether you're left or right, none of this matters. If it's saving veterans who are, 22 a day commit suicide, it's like, if this helps one of them a day, this is a home run. So the problem is with social media, everyone gets polarized, and it's my team and my team. Remember, we're all on the same team. We should, either left or right, we should all be on the same team. But people get so polarized to social media that, even with Rogan, oh, fucking Trump, and, he's Trump's monkey. It's like, well, hold on. We're saving lives. We all agree, whether you're left, right, middle, liberal, whatever the fuck, that's a good thing, right? Yes. Okay. Then pick something else. The war, cool. Let's ride on that. But when it comes to Rogan influencing Trump to pass this law that helps save veterans who fucking keep you free, how that's even a thing is, to me, I go, oh God. Oh my God. We've lost our way.
That's a good point.
My other thing, too, is with the White House. I said this on the Shop Show. Is the reason why the UFC is having a fight at the White House because of the relationship between Dana and Trump? Sure. As a fan who's been around the UFC for fucking ever, and a UFC alumni, and you cut my fucking veins and Bob O'Reilly comes out. I live and die for the UFC. Do you remember? You will. I guarantee you. We talked about this the other day. My text. You remember when Forrest Griffin and Stephen Bauer were fighting, and the masses were texting their buddies? Yeah, and that was on Spike.
Joe will tell that story.
Do you remember how big of a deal that was for people that love
MMA?
You know that? Now, if I told you a week after that happened, I'm like, hey, buddy, eventually we're gonna put one of these fucking cages on the lawn of the White House. You go, you're fucking crazy.
Shut up. Okay, now you're getting out of control. Shut the fuck up.
Now this is my thing. Whether you hate Trump, whether you hate Dana, whether you're left, right, liberal, don't give a fuck. All you need to know is the UFC has pulled it off. They're throwing a fucking human cockfight at the lawn of the White House. We've won. The UFC's won, dude. If you're an MMA fan, I'm gonna fuck you like KSW, Cage Warriors, Ryzen, Bellator, PFL. For the sport of MMA, that there's not a bigger sign that your sport has made it. Yeah, but I voted for Kamala. I don't give a fuck. Even if it was Biden, Kamala, if Newsom's in the White House and someone came to me, there's a UFC fight at the White House this weekend, I go, fuck yeah. I wouldn't be like, well, I voted the other way. I'm gonna go ahead and pass on this one. It's like, oh, dude, you've been compromised. They've won. Because now your favorite sport in the world, you're so upset that the UFC aligns with Trump that you're gonna miss this huge opportunity for you. The White House UFC keeps going.
It's totally true, and that example is a perfect one. And then the drug addiction one, where I was like, you're talking about mental health and addiction. You can't. It's really grossly irresponsible in this country to introduce your political feelings, because that is the worst problem we have is mental health and addiction. By far, doesn't matter if you're the far left woke, the most extreme liberal, if you're a fucking MAGA guy, like that should be all hands on deck. Whatever it is,
Because addiction doesn't care if you voted left, right,
doesn't give
liberal, beta, Bernie. You're missing the point.
I love that. I love that aspect of it. Not only addiction, but recovery itself is like, I've shared rooms with insanely famous celebrities that people bow down and throw rose petals at their feet. I've been in there with plenty of homeless people, gangbangers, dudes who spent most of their life in jail, law enforcement, military, and big hippies, and it's like it doesn't drugs
discriminate.
and alcohol, they don't give a fuck.
They don't care who you vote for.
And it's pretty, the color of your skin, your religion, how much money you make, none of that matters. And it goes in the opposite direction too. If your kid has a problem, like he's gonna die unless you get him help, regardless of who he voted for.
100%.
And it's like people need to get past that.
Because we're on these teams, and the system has won. That's what they want. They want us divided. And if you're, again, it's a small example because there's much bigger issues. But if you're gonna skip the UFC White House card because you are anti-Trump, you're missing the point. You're missing the fucking point. But then there's people that don't talk to their parents because they're, left or right. It's like, do you know how? Hold on. The woman that gave life to you because she voted for Kamala Harris, you decided not to talk to anymore. I hate to tell you, Bubba, no matter who the fuck's in there, it's gonna be a shit show. You've lost your way, man. You've lost your way.
Anybody who would genuinely want to be president wouldn't want to do it.
No.
Anybody who's like wildly mature, emotionally intelligent, and
has their shit together,
they'd be like, "Well, fuck that." No, that sounds insane.
Yeah, you don't have your shit together to run for politics, dude. It's not good.
That concerns me the most too. Is like, I have many close friends. Not 4 I can think of off the top of my head. Some of them, like celebrities, used to come on Love Line pretty frequently that are politically active, and then like my friends, close friends, who kind of took a step back in the private sector because they wanted to get into politics to make a difference. And every one of them, whether they're extreme, like the entertainment industry people, I know that they're extremely liberal, or they're extreme, like pictures of Reagan on their wall, like Wally George. They all say the same thing. They're like, "Oh, there's no. If you really want to like do good, there's no. It's not for
the
you.
system's so
how you do it.
Yeah, the
like,
system.
What do you mean it's how you do it?
Wait, what? Yeah, the system's so compromised. It's so dirty. It's like you and even if you want to get on your podcast or social media and rant and rave, you're not gonna do shit, dude. It's not gonna get it done. You're barking into the ether. It's not. You're focused on the wrong thing, man. And like I'll see, especially some of these baseball dads, where I'll go, man, you see, they always ask about Rogan. I go, do you see him at the White House? And they're like, no, what happened? Like they're busy, they're construction workers, they're blue collar. They're like, wait, what? No, what the fuck? No, what happened?
A lot of times, especially nowadays with social media being what it is, you see these people who are very vocal. And by the way, this isn't a partisan statement; it goes in both directions. The people who are so adamant and vocal and putting up 55 posts on their Facebook page or their TikTok, and then you see these people getting assaulted at college campuses. It's like 19-year-old kids or people with no life. But because people typically would like their own children or like jobs and like, you kind of can only get caught up in so much shit because
the problem is the monetization of it. So, on TikTok or if you're on YouTube and you're getting that dopamine release where you're getting all these views and interactions, not only that, which is going to make you down, just be more down and do more content, but then you're also making money off of it. That's
getting attention.
That's the problem. So hold on, and I get it. I'm not blaming these people. These people that do that stuff,
I agree.
They're giving these hot takes and they're fucking posting 9 times a day, and it's Trump this or Kamala that. And all that. I get it, but it's also that's how they're making money. That's how they're staying relevant. And it's like, well, we've created this monster, and then people are like, God, I can't believe someone would do that. They didn't get a life. It's like, man, the system kind of set them up where they can make more money doing this than working their ass off at a construction site.
And
it's not good.
Just like with the not going to parties and the college kids, all I ever did good in life was because I was so scared that wasn't scared. I knew I was a fucking loser.
Yeah.
And I was so scared that I was going to continue to be a loser.
Yeah.
And I had to do anything to not do that.
Yeah.
If I had a fucking phone with the internet and social media, and I could make something of myself where people would give me attention and a couple bucks,
How can you not?
By going, these woke idiots, and then clip farming and finding out people's clips, and then just sitting in my bedroom and doing that. That's all I would devote my life to is talking shit.
And that's what's going on with it. It's like, people do clips and they take things so out of context and all that, like, horrible shit about me. And people send to me like, man, you see this? And like, man, you should shut this down. I'm like, I get it. That's how that guy makes money. It's just, he's just part of the system that we've created where it's not good.
And then on top of that, there's a very, very, very narrow margin of the creme de la creme who are actually really good at it, who make like shit talking videos, of whether it be comics or actors or woke celebrities or politicians. And I was like, bro, I mean, that's almost like artwork.
That's why, that's art. Dude, with a lot of them, I'm like, clearly you have skills, Bubba. But if you go to them, you're like, man, just do something positive or give a take on this, because they clearly know how to edit and put it all together and thumbnails and all this shit. I'm like, man, if you just do this for good, but if you go to them, they're like, if it's something positive, I'm not making money. I make money through a good clip. So I'm like, I get it. That's the game. I get it.
And it's, by the way, because if it's something positive, you don't make money, you don't get attention. Totally true. But I think that tricks us into thinking if it's negative, that's more representative of how the world is.
Yeah, it's not.
No. Both mainstream media and social media is driven by negative stories because that's what intrigues us. And I'm guilty of it saying, I love, if I see a video, if there's a video of firefighter saves drowning dog from drowning, and there's watch this one punch KO from fuck around and find out guy gets knocked out. I'm like, almost always I'm leaning towards the guy gets knocked out.
But I think to your point too, it's like if your YouTube algorithm, I watch a lot of baseball shit. So if it says Ohtani, greatest player ever, I'm like, yeah, I know most of that shit. And then the next one pops up, and Ohtani, it's him, and he has like red eyes. It's like the dark history of Ohtani, why he's a piece of shit. I'm like, but I will check that out. And I know it's not. I know it's clickbaity, it's propaganda. But I'm like, let's just see what the fuck this is, because it's different and it's dark.
You're totally right, and
it's not good.
But that tricks us into thinking that that's the way the world is.
Correct.
But do this for me. Any of you who are watching or listening, like, really go back and think of when someone, a stranger, was genuinely outwardly mean to you. And unless you're living at home, it's happened. But I can think of maybe like one hand worth of it. Now, if you really try to take notice on a day-to-day basis, how many times someone holds a door for you, how many times a random stranger be like, "Oh, that's a nice shirt," or
let you in when you
someone. Everyone has these bad, horrible things in their head. With meatheads like us, in the back of their mind of when someone was a fucking asshole at the gym and they took up too much space with it. But I've lost count of how many times people will be like, would you like to work in? Or let me wipe that down for you? Or can I help you with the plates? And you're just like, oh, thank you, stranger.
But to your point, I think that's what's wrong with the younger generations, because when they're coming up and it's so negative, everything's so dark and negative, like, I guess this is the world. Because they don't have the perspective. They haven't lived and had as many years on the planet as us and gone out in public and all this stuff. So if they're just, in their basement or they're talking to their friends online, they're like, man, the world's just negative. It's like, nah, buddy, you gotta touch grass. Go through. Get off of here. This is a small sector of what's really going on.
Kevin and Bean, Kevin Ryder, and I used to do a show called Great News. And it was because we got so kind of upset about the fact that seemed to drive all forms of news, mainstream to social media, and we were gonna do a news show, but only positive stories, right? And of course, as what we mentioned before, doesn't drive a lot of engagement, so it didn't end up being very successful. But at the same time, there was something else that I noticed, that if you go online with the intention of searching happy, uplifting stories, there was literally too much. Like, if you do the work to get past what's on the front, I couldn't feasibly narrow down the stories to do one show because I had too many amazing stories. I was like, but I gotta tell the story about the guy who laid down on a broken bridge to save a senior citizen. No, I gotta do the person who walks around for free, like cleaning up disabled veterans' yards.
But there's so many people doing it.
There's so much of it.
But I'm a victim of it too. It's like, I don't set the descriptions, the thumbnails like on the shop show. We're doing this whole relaunch and the big ground breakdown, go back and doing all this extra stuff. And I go through the titles, and I'm like, and it's all negative. It's like, the issue with Dana White, why Ronda should stop fighting. I'm like,
the corruption of the UFC.
Yeah, it's like the UFC has fallen. And I'm like, that wasn't my take.
Not what I said.
Like, maybe I brought attention to it, but overall the message is how great everything is. And then, Nick, who does it, he's like, your views have never been higher. Like,
I see it in a negative way too. Not it's all kind of.
But I get the game.
I get the game. But I see, I've seen video as like a real passionate fan. I see that now with even the most successful kind of content creators. It's like, was Khabib really a fraud? And it'll show him like getting smashed in like a blurry video of him like in still in bottom position. And then I watched a video and I was like, that's not even what this is about at all. Like, once you pulled one clip of Chael saying, well, if there's any flaw in his game, it's his takedown defense, not against the cage. And that's what they built this, he's a fraud? It's like, wait a second.
As soon as you click that, they've won.
Yeah, they win.
That's all because if they're like, well, even in all the videos, when it goes to like why John Jones is the biggest cheat of all time, you click on it, and like the first 30 seconds, the guy's like, well, it's not that. And they don't have examples. But you clicked on it, they got paid. So they're basically like, gotcha. It's snake oil.
There's a dark metal group named Cradle of Filth, and they're successful in that genre. They're not the Foo Fighters, obviously, but Cradle of Filth is like a successful band.
I've heard of them.
And they used to have a shirt that said Jesus is a cunt. Just like the death metal, grindcore world, they all do the extreme logos and extreme. I heard the lead singer talk about it. He's like, I know that's probably the most offensive. He's like, but I was going for that. He's like, if I get you to even click on that and notice it and have a news story, and then that news story feeds to someone, and then someone goes out and buys that shirt because of it, because they were never fucking aware of it, but because Bill O'Reilly talked about it on Bill O'Reilly's show tonight, he's like, I win.
And our people find it.
I was like, dude, you're ahead of the game. This is like 1998 or something.
Well, it's like MC Hammer, he got so famous he also had a lot of haters. He said the number one selling shirt he had his entire time touring. They didn't know it, but he created shirts that said MC Hammer sucks. Yeah. It was my number one selling shirt. But he goes, I don't give a fuck.
MC Hammer, very nice man. You're the best. By the way, do you know where you got his name? You're a sports fan. MC Hammer.
He was a ball boy for the Oakland A's.
He's a bad boy for the Oakland A's, right. And he looked so much like Hammer and Hank Garrett.
Yep.
That they started calling him. Yep. That's true. And you can see that. But he stole that from Primus. Primus has been doing Primus Sucks since like 1989.
Really?
Yes.
Still. Good
but
move. I still have that image. Like, if people have for the Reddit make a shop suck shirt, I'm like, would I like the extra money? Sure. That's just not what I do. I don't want to contribute to that, man.
I agree. And it gets really bad too when I see content. Now I will take a partisan side on this because I remember when Bill Clinton had a heart attack, a pretty serious one. And it was right after he was not in office. I think it was like 2001. And Rush Limbaugh stopped what he was doing and flew to his bedside. And he's like, listen, I made a career out of talking shit. But this has crossed the line. Yeah. You're the president. Make sure sent flowers to Hillary, the whole thing.
But also he made his money off that. And so you should be grateful to Bill too. Like, thank you.
I have seen a handful of extreme shit posters who are doing the Rob Reiner shouldn't talk shit about President Trump, he deserved it kind of thing. And I'm like, well, what do we do? But I've seen thousands of videos of people making fun of Trump. I'm like, isn't it wild? Dude, what am I doing?
Oh, you lost your...
Feel free to have your feelings about politics, but what are we...
You've lost.
What are you doing?
Yeah, you've lost the game. And if there's a thing like, you're out, yeah, that's it. If you're celebrating the death of a father, No matter what.
And but he's not Osama bin Laden. He had opinions you didn't like. I get that.
Sure.
But what are you doing?
Yeah. Like
in public, like
but that's
crazy, vulgar,
anyone who's like, man, glad that happened. It's like, oh, you've lost your way. And anybody doing that or celebrating that, it's like nobody I know who's worth shit talks like that. Even and I know people that didn't like Charlie Kirk at all. I listen to the show. I like Charlie, but it's like anybody that celebrates that. Most of the time, they're unhappy in their own shit. They're just, you've lost it, man. And that's the biggest red flag for me. Whenever anybody celebrates anything, like, let's say you have this TV show and for a reason they get picked up, and so it's, fuck yeah, glad that thing didn't get picked up. It's like, you've lost it. You've lost it. You've lost your way. There's no way you're doing good in life.
I think people transition from like how they feel about Bill Cosby and Harvey Weinstein, and like I said, like off the brand about them, like Osama bin Laden or something. Like now they're doing that for people that they're just not that into.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't like his music. I was like, what are we doing?
Yeah, when people are like Taylor Swift sucks, you're like,
yeah,
sure. You know that you don't have to play her music on Apple, right? It's not. I can understand if it was a law we have to listen to Taylor Swift. Then, man, there's gonna be some backlash. When you have the freedom to literally choose what the fuck you want to listen to, but you decide to just make comments about this, whatever it is, podcast or comedian, you don't have to listen to it. No one's forcing you.
That's another thing too, is that people have lost the sight. And this is, I do think this is not their fault. I think this is kind of the modern trend of media. People have lost the ability to kind of stay on topic. And what I mean by that is like, I was talking to to show you that this isn't a partisan thing. I was talking to a friend of mine at Jiu-Jitsu who's very right-wing, and he's kind of a well-known, not Tim, he's kind of a well-known personality. So, but they were named, and he was like talking about Kamala Harris, and we were talking about the failure of her campaign. I was on board, I'm listening, interesting, and he's like, blah, 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 ugly woman or ugly bitch. And I was like, well, what brings? I was like, she's pretty attractive.
Yeah.
I was like, like she's actually pretty beautiful.
Top 10 of all time.
Yeah, she's a moron. She would be the best looking president ever if she had won.
Not even remotely close.
And I actually made a clip about this one. Don Lemon talking shit about Megyn Kelly. I go, okay, you're a news broadcaster. You don't like Megyn Kelly, talk shit. And then he goes, yeah, she's chopped. Because he was like young, hip interviewers. They were young, like college age. And they're like, do you think Megyn Kelly's chopped? We think she's chopped. And he's like, what does that mean? They're like, but like ugly. But and she's like, oh yeah, she's super chopped. I was like,
okay, man.
Pump the brakes. Yeah. If you disagree with her or you don't think she's good at her job, I'll listen to you. Megyn Kelly's a lot of things.
Gorgeous.
She's so fucking hot in person, like you're uncomfortable.
She's stunning.
Oh my god.
That'd be the worst take you can do. Yeah. Like you can beat her up on some of her politics of it. That's fine. Yeah. But when you start going for looks, like no.
And I go like,
but again, you've lost your way.
Stay on
lost your way.
Yeah.
You've lost it. That's not real. Kamala Harris, I think she's. I mean, her campaign should be studied on what not to do.
I agree.
As far as physical attractiveness, as soon as you go, oh, she's this ugly, you're out.
No need.
I'm not even gonna talk with you. No, you lost it. You lost the narrative.
I saw it in the opposite direction of where these college girls. Now, granted, maybe they were motivated by other things, and I'm trying to be nice about it, but they were talking about how Michelle Obama is this elegant, amazing queen, and that Melania could learn things because she's. And I was like, okay, well, listen, Michelle Obama is quite smart, and I have nothing negative to say. But if we're going to talk looks, what are we doing here? Like, why are we?
It's so crazy.
You just can't stay on top of it.
You can't have that. Yeah. Oh, wow. I can't have.
Oh, wow. It's like we were playing Street Fighter 2, and I fucked you up. I just crushed you up. Dude, I ran like quadruple all your kids. And I was like, this is like how I fuck you up in the ring. Like, why are you extrapolating to something that this doesn't apply? And that's not true. Yeah. Like, I understand. Michelle Obama was much more charismatic and intelligent than Melania. And she's more beautiful, and you're like,
This is where I get off the bus.
Yeah,
this is where I get off the crazy.
But it destroys everything else you just said, which might have been true.
I know. You fucked up.
Yeah.
You fucked up. What do you got, Chipster? All right. The first one is this marathon thing with Nike. Oh, Nike. So this is what they put on their stuff. This is their slogan for the marathon. Runners welcome, walkers tolerated.
What is bad about that?
People are upset about it, saying
So remember, like Nike when they came out the gate. Go to Nike's old running marketing. So this is very Nike how they came out, where it's like runners welcome, walkers tolerated. It's the Boston
It's
Marathon.
the Super Bowl of marathons.
Yeah,
Boston is that's what marathon runners.
and so the people who join it just to walk are like, man, this is discrimination against walkers. You're making
Fuck off.
So Nike took it down. So, and if you notice this, so Nike's not doing well. They're not doing well. Their stock's low because Nike decided to side with kind of this woke agenda shit and go that direction. And so they changed it. Boston will always remind you, moving is what matters. Like, whoa, why would it just do it? Like, they used to be pretty hardcore in that sense. And then also, kids are, our business has changed. We're an offensive time. You can go to some of their old stuff. There's a ton of examples.
Nike being, in the early. By the way, the whole brand of Nike founded on running. So it's not like they don't have a stake in this. They were built on track running and distance running, and they were known. That's right. You remember when we were little kids? They were the edgy, aggressive, in your face. Like the Spike Lee, or it's like athlete. Oh, yeah. That's what Just Do It was.
Yep.
And we're not going to talk a lot. It's like, go hard or go home. That was their, and I feel like it's almost insulting that they would allow their company to kind of, because what walking tolerated,
It's a race.
It's talking shit on people who are showing up to a race to go slow.
To walk.
It's not talking shit about people who enjoy walking.
No.
You understand that? Like, this is getting out of fucking control.
It's just softening society. We're like, as long as you finish, like, no, bitch, this is one of the biggest marathons in the world. And the guy that's finishing, what the fuck is pace shaming?
If you and I went to shaming with their team, but by the way, Austin area is very well known for like endurance sports. There's probably people, I think Lance Armstrong led to that. But there's a lot of people training in biking, rowing, and running out by Zilker Park probably. And you and I were like, hey guys, let's go. And they were a really competitive running team, and within 400 yards, we're pulling behind them.
Yeah.
I would hope they'd be like, what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah, they need edges. I know.
Slow ass fuck.
Yes, I would hope. Yeah. But the thing is, but then Nike, they've done this more. They've done more woke than anyone, and they're an athletic brand. Athletes in general, hate to tell you guys, your favorite football player, baseball player, UFC athlete, tend to lean more towards the right. Yeah. It just makes sense. So Nike went away from that, so you have less guys signing with Nike. You have more competition in the space with New Balance and all these other brands. And then Nike, because of their lower stock and all that shit, they blame it on basketball. Like, well, basketball just not the same stars. That's why we're not selling as many shoes. It's like, no, there's more competition in the market, and these other brands aren't bending the knee to the woke mob who, A, isn't buying your shoes anyways, because you've seen a woke person in shape, very rare. So it's like, the people that you're satisfying by taking this down aren't even buying your fucking product. All you're doing is pissing off the masses that actually buy fucking shoes. Now they're sure as fuck not buying.
I will say though, basketball does drive sneaker culture. Basketball,
100%.
And
Not
the
lately.
NBA,
Not lately.
the NBA, no, not lately, but because I don't think it's not because of like Nike not making good sneakers or this or that.
No.
I think it's because basketball as a whole has lost its understanding of how to connect with the fans.
Correct.
So who was it? God damn it! It may have been Gilbert Arenas again, but I saw another one of these clips where they said, what do you talk about? Like, Jordan used to talk about how he loved Magic. He's like, I don't want to be on Magic's team.
Yeah.
I want to compete against.
Correct.
Because I like seeing.
I'm not going to go join Magic. I'm going to beat Magic.
Bird used to talk. He's like, I love Irvin Magic Johnson. I love him. He's a great man. I want to beat his ass.
Correct.
I don't want to be on his team. And
these super teams change the culture.
They've turned it into like being on the Avengers, where it's like, let's get Thor and let's
just beat the shit out of him like it's directly.
And there was something too. being a kid and watching Bill Laimbeer and Isaiah Thomas come in and watching those Knicks team and certainly the Celtics, you would see, I'm not talking about like they'll bring in a goon off the bench. Fucking Michael Cooper, Magic Johnson, James Worthy would get in a fucking fist fight with Larry Bird and Robert Parrish. Like, and they're boys. And they're boys. Going crazy. You know, like the crowd would. And there's a clip of Kobe hitting a game-winning shot, and he holds his jersey like this, and he points up. And after the game, in the press conference, he was like, "It's all about." He's like, "I'm in charge out there, but it's about the Lakers. I'm in charge because I want the Lakers. This is the front of my jersey, not the back." And I just think that's like, can we realistically? I'm a diehard Laker fan, but can we realistically be like, LeBron bleeds gold and purple? No, LeBron bleeds LeBron.
Yeah,
LeBron.
Yeah,
and
as long as LeBron gets 50, he's good.
Michael Jordan might assassinate someone if they got in the way of the Bulls.
Right,
like he might kill a person.
But it's just, I think it's the changing of the culture where it's like, including pro sports, where it's like that one-on-one, the dog, that competition, people are kind of shying away from, like, as long as he's participating, it's like, no, bitch, no, we're here to win, man. But it starts in the youth sports, like I see it all the time.
That's why baseball's increased, by the way.
Correct.
Clearly, global Otani and other Asian, Korean and Japanese players.
Baseball,
it's
rocking right now. Rocking.
Another reason why baseball's gone is that, believe you me, if you hide the microphones and go in the Dodger locker room and talk to them about the Padres or the Giants, like fuck those guys.
Yes.
And they might do some chin music, and it might come inside. They might plug a guy.
See the fight like 2 weeks ago?
Yes, yeah. Now, like,
what was it? Angels and I forget who it was.
Washington.
Yes.
Cleveland Indians.
Yeah. Well, it's the Indians to us. I refuse to call them the Guardians. Nope.
By the way, because they had the sickest fucking logos and
the best. I still have 2 of the
branding. Like the Cleveland Indians was sick.
Yeah. The best.
But that was a thing. The 70s and 80s, like the teams mattered, and Dodger fans fucking hated the Giants. Like you know what I mean? Like it was a legitimate
Giants.
And Dodger players hated the fucking. And now it's like, well, I might get traded next year.
Did you see rushing for the Dodgers last night?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so rushing.
I saw the breakdown.
So Russian's balling.
Yeah.
And he's the backup to Will Smith, who happens to be probably the best catcher in the league. So
offensively,
rushing's a beast. If I'm rushing, I think his salary, he's making like $750,000 a year. He's on a low salary. He could be a starter anywhere else and be a superstar. So they got to figure that out. He's such a good player. If you really go down the rabbit hole, look at that motherfucker lifting in college. You're like, holy shit, he's one of my faves. But last night, they lost 3-1. Yoshi, the first inning, gave up 3 runs. Unheard of. I was saying to my brother, like, is it upside down day?
Yeah,
what the fuck is on the world? They lit him up. I'm like, what the fuck? They shut it down, right? But and this is why I'm like, yes and no. Like me and my son were watching the game. I'm like, yes and no. Like you need some of that dog in you. Russian's a young, full of fucking vinegar player, balling right now. One of the guys slides in, he gets hurt. And I think Russian tagged him out, and he walks out, and he looks back, and the guy's like, on his knee, goes, fuck him, and walks to the dugout. Now, bad sportsmanship? Sure.
I'm listening to a podcast right now, Big Dog.
For everyone? No. But if you want that motherfucker on your team, is my point. And by the way, I told my son, he's like, Dad, what did he say? I go, he said, fuck them. Because they're in the middle of a game, dude. And so it's fuck all of them, Bubba.
Let me make this very clear. He didn't slide into second, cleats up, and take a guy out.
No.
And then he's like, fuck him. I'm like, all right, what are you, a Bond villain? The guy slit fucked up, and he was just trying to make it and hurt himself.
Yep.
Like, he's not on my team. Fuck him.
Yeah,
I go, yeah, good for you. Walking back with a Dodger dugout.
Fuck him. He goes up like,
push his shoulders off. He's like, fuck him. I agree. And there was a thing about that. Like, I was really lucky where, especially at the time, like Love Line in Southern California, I got to do things way outside of my like celeb level grade. And one of the things I got to do is I get to play in the Dodgers / Angels celebrity game. You know, like
what a dream. I do. It's awesome. That's the only good thing about fame. Like I hope someone reaches out like, hey man, you want to play in this baseball all-star game? Not at the MLB level, but just whatever it is. Savannah Bananas, where the fuck it is?
I have two.
So I can bring my kids.
I have two games in particular at Dodger Stadium that I can tell you, and we could do a whole episode about the stories. Michael Clark Duncan, who, God rest his soul, he's a really nice guy, but he's fucking huge, and he's not huge and gawky. He like has great posture. He looks like this amazing, like a linebacker from a comic book.
Yeah.
He never played. He was the worst baseball player I've ever seen. He literally couldn't throw, couldn't put his mitt on. I was like,
that's baseball, Bubba.
There was a Spanish, untouchably hot female Spanish, like telenovela, soap opera.
Yeah.
Spanish
the hottest.
She was a star there, okay? Yeah. And like, of course, all the dudes in Dodger Stadium were like going crazy.
Yeah.
And she's wearing like a teeny little skirt with a Dodger jersey. She hits the ball and runs to third base. And I'm like
skips first and second, just
no,
like it's crazy
instead
kickball.
of going to
like it's crazy kickball, goes to third.
And Kevin from Kevin and Bean and I were standing there, and I was like, you would think. By the way, she's not from fucking Zimbabwe. Like you would think in Mexico, she's at least seen baseball enough to know that.
But also see the people in front of her.
Yeah,
like when they're batting first.
Laughing.
She was like, hey,
no, she was like,
yeah.
But she was so fucking hot that no one was like,
say it.
All the Dodger players and everything were like, oh, is this we go this way? But the one,
oh, dude, I meant to take it before I forget. This popped up on my algorithm. You know, there's leagues in Austin, like big time leagues that have the backings of like big companies. Like I want to say like Yeti's behind it, like the big vodka companies out there. They have leagues with dope jerseys, and they get together on Sundays in a competitive like baseball.
Oh, it's on.
I'll send you the thing. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You and I get out there, Bubba?
Yes.
Would that be dope?
Yes.
Yeah. And I saw the thing that got me is they're showing the fields. It looks like Sandlot, but for adults. And then there's kids playing, and then the families are in the back, and they have sewn-in jerseys. And it's like proper downtown Austin. I'm like, holy fuck.
I'm in. I'm so in.
Right?
Yeah.
The thing that got me in was the jerseys. I'm like, no, sewn-in jerseys?
Dude, you're such a hype beast. The thing that got you in was the fucking jerseys.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That'll fit perfectly on the board. Some nice G. Awesome. I'm in. That's
right.
Yeah.
Right? Look it up. Look it up, dude. It's Bible.
Yeah. For sure. I'm in. Like, I know we could get Chin come out and get some video.
Yeah.
I'll throw some Chin music out.
I'm coming in like fucking Miller from the Padres, fucking corn. Are you ready? Have you seen his walkout? I'm not a Padres fan.
Dodgers, what that homie's got the mother from Danzig. It's also, but yeah, I mean,
oh, that's good. Yeah.
Blind from Corn is
buddy.
Because the stadium,
and how dominant he is.
I've been at fucking bananas concert. I've been to countless Slayers, Slipknot. I saw Dillinger Escape Plan. There's a video of Dillinger Escape Plan playing at Virgin Atlantic Records somewhere in the Eastern Seaboard. And I went to see them the night after at this small club, and I saw dudes getting their heads broken. I've been to wild shows. Korn hitting Blind at Woodstock 99. I don't know if that looks AI, and it's not. That shit is off the chain. It is so, like, it gives me goosebumps.
Like, bring up Miller walking out to Corn for the Padres. Dude, I mean, Diaz for the Dodgers when he walks out, he's hurt, so he hasn't been blowing the doors off anybody. But Miller is dude. I don't think he's given up a run in 50 games.
No, this guy's.
Mason Miller is, he played Division III baseball, didn't get recruited, nothing, dude. His story's fucking bananas, dude.
And also,
I know maybe it's for the Patreon channel. I don't know. Play that, and you tell me you don't fucking. This is why baseball's so fucking
winning,
dude.
But there's not aspects.
Dodgers, I love the fucking Dodgers. There's not a better moment in sports when this motherfucker walks out. Can you imagine
Gagne at his peak with Welcome to the Jungle?
Yeah,
especially
Gagne with the glasses.
I Young's as a really
true.
Took it, and the crowd goes, oh yeah.
Is this it or no? Yeah, this is it. Rewind it, dude. Look at him warming up. Imagine him. He's
ready to run through a wall.
Bro, I'm ready to run through a fucking wall. Play this shit.
You know what time it is? It's time for Mason Miller.
Bro! Back to dark. Look at all the cameras. Bro!
The crowd's just fucking
You're like, bro, he doesn't give up a fucking hit, mother.
He deals.
Nothing in sports, buddy. But this is why baseball's killing it, because baseball's always been like they have unspoken rules. It's a little slower, so now they have the pitch count or the pitch clock, right, to speed things up, which is great. But this is what, if you're a young kid, like my son's a pitcher, I'm like, buddy, look at this. When he comes out, like WWE, he has a walkout song, buddy. It's so dope.
And what was your walkout song? Did you have one?
Square Dance by Eminem.
Sick. All right.
Boom, 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 boom. And I play for my son as we're driving. It's his favorite song, right? Because he knows I walked out to it. But before we get out of the car, I crank it as loud as I can. And if I know he's starting pitcher, put that on. People, feel so good to be back. That shit is fucking spicy, bro.
Is it on YouTube at all or no?
I have no clue.
Oh, never mind. Do you know the Rory McDonald walkout music song? Their story?
He has walkout song. I'm trying to think about Roy walked up to.
It's one of those stories where you go like, oh, we're living in this isn't real.
What?
So Rory McDonald changed his phone. He got it.
Oh, that's right. And the fan was communicating.
And some guy who is fucking awesome, by the way, and he needs to come out and take credit for this. The best. Whatever who's ever in charge of marketing for the UFC would be like, what's your walkout song?
Actually, the week of the fight.
And the guy, instead of going like, I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about, he's like, it's fucking Cotton Eye Joe. And then the next one, it's like, actually, I want to do Macarena. And it took Rory McDonald like 4 fights, but finally he's like, what the fuck is going on? Like, what is this?
Hey, dude, did you see Mike Perry? He wanted to come out to the Halo song for the video game.
And it was Halo.
It's Beyonce.
Beyonce's Halo.
What the fuck is? Okay, just start singing with it.
It's perfect because it was Mike Perry too.
Yeah.
He didn't get all
he's the best.
He's like, oh, whatever.
Yeah, he's the best.
I can't believe, unless someone does it, I'm a pretty attentive fan. How does no one use Hell's Bells from AC/DC? That's the greatest walkout song.
Someone has.
I get pumped in my car. I'm not even walking out anywhere.
The one group you can't use is Metallica.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
Hatebreed too. Matt, really tough fucking maniac with crazy elbows. Matt, God damn it, retired.
I know you're talking about. Damn it, I can't think of his name right now. Matt the Immortal.
Matt Brown.
Matt Brown used to come out, and he was like boys with Jamie from Hatebreed. Yeah. He used to come out to Hatebreed, and I was like, that's hard to.
Dude, the lead singer from Tool texted me how he got my number. I don't know. He texted me before one of my. It was a huge fight. He texted me before, and then my buddy who knew him was like, "Oh, dude, you gotta come out to this song." I was like, "I can't. It's too much of a."
It was a little proggy too.
Yeah, I was like, I love him. He's great, but it'd be tough for a walkout.
That chord is insane. I mean,
did not walk out. Now we're Dodger fans, so we gotta bring up Diaz Dodgers walkout. His is pretty good.
Mother's song.
But Diaz comes out to the is it trumpets? No.
Oh no, yeah.
Edwin Diaz.
Yep, Edwin. He's hurt, but he'll come back. It's good. It's no Mason Miller, but it's
but you're also playing to your crowd. Like there's probably a lot of people.
but here, this is the MLB. But
Shin and I are going to go out to Hammer Smash Face by Cannibal Corpse.
this is pretty gangster. Where the fuck is the trumpet? Here it goes. That trumpet to her tits.
He comes on her navel. She had to like move titties out of the way just to get the trumpet. Damn, son.
It's pretty good. It's no Mason Miller core. And I want that for him, but it's just, as a Dodgers fan, it's just not as. But to your point with MLB growing, it's like, this is walkout shit that they, like, remember when Sinead O'Connor sang for Connor? Dude.
Even my wife, who doesn't care, I was so she was like, God, this is amazing. I was like, I know.
It's that delivery. It's like it's making it special because these guys are special.
And the WWE's too, like, they're too controlling of their stuff, right? Because the glass breaking Stone Cold music, that would be dope. That's next level.
Yeah,
a UFC fighter could probably do it now, right? With like the
TKO. Yeah, just TKO.
That's good. If like, especially a white heavyweight or light heavyweight.
I feel like Strickland.
Strickland. Dude, Stone Cold music, Sean. Let's go.
That would be dope. Against Hamzat.
I remember Shane being Trump came out because Adam Ray, Adam's a great guy. I'm so happy for his success. Adam Ray was being Biden at Kill Tony.
Yeah.
And Shane came out as Trump to Stone Cold.
Yeah.
And it was the funniest.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, just the MLB, whoever's running that shit now, they get the pageantry, they get the kind of playing into that. Where for a long time it's none of that.
Well, it's effortless. By the way, effortless diversity. Like the MLB is insane. Like just 40 countries have like a dominant. But you saw with the World Baseball Classic, it's amazing how many dominant baseball players come from all over the globe. So you have that. And I think that they're silently encouraging the whole team rivalry thing, where they're like, gets a little chippy, gets a little violent. Fine, we're good. We're not going to say anything. We're not going to encourage it. But we're not going to. And then also, like you said, welcoming the Patriots, the Dodgers. I don't know about other ballparks. I have to assume the Yankees, it's an organization. It almost transcends baseball. But what you go to Dodger Stadium now, and it's like the tie-ins to like anime. And like every player has their own like animated card, and the lights and the
bobblehead
night,
it's
rock
it's
concert environment. You're like,
they nailed it. And I give a little credit to the Banana League, that Savannah Bananas, because I don't know if you've seen what they're doing. Like they'll sell out Petco Stadium, they'll sell out the Tampa Bay State, the Rays in like 2 minutes. But there's so much pageantry, and I think that's why they're so big now,
and they're good enough at baseball to have credibility.
Oh, those guys can fucking play.
Good enough.
Yeah. So I think MLB is like, okay, what can we kind of get away with that they're doing? What can we can take a page out of their book?
Why not? Have you seen? Speaking of the Savannah Bananas, have you seen this guy's goat right now? He's my goat. They brought a dude out of the crowd.
Savannah Bananas.
Yes. Makes like a diving catcher, like a really amazing. Defensive play. They did like a raffle, like who thinks they can play, and out of all and they brought a guy out, just a dude. He's in tennis shoes, but then he hits a bomb.
Does he have a background in baseball?
Clearly, but it's not.
It's not like pretty set up.
No. I mean, he corks one. It's so fucking cool. So like all the same. No. Put in Savannah Bananas fan hits homer or fan hits bomb. Yeah, bomb. Fan catch leads epic Bananas comeback.
Yeah, because it's an out for the Savannah Bananas if the crowd catches a ball, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Yeah, pretty cool. You stay active in it.
You'll be able to tell because he's literally in street clothes, and then he just hits a fucking.
Just
like a cork or two, yeah. He did, and like a no questions. He like flipped his bat and everything. I was like, oh, this guy's my man.
Awesome.
This guy's my fucking.
Yeah, I don't see a SAR, man.
No problem. Fan out of crowd hits homer. Okay, let's just try one. Homer from crowd.
Home run.
God damn it. Or I'm gonna find out.
Okay.
Fan cases football.
If I find it, I'll put it in the episode.
You're the man.
Yeah, no worries. So, Dixie for JD McGraw, question mark? Wow. If he makes it that far, the 2-2. Put away all three. Hey, up, bitch! High fly ball! Left center field! Are you kidding me? 4 letters, 1 word, all on God! I'm standing here watching the replay because I still can't effing believe that happened. Yeah, I was watching a thing where they had old school like NFL players taking BP. I think it was at Rocky Timber All-Star game. And people forget John Elway's better at baseball than he was football. Have you seen?
He was drafted, right? He was going to play for. I think he was going to play for the Yankees.
He's gonna be the #1 pick.
Yeah. And
Wild, dude.
that is
They
wild.
showed him taking
That
BP. You're like, oh shit.
That is crazy. And also, like, have you seen? We were talking about earlier in the show. We were talking about how there's a special thing with baseball, and I agree completely. But have you seen the video of like NFL players trying to like hit off a tee?
Yeah.
It's like if you don't have that thing, or if you
You're not just gonna be athletic.
no,
Jump and start.
and then there's video of like Mookie Betts like running routes and like dunking basketballs. You're like,
Yeah.
oh well.
Yeah. Oh,
Well, there's also something unmentioned that's genetic.
Yeah.
I was watching Mr. Beast with my daughter and my wife the other day, and it was actually really cool. It was a bunch of other content creators, and they all competed to give away $1 million to one of their fans.
that's cool.
So yeah, it was really cool. And it was content creators from all over the world. And one of the contests that they needled it down to like 10 kids, and they got down to fan hit a home run. There it is. They whittled it down to like 10, 12 kids, and they got to a basketball competition. Okay, and there's 3 or 4 kids who are crushing. Let's just assume you know what they look like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then the next one was baseball, and there was some kid from like Chile. Who just got done fucking scorching people in basketball, and they were like, and I was like, oh, well, I was like, guys, I'm not gonna say much, but they're playing up to stereotypes.
This is it, and you found it?
No, it's not showing anything.
That's just the guy talking about it.
I wonder if they scrubbed it for some reason, but it was. You saw him walk out from the crowd, then he makes a great play, and then just hits a fucking corker. It was awesome.
It says Pickles intern. What's Pickles? That's not what we're talking about.
All right, I don't know then.
Not yet. If I find it, I'll text it to you.
Oh yeah, please do.
Yeah, it's just the guy talking, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Well, brother, I appreciate you coming on, big dog.
Always my pleasure.
You're the absolute best, man.
I appreciate it.
I love you.
I want to ask real quick, Mike, have you been, since you have all these connections and stuff to the music place, and we have the same taste in music,
Yes, we do.
have you been to any of the new Pantera tour at all?
I got invited to go.
Damn.
This is when it first started, like 2 years ago, 1 year ago.
And then they started touring Metallica too.
Right, and I had some really close friends who were in like the marketing team for BLF, Black Label Society, and Zach World, who worked with Ozzy, and I wasn't able to make it. But
Bummer.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to.
You know, like, because there's no Dimebag or what?
Not no Dimebag, but like and by the way, I really like Charlie Benante. I really like Zach, but I was like and I was really lucky. I saw the Pantera.
Oh man!
Like for Reinventing the Steel on that tour, and then for the Far Beyond Driven tour when I was like sophomore. And like you couldn't. I keep trying to tell people, even if you don't learn not a metalhead, peak Pantera, when they were really on before like Phil started to get super deep into drugs, like you have no idea how good they were, how fucking tight.
It's a bummer.
Every 5-star, like Van Halen at their peak, it was the look, the songwriting, the performance, the technical ability, it was amazing.
Yeah. Like at least you got to see that's the one band.
Are you gonna go?
I never
go to the
yeah,
new?
of course.
You want to go to the new?
I still want to do but they're touring like in Europe or something right now.
Or do they have plans to tour in the U.S.?
They already went to Austin like in 2025. We missed it. We weren't here.
Yeah.
They announced it yesterday, the Slayer show, special show. It's nowhere around here. It's but they're gonna play Rain and Blood beginning to end.
Oh, sick.
And Down and Suicidal Tendencies.
Shit, I remember for Down and long ass time. And Suicidal too. That's badass.
So I'm into that.
Sick.
Hell yeah. Well, Mike, we love you, brother. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for answering the bat signal.
Thank you, guys.
This is the Fighter and the Mic. We're out.
Welcome back to Break 50.
I can't believe it happened when I'm not the number one player in the world. That's the best putt I hit in 20 years. Since it's an important day, I'm looking at my son, and we are going to break 50. So today, what we're going to do is I'm going to teach Bryson how to win a British Open. Wow, okay. Here we go. Those three-quarter shots, and don't just let the wind be your friend, because that's what Jack Nicklaus told me about it. Wow, it's a driving range. How many are driving ranges? That's all I need. That's right on the base. That's we're ready to go right there. We're shooting 47. There we go. All you amateurs out there, all you want is that sound. If you get that sound, it's like the very first girl you ever dated in this world. It's the most incredible thing. So you never got, did you get taught by anybody? Did anyone teach you the grip and rip it, or just did it yourself? I never had it.
of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony
Oh, snap. We did it again. This is a packed-ass Monday Night Belly Room. What's up, everybody? That's right. You podcast listeners are really missing out on this one. We have more fun on Mondays than other people do. It's very exciting to be here. I am well rested. I didn't work on a TV show today for the first time in 6 episodes, which is great. I got to relax and run errands, go to the bank, and deposit many checks. Because things are going good. And I'm so glad you people are here. You had a fun weekend. You did the Death Squad tour, Grand Rapids, Columbus, Ohio, Indianapolis.
And finish it off with Doug Loves Movies also.
That's great.
Sunday. A lot of if you're listening to this Death Squad Midwest, thank you so much for coming out. That putting together a show last minute and having so many people come out. It's always great to see that. And
Phoenix, Arizona, we're with you this Thursday, and Toronto, Canada. Kill Tony is selling out very quickly. We are doing a fucking giant theater there, and awesome. We are already almost sold out. It might be sold out by the time you hear this podcast.
That's
so
right.
Try your best to get a ticket if you're listening anywhere near Toronto. I want to give a special shout out. Met a few fans today before the show. One from Scotland, Danny. Hello. Where are you?
Yeah.
All the way from Scotland, this motherfucker came wearing a Death Squad t-shirt. That's amazing.
Oh, hey, what's up?
There he is. Look at him. Look how Scottish he looks. We have my friend from Utah, Trevor, has signed up tonight. He started doing comedy thanks to Kill Tony. Met him when I did Wise Guys in Salt Lake City with Joe Rogan. Trevor's an awesome guy. And the great Heidi is here from Phoenix, everybody. We love Heidi. So glad that they're here. Guys, we only have one sponsor on this show, and she's sitting right over there. Her name is Elise Lane, everybody. She's the chef with a pan. That's right. Other sponsors give shows money. We don't want to annoy people by giving us money. But we do have a sponsor that cooks delicious meals for us every week. She is a recipe checker, which is a job in which professional chefs have to run their food by her. She makes sure that it's good enough so that they can put it in their book. That's an actual job that she has. So all you fat fucks out there drooling at the thought of having a job like that, ha, Elise Lane has it. She's at The Girl with the Pan on Facebook and Instagram, and she's on Twitter at Elise Lane. Tonight she made delicious food. For the first couple weeks, I would always say what she cooked for us right off of this piece of paper here. It was always a lot of fun. Then I realized sometimes some words are hard to say. So why would I say it when we could have our producer that has a speech impediment, Josh Martin, say it, everybody? So Josh Martin, why don't you come on up here? And then after a week of doing that, after 1 week of having Josh say it, and he would take these long pauses in between words so that he could properly say the next word. So what we did for the next couple weeks after that, next few weeks after that, we made it a game where if Josh stops talking at any point or he stutters over a word, our pal Brian Redband here gets to pat him in the balls. That's not a pat, but that'd be interesting. Josh likes it rough. Josh, thanks for wearing your worst pants. Did you buy those like that, or was that an accident? Did you go down a slip and slide at Bleach or something? Like, what exactly, what happened here?
Yeah, the monitors
It all seems a little bit quiet. Can you guys hear me all right? You think it should be louder? It's a little soft, right? Can you get a little louder? Little louder?
I would have to go in the back.
Yeah, the back. It needs to be fixed.
Good thing this isn't a live podcast. All right, Josh, you ready?
No. I got hit in the balls really hard last week.
Yeah, last week we did accidentally hit him a little bit too hard, so you said you had a little blood in your urine, so I don't want to do it that hard. So
Live audience, are you ready for stutter or ball tap? Guys, you can do better than that. Are you ready for stutter or ball tap? You can't ask questions. You better have told him the wrong word on purpose. Josh, go ahead. Tell us what Elise Lane cooked for us this week.
She cooked grilled Milanese sirloin steak with blue cheese. that was my ball.
You didn't even stutter.
It was a ball. With blue cheesesteak, tart wilted.
Oh, come on.
With kale.
Josh, you gotta say something.
Cherry.
I think Josh likes it.
Fiji mushrooms and sesame soy tofu.
Okay, there you go. Give me that. You started off so good. The first few times he never even stuttered over a word. Now I think he's gotten into the S&M.
I kind of think he likes it. Because he kept on saying, like, I said, I'm sorry I hit you too hard last week. And he goes, that's okay. It's for the show. No, seriously, it's okay.
He loves it. That's grilled Milanese sirloin steak with blue cheesecake tart, wilted Swiss chard kale, blistered cherry tomatoes, and sauteed beet shimiji mushrooms. And for Tony, sesame soy tofu. Elise Lane, everybody.
Yeah, looks delicious.
That looks amazing. Guys, every week we have a new head of security here on the show to keep us safe. It used to be a guy named the Iron Patriot, but then he got a little bit too big for his britches. He said that the show, he's not going to come back until it's picked up by a major network. And to show him how replaceable he was, we replaced him with a brand new Patriot each week after that. It's been a long time now. We've literally had over 40 people doing the job that one guy used to do. And this week's no different. Our head of security tonight, one of my old bestest buddies. We've done so much together, one of my funniest friends. It's Dan Madonia, everybody. Here he comes. I feel safe already. Dan, how you doing?
I got this shit on lockdown.
It's gonna keep us.
Calm down, lady.
Dan's gonna keep us safe, make sure everything goes well. Dan, how's everything going? We've had a lot of fun together. We've been doing stand-up together for what, 6 years?
6 years we've been together, and not a moment has gone by that I regretted.
That's right. One time during a mushroom trip in San Diego, Dan caught me when I passed out.
Brought him back to life. That's who's doing your security tonight. The fucking best.
No, only the best for this audience. I'm very excited to have you, Dan. Thanks for making it. You look fantastic. You're one of the few guys that suit actually fits. Up until it turns into high waters at the bottom, but I like that. You kept your pants on. Ballsy move. All right. Fuck yeah. Well, let's get into it, shall we? Tonight's guests, two of my favorites. It was originally supposed to be Ari Shafir was going to be here. He might swing through a little bit later, but unfortunately he had to do an unexpected fitting in Sherman Oaks for his brand new 1-hour special that's going to be shot here live at the Comedy Store in the original room at the end of October. There might still be tickets available for that if any of you are interested. And if you're a comedian, you can watch it in this room. It's going to be playing live on a big screen right here while it's happening live in the original room. Something cool for you comics to see is a Comedy Store born and bred machine running his 1-hour Comedy Central special live. So that's very exciting. He's going to say hello to us later. But I got a great replacement for you that you're absolutely going to love. And another first-time Kill Tony guest. However, they are two of my favorite, funniest pals in the world. Put your hands together for Court McCown and Sarah Tiana, everybody. Wow. Sarah Tiana. Court McCown is in the house. His first time on Kill Tony. Sarah, this is like your third time, right?
Yeah. I'm a virgin.
Well, welcome, Court.
There's
We're
a
happy
guy
to have you.
outside that wanted to know if we needed a dancer in the show.
Oh, some guy pitching to be the dancer.
Yeah.
If the stage was a little bit bigger, I'd totally have a dancer on the other side of the Patriot. But obviously the Patriot can do that himself.
Patriot is good enough.
He literally lights up the dance floor.
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys. Obviously you're not ready for home runs yet. Because I'm just hitting them with the batting cages over here. Guys, welcome.
Good to be here, man.
Court, are you happy that Ari couldn't make it? We get to sit with the beautiful Sarah Tiana.
I love Sarah Tiana, man. She's the best. We went to Europe together.
We went to Scotland. There's a guy from Scotland.
Yeah,
we just
that guy right there, the little girl.
Yeah, I remember that guy. Yeah.
Nice to see you, man.
Yeah. Yeah. So no, I love Tiana. I mean, I can't believe the Jews over in Sherman Oaks getting another costume fitting. That's like it's one yarmulke, one size fits all. What's he fucking looking for? You know?
It's true, and you know, Ari shouldn't wear anything too nice because
no. Well, I watched his special he did, the Comedy Central one, and he had a really nice suit that he had made in China. I don't know why he didn't just wear that. That was nice.
It's true. I wonder if he's going to wear the glasses with the nose attached for this special that he always wears all the time. His nose is attached to those glasses, right?
It's large.
I think so, yeah. It's really large. It would be weird if it wasn't.
Right.
You know, you should totally buy a bunch of those old Groucho Marx glasses and repackage them as Ari Shaffir glasses. You know, the one with the little mustache.
Yeah, but they all smell like weed, though. That would be the best way to do it. Yeah. Because it would be like Ari. Right.
Ari's got a beak, is what we're saying, everybody. He's our Jewish friend, and he one of the fun things that he's doing is on the deleted scenes of his special, he does one of my favorite things in the world called a Q&A, where people in the audience get to ask him questions about being Jewish, and he rolls with it. It's the funniest. It's my favorite thing in the world. So I'm actually going to be part of it, so you can catch me on the deleted scene, or on not the deleted scenes, the extras of Ari Shaffir's 1 hour special that he's shooting here in a month. I'll be asking you extremely racist questions from the back of the room.
It's a typical Tuesday.
Right, exactly. Or Tuesday, as I
now they're getting ready for the home runs.
Sort of. I don't think they're really paying attention. It hits them like 5 seconds later. It's almost like there's an audio delay in here right now.
Yeah, they're still trying to figure out why Ari's not here.
Right.
I don't blame them.
No, it's true. But Ari's going to come say hello later, hopefully. If he makes it out of Sherman Oaks. You know, hopefully he will. You know,
I don't know. There's a lot of Germans there. Takes a long time to get up over the mountain.
Right. Yeah, he's an interesting guy. Dan, do you have any questions for tonight's guest?
Sarah, what was your favorite moment in comedy?
My favorite moment in comedy?
Yeah.
Besides you asking me that question? Oh, man, I don't know. You mean, man, I don't know. That's a really tough question.
You want to ask Court his question? We'll come back to Sarah.
Court.
Yeah.
In Teen Wolf.
Teen Wolf.
You were number 33 on the team.
Correct.
What position did you play?
I have no fucking idea.
Do you know?
I don't know.
Dan?
No, I have no idea. That's what I wanted to know. You can't tell who's playing what then in that movie.
No, it was like a real game, man. Michael J. Fox was the star of the team. He's 4'3", and he has Parkinson's disease. What a shitty first round pick that would be. You know what I'm saying?
All right, that was my favorite moment.
Yeah.
My answer.
I didn't know you were in Teen Wolf. I love that movie.
Yeah, the original.
Wow.
He was in Can't Buy Me Love, which is the reason I even became friends with him, because I was such a huge fan.
Oh, thank you.
Well, that was initially what made me go up and talk to you. I was like, oh my god, because I had a Volkswagen Cabrio convertible just like Cindy Mancini.
Man, I wish I was your guys' age to know what you're talking about right now.
You will be.
Go fuck yourself.
Can't Buy Me Love was one of those movies I used to watch because I was like a loser and it made me feel good because like, oh, the loser got the popular girl and then you were the bad guy and it was the.
But I was a nice person. Just because I threw shit at him doesn't mean there's nothing wrong with that.
Now, what did you play in Teen Wolf? Were you just like was that a small role or?
That's the role he retired on.
Yeah, I retired on that role on the 4-cent residuals I get from that piece of shit. I was like one of the guys on his basketball team, so it was like one of those things where we were there the whole entire time. And it was a lot of fun, man. I mean, except, you're just like, really shitty basketball. I mean, they had this guy that was a basketball player at Loyola Marymount. Like, he was a college basketball player. The shortest kid they could find to put in the wolf costume. And then he was the one who would play basketball when the wolf costume was on. Michael J. Fox sucked. Really fucking bad. Right. But, you know, so did we. So it didn't really matter. Yeah. You know, that's still, like, one guy, Mark, he was in Pee-wee's Big Adventure or whatever, this guy, Mark. He weighed about 350. And it was like you could see his nipples through his basketball costume. It's disgusting, man.
I'm surprised Michael J. Fox wasn't that good at basketball. Like, I figured he would be. Do you think he'd be better now at basketball than he was then?
He could probably dribble better now than he could then.
But what about with the ball?
Yeah. My favorite moment in comedy, right there. That's my favorite moment.
Man. So, all right, let's get into it, guys. This is Kill Tony 70-something, and we have over 30 comedians that signed up for the opportunity to do 1 minute here tonight. You know how the show works. Comedians, when your minute is up, you're going to hear the sound of a kitty. Aw, you can all barely hear it. Let's hear it again. Aw, there it is. That means your time's up. Wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Here it comes. There you go. All right. And
Authentic.
obviously,
This sounds like
bear
a rape
found-
whistle.
Yeah. Obviously, our bear was driving a French police car in that one. So you never know what the bear is up to. So let's get this thing started, shall we? Here we go. Doing your first minute tonight and then talking with all of us on a live podcast.
No, you got it.
Put your hands together for Dan O.W. Everybody.
How's it going tonight? Got a question. What do you guys think about ISIS, huh? Yeah, woo! Well, glad you're so opinionated on Egyptian deities. You'll love this next little bit, then. My favorite deity has to be from Hinduism. His name's Ganesh. He had his head chopped off and replaced with the head of an elephant. I was thinking about what his first thought must have been, you know, for me. What could this have happened to my dick instead? But, I mean, even Catholics, though. Catholics have some weird mythology, too, you know. I don't know, you know, you've probably heard of St. George. He actually became a saint for fucking killing a dragon. And so, I know, patron saint of bullshit, right? And so, well, people these days say it might have been a crocodile, you know, but that's still a pretty fucking shitty miracle to get canonized for. And so, and the Catholic Church can never fucking admit it was a crocodile. They have to, you know, canonize Steve Irwin and a bunch of fucking Cajuns from the South. And so, as it stands now, though, I think they pretty much have to make a saint out of whoever kills Bigfoot.
There you go. Bigfoot. And
The chupacabra, whatever.
yeah, a lot of imaginary characters you talked about there, especially Jesus Christ. A lot of religious stuff from you. I know that you were on last week, right?
Yeah, first time last week.
First time on stage ever?
First time on stage as a comic ever.
Right. So are you planning to get more topical as time goes on? Because
Yeah,
you're
hopefully.
still doing dragon breathing jokes.
I'm just trying right now to just write stuff that I haven't even heard from anybody to try to find my voice.
No, I love that. I get it.
It was good. It was original.
Yeah, religious background, right?
Yeah, pretty religious background.
But what are you up to now? I mean, how do you what in your life happens? Like, what do you do for fun?
This right now,
I can picture you covering yourself in black latex and putting a ball gag in your mouth and like
Oh,
hitting the
that's-
streets.
only, I mean,
Anybody
you get to admit it because
That's
it's way
the Catholic side of it.
right?
No, it's really from just the No Life and Wikipedia wormhole, you know, clicking on the link, reading some weird shit, and just trying to make something out of it.
You're very Tom Hanksy. You should do some Tom Hanks stuff.
Well, that's great
Yeah,
advice, Ryan.
Brian Redman, Hollywood agent.
Just say, Tom Hanksy? Tom Hanksy?
You should do more Tom Hanks stuff, like Academy Award-winning films. I'm definitely prepared. Great advice, Brian. So, seriously, what do you do for fun? You said Wikipedia. That's not an answer.
Well, I think last time we covered musician, and that pretty much takes up a fair share of my time.
You're a jazz musician, right?
Jazz and blues.
What instrument do you play again?
I play bass mainly, but I also play guitar, piano, whatever else.
Right. Does the bass do you play the bass because it sounds deep, like your father that wasn't there to talk to you?
So, I like to feel heavier and blacker as well.
Cool.
Yeah,
You looked at your penis when you said that.
That's Freudian slip, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's because nobody else really plays bass, so
What do you mean nobody else plays bass?
Everybody plays guitar, so if you play bass, more people,
Have you ever been to any concert before? There's almost always a bass player.
Right, they're those guys.
It's usually the guy that couldn't get laid playing guitar that's playing bass.
Exactly, can't sing,
Yeah. Well, I mean, I thought your material was interesting. I wouldn't start with a question ever, because you just need to. You walked up there and you took the mic like you were in control, and then you immediately asked a question, which means that you need the audience to tell you what you want to talk about. And I just think if you're going to be assertive, you just come out and go, "Let's talk about Isis. It's my favorite Egyptian god as well." You know what I mean? Just like come right out and just start going.
Yeah, the only thing I would tell you is that every time you say something, you step backwards, almost like you didn't want to own it. So just stand your ground.
Yeah.
Stand up there and you own your material. So just stand there and tell it.
And if you are gonna ask a question, after you ask the question, don't point the microphone at the audience. Like,
why, Tony? Is this just
that doesn't work in real life.
I think that
And it was a rhetorical question. I mean, what did you expect people to say when you asked, "How do you feel about ISIS?"
I just wanted some reaction, really.
Okay.
Positive or negative. I just wanted to get
Did you really think there was going to be a positive, like, slow clap in the back? Or...
I think there was.
like, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Nice set. If they were gonna, they could have named themselves after Raw and made themselves easier to cheer for.
Whoa, what was that face you just made?
The Canadian.
I mean, I think if you had a little bit more confidence delivering your material, it would have gone better because you're obviously still really nervous about it. But I think the idea is there, and I like the idea of Steve Irwin having to get canonized. You know what I mean? But we missed a lot of it because you were talking really fast and you were a little nervous. But that's just going to come with time. So I think it's good that you got it out the way you did.
What's up with Dan O.W.? What's your real name?
It's Daniel W.
Why Daniel?
Yeah.
Because he plays bass, dude.
You think
Dano, because I've been called that a lot throughout my life.
Dano, and you're just going with it.
And it's just the initial W?
Yeah, W is from being in AA for a long time, just a habit.
You're in AA?
No, not really.
Not really?
Remember, like a lead balloon.
What do you? Are you in it? You're not in AA? Do you ever drink?
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, AA would hate me.
Right.
I mean, just,
Where do you drink at?
Oh, church these days.
Best joke so far.
You got it out of you.
Yeah, book him, Dano.
Do you really drink?
Yeah, occasionally.
At home?
No.
Where do you drink at?
I'll drink probably now after this.
All right, Dano.
Wherever someone's paying for them, that's where he drinks.
I
have a lot in common.
I like your style. I'd say, you don't want to say your last name?
It's White. Daniel White. I don't have a Twitter though, so it doesn't fucking matter.
Dude, I think you should embrace
Lots
the
of
white.
self-confidence going on there, you know?
I think you should embrace the white.
Well, no, I'm thinking about some point transitioning to just Dano.
Dano?
I'd say Daniel or Dan. Dano sounds like, some kind of moron frat guy.
Yeah.
And you're not, hey, yo, Dano! And then you show up and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You look more like a,
It's like that commercial where all the people are holding signs for Michael Jordan, and it's that old white guy that shows up at like the airport, or like they think they're gonna be bringing pizza to Michael Jordan, and it's just that guy.
Right.
So that's like how I felt when I heard your name. I was like, oh, cool, Dan.
Oh, Poindexter.
Yeah.
Welcome, Dano.
Waldo.
Well, thanks, Dano. Fun times. There he goes, everybody.
Great job.
Yeah.
Wilson.
Talking religion, a little religion from Dano, future mall shooter right there. You saw him here first, though, on Kill Tony. Put your hands together for Ryan Hicks. Here he comes. Keep in the back.
What's up? How's everyone doing? Good to be here. I'm in a weird place right now. I just found out that my girlfriend cheated on me with my sister's boyfriend, Todd. Yeah, I want revenge. So I'm gonna fuck Todd. Yeah, right in front of Karen. See how she likes it, man. The punishment should fit the crime. That's all I'm saying. I'm a tense guy. I don't think I'm alone here. I hate traffic. Are you guys anything like me? Are you ever sitting in a traffic jam and you just think, go! How hard is it to merge? Just slow down. Let the other person in. Be considerate. What happened to the golden rule? Treating each other as we want to be treated. The government has pitted us against each other. We're divided on simple issues where we just realize we're all being fucked up briefly. We can come together and put the right politicians in office. The ones that aren't corrupted by the corporations, so we can properly fund education and properly fund science and rebuild our infrastructure. Being bigger roads, then it would be so hard.
Was that the end of that joke?
You guys ever think that in a traffic jam?
Not the beginning of that Janet Jackson song?
That was really intense. It was like last week when that dude laid on the ground and did that thing, the Jungle Book thing he did. That really makes the whole room kind of uncomfortable when you do that, I think.
It was it's an interesting thing. You went from, the Todd thing I liked, and you had me, and then it was a lot of just performing. I get that, though. People are going to laugh at that because it's commitment. You committed hard. You definitely stuck with it.
Thanks.
Is that more along your style, or is the beginning more along your style?
Yeah, the beginning.
Right.
Usually the yelling makes more sense in a longer set because that's the only one that I really do that aggressively.
Yeah, it definitely does. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Almost a year and a half.
Where are you from?
San Diego.
How long have you been up here?
I come up every week. I've been coming up here every week for about a month or two. Probably moving up next year. Just kind of getting used to the city.
Isn't there another guy named Ryan Hicks or something like that in San Diego?
No, that's me. I actually hosted for you at a comedy juice.
Oh, okay. That's right. That's why that sounds so familiar. First of all, I'm sorry.
No worries. That's all right. It was memorable. I don't think you saw my set. I was okay.
After you do that joke, can you come back from it? Like what's the joke after the screaming one usually, or is that your closer?
He goes back to that thing that he said at the end.
Yeah, I do. Do you guys ever think that in a traffic jam, and that usually gets a laugh, and then I can just kind of go back into material? I've been trying to close with it though.
Yeah, that would be a better if you make it a closer. Yeah, because I just. It seems like to me after when that was happening, I got the joke, but it was just like, oh my God, he's just screaming right now. Like, yeah. It took me out of it where to the point I was like, dude, this is fucking crazy.
Right.
I loved it.
Thank you.
I didn't think you were screaming because you weren't doing it in the microphone. If you were screaming into the microphone, I thought it would have been awkward. I thought maybe a cool way to end it would be to say, and that's why I don't own a convertible, or something, to where or that's why I'm not allowed to drive a motorcycle, or that's why I don't have a car right now, or something like that. But then also the Todd thing, I felt like it's kind of also a punishment to Todd.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So maybe there's just a little bit more exploring that you can do on that end of it. Like, I'm going to fuck Todd. Because I like how you said that, every action, what did you say? The punishment should fit the crime. The punishment should fit the crime.
Right.
And I think it takes me just a little bit of math to do that, because you're saying, like, it's my girlfriend fucked my sister's boyfriend. There's already
Or you
math
can say
there.
the punishment should fit the crime, and the punishment is my dick, and the crime is his asshole.
Yeah, I think just...
And I'm gonna make it fit.
Yeah, I think spell it out, because for me, I'm like putting like all these people together in my mind and like figuring out who's who.
Yeah.
And so I just feel like, yeah, if you just spelled it out a little bit more.
Or you could just say, I'm going to fuck my sister to get back at everybody.
I thought of that when I was writing the joke.
Sorry,
yeah,
I got
if Todd put into it, I'm going to punish him by fucking my sister.
Yeah.
You know, you
And
can
I'm going to make him watch that. Yeah.
Yeah, you could go all day in that. If Todd doesn't want to do that, I will fuck my sister.
Because he should have to pay for not wanting to.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, he should be punished as well.
But I didn't mind the screaming part. I liked it. I liked that it went somewhere.
Yeah.
That it wasn't just screaming. That you actually had it. You know, it kept going to a different place. It kept getting deeper into like fucking crazy shit.
Right.
And you know where it's like you're crazier and crazier and crazier, and then it comes back to, and that's why.
Yeah.
I didn't mind it at all. I like it.
Yeah, I thought it was tangible evidence, and it was stuff that we always think in traffic, which I thought you were like really spelling out how we all really feel. But you were putting it in a much more articulate sense, so I thought it was cool.
But if I were going to approach something about traffic, because it's like traffic and stuff like that, it's like a lot of people do it just because it's out there.
Yeah.
I would just simply say, have you ever been in traffic? And, you know, someone doesn't merge, as opposed to, like, saying, you know, how do you feel about traffic, you know?
Right.
You drive a lot from San Diego to here, right?
Yeah, and a lot in San Diego, too.
What kind of car do you have?
I just got a Chevy Sonic. It's like a new...
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's like a little four-door. It's just like a cheap, good fuel
Chevy
efficient.
Sonic.
Yeah, it just looks like a car. I mean, it's
a shame it doesn't sound like a car.
Yeah, I know, right?
It sounds like
a shame it doesn't taste like Sonic. It'd be delicious.
Did the car dealer come out on roller skates and sell that to you?
Yeah, I came with taters.
Made change. Sonic, where you're from, you peasants.
Made change.
Ryan, thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Ryan Hicks Comedy is on Twitter. Ryan Hicks Comedy. That's always fun. I always ask first-time guests a question. I've probably already asked you this. If not, then you'll be next. So, but I'm going to ask you first, Court. Was there anything that you did in like your first year or 6 months or whatever of stand-up comedy that you can't believe that you did, that you like that you wish you didn't do, that you hope nobody remembers, that you're glad nobody saw, anything crazy like that?
Yeah, I had a really bad night.
Really?
I had only been doing comedy about 8 months. And I had all tit and dick jokes, as most people do when they first start out. And my friend had a Super Bowl party in San Diego, and Sinbad was the headliner. And he goes, "Do you want to open for Sinbad?" And I was like thinking, "Oh, Super Bowl party, people fucked up, drunk, everything." I go, "Yeah, sure, fuck, I'll do 5-6 minutes, whatever." And then as we're walking to the venue, he goes, "Now you know that there's kids and parents and everything. Like it was like a family party." And I was like, "Have you seen my fucking material?" Right. And it's like, "I do dick jokes." And he goes, "We can't do dick jokes." And I go, "Then I'm not fucking doing this." He goes, "No, you're doing it." And I had to stand in front of people. If I had to write like 5 minutes in like 10 minutes. With 6 months into comedy, I ate so much shit. In that 6 minutes, I had a friend at that table of friends sitting there laughing their balls off at how much shit I was spooning in my face.
Yeah. I once had something like that happen. I was doing the road with Sam Tripoli, and this was very early on, maybe like a year and a half in. And I was very dirty too. And he goes, "Yeah, man, this is going to be a fun gig." It was up in Modesto. So Tripoli and I are taking this 6-hour drive north. At one point, halfway through the drive, I go, "So what's this gig that we're doing?" And he says what I think is a joke. He goes, "Yeah, bro, it's a convention of 7-Eleven owners from all around the country, bro." And I laugh, and I'm like, haha. And when you're the opener, and you're that early on, and you're happy to be a part of the gig, you know what I mean? You don't, I assumed it was a joke, so I didn't ask again. You know what I mean? I wasn't like, "No, but seriously," for him to go, "No, it's seriously 7-Eleven owners." I thought he was just making a joke. Turns out it was just 7-Eleven owners from all around the country, and it was round tables, so half the crowd's facing the other way. They're literally eating dinner while it's happening, and we have to perform at a podium. Like, all this, everything's wrong. There's a dance floor in between the podium and them, so it's like 50 feet away. I'm just like, isn't that crazy, guys? And nobody's paying attention. And the only person, it must have been 150, 200 7-Eleven owners in this giant hotel ballroom. And the only person you can hear is all the way in the back of the room, and it's Tripoli just dying. Because I'm just bombing, and he knew that he'd remember it for the rest of his life. And
they're eating pizza and taquitos off of it.
He was dying in the back of the room.
Corn dog in his hand, just like,
because it had to be clean and it had to be 10 minutes, and I had none of that. So I was milking everything. I'm like, it's 7-Eleven, huh? So yeah, screw ExxonMobil, am I right, people? Don't you hate it when people go to gas stations for stuff? And they're just like, who the fuck is this kid? And it was,
why did you sneak up on in my place?
oh, it was bad. It was literally 7-Eleven owners. It was
I'm the captain
nightmare.
now.
Sarah, have I ever asked you that?
You asked me that, yeah, and I told you about how I used to draw the Mason-Dixon line on my stomach and lift it up.
Oh my God.
I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember that.
That's so bad that I blocked out the memory.
yeah, exactly.
That's insane.
Until Bobby Lee was like, you don't have to draw it, like, people just believe you. I was like, oh, okay.
God,
It took a while, though.
hilarious.
And I always stayed on because it's a Sharpie.
Really?
Yeah,
Like 2 cents tonight. I'm drawing this dark.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I'm just amazed that I ever lifted up my shirt on stage. That's more amazing to me.
I'm gonna love this. This is our friend from Phoenix that's here in town, everybody. Heidi Gildas, everyone. Get up for Heidi, everybody. Here she is.
All right. Dying for your sins right now. How bitchy would that be, right? When a guy says it, let's write a book. So I was thinking, let's say it was a lady, a girl Jesus, a Kardashian type, if you will, and she's on the cross, crucified, and she says, do you guys even know who my dad is?
I love that. Heidi, how long have you been doing stand-up?
8 months.
8 months, and all in Phoenix, right? And wow, that's so cool.
You're so likable on stage.
Yeah, very likable. Yeah. Should I? Yeah. I just wanted to say first of all, it was very cool and cute, and you're very likable. When you say we shop at Walmart, I wouldn't apologize for that. I would actually make a joke about it. Just be like, we went school shopping at Walmart because we have money, and that's where people with money go. You know what I mean? Just you can get an extra laugh out of the fact that you have to go to Walmart. We go shopping at Walmart because we don't like people to get paid for their services. If I did, I would be shopping at Macy's, but I'm not that kind of person. You know? Or you can make a joke about being from Phoenix and like how it's so hard to be like Latina in Phoenix because you have to show your ID, so you might as well go to Walmart and hurt white people.
Yeah, I shop at Walmart because the girls are easier than the girls at Target.
Yes.
Is that true?
How about
Yeah.
self-esteem issue? Yeah. It's vulnerable. I think you can get some extra jokes.
I thought you were really good. I thought the material you wrote was good. I thought you were fine. I thought you were very, you were comfortable. And I looked, everybody's nervous. You always get nervous, but it was like, I thought you did very good. I was 8 months in, fucking outstanding.
Yeah. I have a question. Where was the tattoo? On his back. So it covered the whole back. Yeah. Okay. And it said he died for our sins, and it was a sweet. And was the Jesus facing outward, or was he facing it was Jesus's back? Outward. Okay. Yeah. So that's what happens to the joke. Is I say that then religious wars would be if it was a girl Jesus, would she be hot or not? And since she's a Kardashian type, on the crucifix she'd be ass out. Oh, and Lady Font, I died for your sins. Bing, holler. Yeah.
I love when you say Jesus had rock hard abs.
Yeah.
I think that's something that I never really noticed that he does. So
he's got sweet abs.
I'm sure there's more there. You never read about that part in the Bible where he's just doing sit-ups for 5 hours a day for some reason. But man, he really works those things.
Yeah, how do you get abs and sandals? Get out of here.
Other main religious figures don't have bodies like that, right?
Well, we don't also get to see it.
Buddha looks like shit. Who else is there? There's Muhammad.
We don't know what Muhammad looks like.
Right. Oh, it's so great because you don't even know. How amazing. Anyway.
Yeah, I feel
just
there's
lost our one
a little bit.
Podcast listener, guys.
I think there's more that you can do about why the guy has a shirt off at Walmart. You know what I mean? I guess if you have a sweet tattoo like that, you want to show it off.
Crazy part was, since he was in front of you in line, you could tell by his order that he wasn't even buying a shirt.
Yeah. It was just grocery.
Right.
So it's you're in a store that also has clothes.
There's probably also something about how he had a belly, but Jesus has rock hard abs on his back. You know what I mean? He doesn't even use Jesus as an inspiration in that way.
But is that technically a tramp stamp if it's on your back?
Well, that's true. Was it on his lower back?
It covered his whole back.
Holy shit.
Yeah. But I think there's also if you have a Jesus on your back, a monkey on your back. There's something you could say there about having you're carrying the weight of Jesus on your back. And it was a little dude too. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
You can also say his name was Jesus too.
Dipping on the Jesus.
It's this doesn't look like the same Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, that's fun. How long are you in town for? What brings you to LA?
So I'm actually on family vacation. I asked my husband and my daughter to drop me off so I can do some stage time. Oh, wow.
That's great. So they dropped you off in LA and went back to Phoenix.
Yeah,
Total broad family values. Jesus. This is Kill Tony.
No, they went to Universal Studios right now, and then they're going to come pick me up.
Oh, nice. That's very Latino of them.
Yeah,
That is Latino Disney World over there. It really is.
It's a shitty walk, you guys. Oh, that's cool.
Are you going to be at our show Thursday?
No, I'm not going to use that. I'm going to be here the whole week. I know.
Really? Oh, my goodness. That's insane. We're going to be in Phoenix, and you're going to be here. What are the odds of that?
I'm going to be there in December. Awesome. I'll be there. Yes.
I'll be there.
At the stand-up Scotts. I can't talk. I'm at stand-up Scottsdale.
Heidi, who are some of your favorite stand-ups that you've seen that you like, that you inspire you?
Dean Del Rey, Sarah. I saw you when I came here the first time, actually. I think I saw you in the OR. Tom Segura. I've never seen him live, but I love him. Yeah, I mean, just his cadence and everything. That's
awesome.
I love it.
Heidi, it was so much fun to have you on. I'm so glad you came out to the podcast. Heidi Geldis, everybody. She's on Twitter at Heidi Geldis, HEIDIGELDIS. Heidi. We love Heidi. We always hang out with her after our shows whenever we're in Phoenix or anywhere in Arizona. And now she's here, which is great. Billy Anderson, Scotland's finest. Holy shit. Oh, yeah. Sometimes the bundle just kicks out magic, everybody.
How's it going? So, let me swallow my gum. So, I'm 21 years old. This is my first time doing stand-up comedy. I'm from a different country.
And I really like digging myself out of holes, so this should be interesting. I don't know how much you know about Scotland, but it's cold. And it's so cold that I can actually remember a time it was socially acceptable to wear a ski mask in public at school. What I'm trying to say is, I think terrorists have ruined ski masks. I hate being from a nation of people doomed to look like Norwegian fishermen standing on the edge of a dock with their chapped, cracked lips.
Yeah. 55 seconds of thunder. You almost fell off of the stage at one point. That was pretty awesome.
Almost fell off the planet.
But it's better to be too far forward than it is to back up and hear the audience. So that's good. You almost were the first comedian to stage dive on Kill Tony. I would have loved that. How exciting, Billy. That was your first time ever on stage?
Yeah. Great job.
Wow. I love your style. My initial thoughts are just, you get it. I could tell that. I could tell you love comedy. You immediately acknowledge the Scotland thing, which would be most important. And doing anything else would just be stupid. If you came up here and started talking about, dragons and Jesus' abs or anything, it just would have been silly because you're so blatantly from Scotland. And I love the joke. The ski mask joke is great. Something probably where, I'd say that there's more there.
Crockpots. Terrorists have ruined crockpots.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's so many little things you can think of.
Bombs. They ruined bombs. Used to be so much fun to, get a few batteries and link them all together and blow it off in your enemy's backyard. Now,
Ruined forever.
you can't do
They
that.
ruined beheading. It used to be a cool sport down in the Midwest.
But I'd also imagine that with the terrorist ski mask thing and you talking about the cold weather, that there might be something in, like, if you set it up right, then that your first joke about that could be something around, we were the, terrorists ruined that, so that's your one thing. But you could say, before terrorists wore those, we were just wearing them because we were cold, freezing cold. We were the original ISIS. Like, there's something in that, because then you're combining terrorism and the ice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ice us. Ice us.
Right, that was the joke, Billy.
Yeah, I think you can make it even more obvious. Like, you say you're from Scotland, and then you say as if your name isn't Scottish. And your name is Billy Anderson. It might as well just be called
Johnny Walker.
Yeah. Johnny Walker, Johnny Bagpipes, or something. Haggis. Yeah.
Do you know how to play the bagpipes?
No.
Are you a fan of Roddy Piper?
Oh, yeah.
Damn right, you better be. Piper's been on this show before.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
What are you doing in town? Just vacationing?
Yeah, vacationing and this.
Great.
Yeah, Kill Tony.
This is one of your main things.
Full reveal.
Full
reveal.
What part of Scotland do you live in?
The south.
South?
No one knows.
I was just in, we were just there. I was in Edinburgh and I was in Glasgow.
Yeah, that's the only place anyone knows.
Well, that's what I was asking because I had to drive. We had to take a train through some towns.
Dumfries.
Okay.
Shout out.
Absolutely no fucking idea where that place
Well,
is.
I went to a whiskey tasting and there were different regions of Scotland that I learned about, and the southern region was
So
not
much
the
you
one I
learned
liked.
that night. There was so much you learned that night.
A whiskey tasting, huh?
Yeah.
One of her many suitors to whiskey tasting.
I bet.
I've ruined this mic stand. I just thought,
Yeah.
How did you ruin it, Billy? Are you
You just have to turn it.
Twist the thing.
To the other side. To the right.
Everyone.
Yeah.
In progress.
There you go. It's just like the metric system. Billy, what else have you done fun since you've been in town?
I got lunch and then came here.
Oh,
You should check out Universal Studios. It's quite the place.
Billy, what do you do for work in Scotland? Jesus. All right, kill people?
That's why he's on vacation. He's on vacation from resting, I guess.
Yeah. I'm on vacation from vacation.
Oh, so
I'm unemployed. I did not.
You're 21 years old, though, right? Yeah, so 21. You got a lot. You got 2 or 3 more years before you can keep fucking
are
on.
you still in college? How does that work out there?
No, I left college. I'm just on unemployment because I'm a scab.
So they have unemployment in Scotland.
Oh yeah.
Oh, good thing they did.
Oh yeah.
Good thing the referendum went that way. You'd be real fucked right now.
Inside out.
Nobody got that. All right.
So,
I did.
is it true, all the stereotypes? Your family drinks a lot, you drink a lot, everybody drinks, right?
Yeah.
Just whiskey all day.
Yep. Yep.
What's the best whiskey?
Johnny Walker. Johnny Walker Blue.
There you go.
Johnny Walker Blue.
Bill, nailed it. Iron Madonia, what do you think about this guy? What do you think about Scotland? What goes on in your mind when you see him?
I like his hair.
That's right.
That's for sure. I like his attitude. I like everything he's got going on.
Sounds like a real fucking man crush there. Yeah.
Have you ever been fucked by a robot before, Billy? A
Not a
little
real
taste
robot.
of America is going to happen
I
tonight.
actually have a rabbit attached down here, so.
He's not from Ireland, he's from Scotland. He's been fucked by a robot.
Okay, Billy, so what's your next goal now that you've accomplished this? What are you going to do here in LA before you get back? You're going to get an Asian massage? You're going to go visit a plastic surgeon in Beverly Hills? Like, what locally are you excited to see or do? Venice Beach? Anything?
I'm gonna go hit some death squad shows.
And probably gonna buy weed because weed's legal here, right?
Yeah.
That's usually what
It's
people
not legal in Scotland?
No.
What happens if you get caught with weed in Scotland?
They make you drink scotch.
You drink all this fucking whiskey.
It's jail.
For how long?
Depends on how much.
Wow. But you could just get drunk as
Oh yeah.
all hell.
Oh yeah.
Then they don't care at all. They encourage that.
They introduced 24-hour drinking and then things just fell apart.
24-hour drinking.
Yeah.
What does that
Vegas,
mean?
Like Vegas style.
Wow.
Yeah. It went south really quickly.
You're so Scottish and you drink so much whiskey that even talking you make court have to go pee. It's amazing. So Billy,
You ever drink so much you see a blue baby walking on your ceiling?
Not yet. I mean, it's a goal, I suppose.
it usually happens when you're older and your liver gives out completely. So you'll probably see it one day. What are your goals? I mean, what do you want to do with life? You're 21 years old. You've already been on stage at the Comedy Store.
Yeah.
How long have you been 21 for?
Until tomorrow.
Oh, really? Tomorrow's your birthday?
Yeah.
Happy birthday!
Yeah. Wow, Billy Anderson.
Give him some American whiskey.
That's true.
America.
Crown Royal. I'm kidding, that's Canadian. But it's really good. Do they even have Crown Royal in Scotland?
Yeah, totally.
People love it, right?
Every whiskey you could possibly imagine.
Yeah,
All right,
there's nothing
Jesus,
to do.
Billy, relax.
It's kind of depressing there. It's so beautiful, yet it's so depressing there. It was really cold when I was there too, and I was there in August, which is like the nicest. And by the way, your seagulls are the worst. The seagulls there are so loud; they sound like they're choking on other seagulls. Like it's literally, they're like a Disney movie, like crazy. Yeah, that's true. Edinburgh to me was just like a terrible Disneyland. It was like 4 Disneylands attached, and I'm like, I'm sick of castles and all the food's expensive and it tastes bad. I don't want to be here.
Do you ever hang out in castles?
Yes. Strangely, yes.
Do you ever wear a metal suit of armor before?
Yes.
That seems like a very Scottish thing.
Yeah.
Why do people in Scotland do that stuff? Why do you
Just
guys...
weed's not legal.
Are you the only person in Scotland with the internet?
I think so. Yeah.
Can you do a Sean Connery impression?
Can you not do a Sean Connery impression? Billy, it was a pleasure, buddy. Billy Anderson, everybody. Good job, Billy. He's on Twitter. Death Squad Alba, A-L-B-A. Alba, Scotland. So if you've ever wondered who Death Squad Alba is,
2 members and 1 is a she.
I love it. Okay, this looks like a new name I haven't seen before. Put your hands together for Scott Blacks. No, if you miss your spot, that means you get blacklisted. There you go. That's what happens is Patreon makes a noise and you don't come back on again. Yeah, it happens that quick.
Blacks.
Well, No, I think you're confused. No, it's called a black list because that's just the list they go on.
His name is Black.
Oh,
Just
wow.
put him on the black list.
Wow.
The first guy was white, Dano White. I'm just saying.
Take it back in the bus, Scott Blacks.
Well, if there's anything we know about
Look
the
how
Blacks,
offended the early comics get.
if we know anything about the Blacks family, he's probably just running late. So he'll probably be there.
It's okay, we ran the light anyway.
They love running.
Oh,
anyway, guys.
Oh, this is going the wrong way.
Love
wrong way.
Yeah.
This is definitely a new name because I'd remember this one if I saw it. Put your hands together for Lauren.
Hello? Can you hear me? Turn the mic up, Brian. Just kidding. Alright, guys. Hi, everyone. I am at the Britney Spears stage of my life where I'm not a girl, but I've made out with a woman. Thanks, Sarah. I've done everything a young lady should. I'm a young lady. I graduated college, traveled the country, had a few pregnancy scares, went vegan. But I still don't consider myself a woman. I think you're a woman when you have at least a B cup and have tuck it in your ass. One of two, you're almost there, but not quite. But yeah, any feminists in here? Any feminists? All right, guys. Well, why don't you guys do yourself a favor and stop it? Okay, that's it. Thank you.
There you go. Exactly 1 minute. How long you been doing stand-up, Lauren? You have to talk to the mic.
This is my first night.
Wow, look at that.
That's great.
Your first joke made me laugh out loud.
That's great.
And I like that you do anal on your first night. That much I love.
I didn't like that.
That's a solid characteristic right there. Yeah.
I love it. You ever been with a character from Teen Wolf before?
Actually, I have.
You want to complete that trifecta, by the way. All right, anyway. Sorry. That went the wrong way for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I got that joke. I don't know if you guys got that joke because it was a reference to a Britney Spears song, and then she did a switch at the end. So I thought that
She made out
with a woman, an old
Madonna
lady.
when she was like 23.
Yes.
How old I am?
I thought it was really smart. And then I thought you were going to go in a cool direction and stay smart, and then you didn't.
Yeah, I didn't.
And I was really upset because I felt like you're that angle of like, I'm not yet a woman, and I don't think you're a woman until you do this. I just thought that's
Why do you think that? What is the thing with the anal that makes you think that would make you a woman?
Yes, why is that?
Like when a guy puts something in his butt, that makes him a woman. But that's because we don't have vaginas. And that's
No, I think you're not a woman
Touche.
unless
Very good point.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think that's a very womanly thing to do.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
there you go. Standing ovation for the comedians at the top.
yeah. I think it'll probably get a laugh or a groan, but it won't be a sincere laugh. I think you can be smarter than that. If your first joke is that smart, you already know what you're doing, and you can take that in another direction that people won't expect. You can still start with B cup, and then you can go somewhere else.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're not a woman until you're comfortable wearing, certain kind of underwear or whatever,
Uh-oh. The agent Brian Redman. What do you think? She should do more Tom Hanksy stuff, or? Lauren, who was the girl that you made out with?
Just a chick that I made out with.
Well, that would be yes. That would be one part of the woman thing again.
Yeah.
Who was it? A friend? A teacher?
It was a friend of a friend that I met at a party.
So it was just one night, one kiss.
It was a one night, one thing. Never done it again.
Do you want it to happen again?
Certainly, yes.
Brian, put something in your butt and make out with her.
I'm still not a B cup though, so I'm
still not gonna be a lady.
What about a finger?
Sorry?
What about a finger? Do you have like a little finger?
Rabbi,
What up, Pimp?
Guys, this got weird.
long time no see, fucker.
What's
I think
good,
if you're
son?
gonna tell people not to be feminists and
What's
do
good
like
with
that
you?
kind of stuff, which I think is
Just
cool,
listen to a
'cause I think
podcast,
feminism is
doing
ruining
things.
the
How about
world.
you?
But I mean, I think
Good,
you can
life is
expand
good.
on that, but I don't
Very
think if
good.
you're gonna go in that direction,
What are you
you
doing
need to
now?
do something
Crazy hours.
so.
Well, I have
What are you
one
doing now?
item, but it's
Oh,
the
retro raid.
That's fine, but you still don't have
Come
to
on.
do
Yeah,
taking it in the butt joke, because that's a cheap
it's the
laugh.
legend, bro.
Yeah, legend my ass. Okay, firstly, how are things with the daughter?
She's good.
Okay, how's your wife?
So,
Okay, everything okay at home?
yeah,
Okay, good. You got a new job. What's your new job?
FedEx delivery driver.
Okay, what happened to your previous job?
I'm still at it. I put in my 2 weeks because I'm just getting tired of working the overtime and working on graveyard.
Okay, I understand that. Did you ever have any fortune of putting in for other positions? Like when, like I told you, do like whatever, like 100 a day.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of interviews and nowhere like is picking me. So after about a month of doing it, I just gave up because every single day I was putting in anywhere from 100 to 300 applications. I was just sitting clicking all day using all my spare time.
Good.
And then I got a few interviews, but every time I get an interview, I get turned down. So I don't know
Okay.
if it's because of my lack of experience or college or what, but yeah. So I kind of just gave up on that. Ended up finding this FedEx job because my buddy I was working at the prison, he's working over there now, and it pays good. It pays $1,000 a week after tax.
Great.
So I'm only taking like maybe a $2,000 pay cut, but it's worth it.
Okay. And it's a lot of work on your body though, isn't it?
Yeah, but I kind of need that. I'm starting to get fat and lazy. Also, dude, from this job, like all I do is I walk a few steps or I sit all night, and then I'm so tired because I've worked all night. I just want to sleep during the day, so I don't go gym. I don't work out or anything. I'm just lazy. I just go to bed.
I understand. I've worked nights
So,
before. It's not fun. Okay, here's the big question. How much have you been gambling?
very rarely. I still do it here and there,
Okay,
but not
why
like I was.
why haven't you been doing it as much?
Because I have bills and shit's tight, and with this new job, I'm not gonna really have any money to gamble at all.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean that's good that you haven't been gambling as much.
Yeah, and when I do, it's only here and there, like 100 or 200 every here and there, not like before.
And um, are you streaming at all?
Yeah, here and there.
Okay.
I was streaming a lot more, but I want to start. I want to save up for a. I want to get a Starlink Mini and some accessories and equipment, so I can do hiking streams. I want to start doing hiking streams around the Walpies and the desert I'm in. I think would be good content.
All right. Did you kidnap? Did you kidnap? Did you kidnap Nancy Guthrie?
No.
Okay, that's big news, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe I should do something like that.
No, don't talk like that. All right. Well, that's good.
Well,
I've been on some podcasts recently. I'm doing a 5-part series on part. We just taped part 3 on Monday, so I've been doing that with